All right, we're live here. We're live in effect here. Until we get a few people in the audience, I guess I'll tell you a couple stories. So we had quite a bit of rain yesterday, and so I had an Airbnb guest. She texted me or whatever. She called me and she says, "Hey, some rain is coming through my window." I said, "What?" And so I said, "Well, is the window closed?" She says, some basically the window was open or something to that effect. Some water came in somehow, some way. And so I said, well, she, and this is kind of one of the problems with Airbnb. Maybe I should clip this for Airbnb. But one of the things about Airbnb is that a guest can kind of game the system and they can pretty much live for free in your house. They can stay 4 or 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, then complain about something one day, file a complaint with Airbnb, and then Airbnb gives them their money back. And I know there are iterations of this. So people that are familiar with Airbnb will say, well, that's not exactly the case, and fair enough. But what I'm saying is that there is still the facility. Above and beyond that, someone can pull up to your house, not like the neighborhood, and then cancel and still write a review about you and write terrible reviews about your place. And it's only they're more or less concerned complaining about the neighborhood because they've never been to your place. So those are my things. Some of the complaints I had about Airbnb this week. It's already Tuesday. So the lady, she was complaining. The guest, I guess she didn't have the window open, whatever. So she asked for a full refund. I said, hey, I can move you to another room, or you can cancel and just leave. Fine by me. I give you a credit for the day that you stayed where you had whatever water issue. But she didn't want to do that, and I knew something was up at this point, and she only had a 4-star review. Maybe I should pull her up. Let me see if I can pull her up. And so this is the thing, like you think about it from your point of view. If you stay in an Airbnb, by and large, your review should be all 5 stars. I mean, what the hell are you doing to garner a 4-star review? Most of the hosts don't even review you. So if they do review you, they're probably reviewing you from the standpoint of you really caused an issue. And so let me see if I can show you the woman. Let me see if I can show her to you. She stayed about 7 nights. It was 7 nights. 7 nights. 7 nights. That's right. And let's see if I can show her to you. Let me use this tool here. Someone just joined. I'll let you on the panel in just 1 second. So here's the woman. I'm going to show it to you. Snipper. All right, let me show you this woman here. We have Imperious joint. Let me show you this woman here.
Yeah, John, do me a favor. Read the title of FinCen 105 for me.
We're going to get to it, Imperious.
No. I don't like when stupid people speak, John. It's my biggest pet peeve in life. No, John. See, you know what I was told? You know what I was told in my life when I was a kid, John? I was told by my grandfather, and my dad, if you speak and you're wrong, I'll cut your fucking tongue off. So when I speak, I'm always right, John. There's an old saying. When I interned with a federal appeals justice, he told me an old saying. He said, "You never ask a question you don't know the answer to." So I really don't like when peasants start to equate themselves to me, John. It really annoys me, especially some Asian guy who thinks that like he has, 1 generation of money instead of 20. I don't like it, John. My family's from the 1100s, John. I don't like when people think they know things, John. See, this is where I guess this is the difference is that, my family, if I was wrong, I got the shit kicked out of me. These people have never had the shit kicked out of them. They're wrong. I don't understand it, John. I really don't. This is what I mean, where democracy is an abject failure because these are the people that get to have an opinion and make rules for you, John.
Yeah.
They have a right to make rules.
Imperious, I don't think you're all the way wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think you suffer some of the same thing that Trump suffers from is that a lot of times the tone of the things you're saying really kind of just blows people away, and they can't
Well, yeah,
listen.
it's because I was told it doesn't matter what the fuck you think. It matters what's right and what's wrong. You don't have a fucking opinion. That's what I was told when I was a kid, John. This whole thing. I love how people think like, the really high up people in society are so nice to their subordinates or to their apprentices. Like, do you think like when I was in confession that the priest or when the bishop anointed me, you think you even looked in their eyes when they fucking anoint? No, you put your fucking head down.
Hey, let me respond to this.
I'm just tired of people not respecting their superiors. See, the difference is there's not that many superiors, but I respect my superiors.
Piers, I'm gonna tell you. Look, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I've suffered some of the same things that you are frustrated with. How old are you, Imperius, by the way? Imperius, how old are you, by the way?
38.
Yeah, man, I've suffered with some of the same arguments and complaints that you've had, bro. And, I had to come to grips with these things are not going to be solved, just it is what it is, and I hate to even use that term. But let me see how I can best explain it. You're a very intelligent guy, and you're living in a world where people are getting dumber and dumber every day, and this is my own thoughts. And it seems to be very frustrating to you. Is that fair to say? I guess Imperius dropped off. Anyway, so here's this lady that I was talking about, maybe in the last. No, I was just talking about her. So she has this is her reviews, 4 reviews, 6 years on Airbnb. Imperius, whenever you're back, let me know. So here's her profile.
Sorry, John. I'm just going to talk about bad reception. My bad, buddy.
Yeah, not a problem. So I was saying, Imperius, it seems like your biggest, I guess, the thorn in your side is that you're a very intelligent person, but you live in a world where, it's getting dumber and dumber by the day.
No, I think my biggest pet peeve is that people don't get the shit kicked out of them like I got the shit kicked out of me. That's the real solving of the problem, is that from when you're 5 years old to when you need the shit kicked out of you once in a while. When I was, my dad wrestled in college on a scholarship. And, when I was 13 and I thought it was tough shit because I was, going to go into, high school and wrestle on varsity and, all that kind of stuff, my dad threw me through a fucking wall. That's the difference, John.
It's a different time in Pierce, honestly.
No, it's called a different level of authority from when you're raised, John. See, I was scared shitless of my priest in high school because if my priest took me out back and shot me in the head, my parents would say? You probably deserved it. Mm-hmm. That's the difference in the world we live in, John.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely
because there's things that you call loyalty, honor, duty, code.
No, like that's.
No, it's not that I'm not frustrated with that there's stupid people. There's always been incomprehensible amounts of stupid people. It's the fact that I'm not allowed to beat the shit out of them. People superiors in history are allowed to kick the shit and eliminate stupid people. You send them to fucking the salt mines, John.
I rephrase what I said here. You're frustrated about the fact that you can't effectively discipline these people.
I somewhat, because the world's coming to where the world's going to discipline them. See, John, half of me wants the country to survive. Half of me wants it to go into utter chaos, because remember, my ultimate loyalty is not to this nation, it's to God. And remember what Christ said, you are in this world, but not of it. I don't care if the nation burns. If the nation burns and 200 million people get wiped out and we go back to a more conservative Christ-like society, that's fine with me. I don't care. That's the difference, John. I have a loyalty to something beyond modernity. That's why I am how I am, because I don't care about all this nonsense. And so I have a distinct foundation to why I am the way I am. Other people don't, other than I feel this way.
And Pierce, hold your thought for 1 second. Well, matter of fact, don't hold your thought. I'm going to let you, get your thoughts out. I'm going to grab a beer and I'll be right back.
I'm just wondering, because again, like a FinCEN 105, it's a receipt document of the money. It's not international. It's internal and international. It's receipt of any U.S. citizen and travel internally by any U.S. citizen. So I would like to see, you know, Give Crack or whoever the other guy was travel within the U.S. with over $10,000 without a FinCEN 105 being done, and then not be arrested, and then try to prove where he got that money from, because he'll be charged on money laundering charges. He'll be charged on all kinds of charges. So again, I'm just asking. I'm still just trying to understand why people think they know what they're talking about. Well, yeah, John wants me to babble to you guys, but again, I'm talking to retards. I'm talking to people that don't understand and have any fundamental understanding of reality around them, other than, oh, I feel this way. I don't understand, like, what do people that have no access to capital in any large amounts, like nobody on here has any close to the money my grandparents had or my father or uncle had.
Pierce, you got like 2 more minutes. I'm going to roll this joint up.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking. I want to know where all these people have the kind of capital that they kind of claim they do, yet they don't know how to move it. Like, John, I genuinely, like, it's just funny. This is so funny to me that everyone thinks you're going to be allowed to just walk around with over $10,000 each bill being U.S. government property. And you can just do what you want with United States government property. Just like if you burn a dollar bill, you're going to federal prison, John. Did you know that, John? If you burn a dollar?
I did not know that, no.
Yeah, John. Yeah. I don't like democracy. I don't like stupid people having an opinion. In general, John, I don't like that stupid people have even a half functioning brain. Right. They should be like cattle, John.
Hey, Pierce, I don't want to put you backstage. Let me jump into a couple of things while the people are here, and then we'll have an open debate. Is that okay? You can hang up here. I'll put you backstage.
Yeah, no, I'm fine for debate. I'm still waiting for someone to actually debate me.
All right, so let's get into the topic of the day. So I follow up. This is an Airbnb guest, more or less trying to pull a scam. It's always the usual suspects here. Anyway, so this is her profile picture. Let me see if I can show you her reviews before I get.
Who is this chick, John? Who is she?
This is one of my Airbnb guests.
She looks like a very happy person, John.
This is the face she shows to the world here.
What a happy woman. That's totally the kind of woman you want around you, John.
Think about it, like, hey, you're gonna send this picture out to say, hey, can I come stay for a few days in your place? And this is the picture you sent out. And this is what, part of the thing that I'm saying is that, like, her resume, and I've shown you resumes of Georgetown graduates that more or less reflected the look on her face. I don't know if you saw that in Pierce, but this is the thing, man. Like, this is the picture she will show you as a representation of herself to come inside your home. Let me see if I can show you her reviews before I get into this JD Vance topic. Let me see if I can show you her reviews. Stop sharing. Let me see if I can show you her reviews here.
Hey, John, I'm pulling into my house real quick. Let me hop back off and get the dogs in and shit, and I'll get back to you. I'll be back on, nephew.
Not a problem. Let me see if I can share the review. Now, again, you think about it from the standpoint of that when you go stay in an Airbnb, most hosts don't even write reviews for you. Most of them don't even write reviews. But if they do write a review, that means you were really bad because they took the time out to write a review about you. So most guests should have a 5-star review. They should. But here is a woman that had a 4-star review. And I'm going to look and see it. I'm going to share my screen with you to kind of give you an idea. Put yes or no if you can see it in the chat, by the way. Here we go. This is the woman that I just showed you. And look at her reviews. Look. Let's see where. 4-star, 4 reviews. See if you can see her reviews. And you see, this is how people rated her. Now imagine if someone rated you. You were overall rated. She's only stayed in 4 or 5 Airbnbs. And here are the ratings of her. Average rating, 4. Cleanliness, 4. House rules, 4. Communication, 4.5. I mean, all you got to do is just show up and don't tear their house down. You damn near get a 5. So listen to what people have to say. Friendly, clean, I would recommend her. Now, here's the thing. This is a business. So they probably didn't go to the property to see how she actually left the property, how many people she had staying there, so on and so forth. And I'm teaching you how to review Airbnbs, really, to be honest with you, because there are a lot of companies out here that don't really review their Airbnb guests. This could be a what do they call it? Like a more or less a templated message here, a canned message. Now, this is a real host, Rosalind, September 2021. Very nice guest to host. But Rosalind doesn't look like she cleans her own places, so she may not have known what went on there. Let's see again. Christy, August 2020. Unfortunately, my place was left a mess, as if she had a party. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Yep, you can see it. And so when I saw this 4-star, I immediately had thoughts like, this nigger's going to be some problems. Because everyone should have a 5. It's like riding Uber. Who has less than a 5-star on Uber or less than a 4.5? Maybe you got in there drunk one day, passed out. But none of these people really gave her high stars because, as you can see, this is what she's rated. 4 reviews. And so anyway, so that was the Airbnb guest that, you really have to judge these people. And, she's somewhat of a problem, I will say. But anyway, I scheduled this stream to talk about JD Vance. I was really surprised, maybe not. So when Trump chose JD Vance, and I've been reading up a little bit about it, I said, this, he's going to pick an establishment guy, just like Mike Pence. So I'm going to share a couple articles with you that may or may not be known to you. So let me share the first one. I think this is one of them here. All right. Let's see here. What? Telling me I can't read it? What? I had it all queued up here. All right, so we'll move to the next one. With JD Vance's VP, Peter Thiel would finally have Trump right where he wants him. This is the San Francisco Standard. You guys can see that, all right? And so I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, and you'll see why donate money to Trump when you can buy a candidate. This is kind of some inside baseball things that this headline, this subheadline, this subtitle really points to, is that you can bear hug this guy to have a lot of control over this guy. And that is effectively what this article is suggesting that Peter Thiel has done with JD Vance. He's controlled this guy to effectively control this guy. Hence, this guy is no different than Mike Pence, a young man, aspirational, 2 or 3 kids at home, a wife who's probably aspirational, made a lot of money. She's just giving up her job. I'm not sure if you guys knew that. They want to live that. She wants to continue living the high life. And he's going to be pressured to make it rain. And so Vance's background, I did not know he was a tech investor and close ally of some of the industry's Least savory culture wars. Many of you may not know, but Peter Thiel is gay. It's not a problem, but I just figured I would mention that. That's because Vance isn't just a friend of Silicon Valley's worst billionaires, he is their creation. Peter Thiel. How many of you know about Peter Thiel? If you do, put it in the chat. If you know a company that he's behind or closely related to, put it in the chat. I'm curious to know how many people know about Peter Thiel. The billionaire tech investor turned digital defense contractor. If you know the name of the digital defense company that Peter Thiel has control over, that he's the investor in, put it in the chat, which enabled his political career. It was Thiel who in 2017 hired Vance to work at his Mithril capital firm. I did not even know any of this stuff, honestly, before I started the stream. And later invested heavily in Vance's fund, Naraya Capital. Naraya is a ring in the Lord of the Rings. Thiel then donated more than $15 million to Vance's Senate campaign and personally escorted Vance to Mar-a-Lago to patch over his former never Trump stance. Now I'm going to stop there for a second. I'm going to invite Get Crack up here. And I want to point out a couple of things here.
Zoom in, John. Chat doesn't like this. Zoom in, John.
Let me zoom in. All right. So I'll go back. And so it says here, Peter Thiel, let me make sure you guys can read this. Peter Thiel hired Vance to work at his capital firm, Mithril, which is a metal featured in The Hobbit, and later invested heavily in Vance's fund, Naraya Capital. I did not even know Vance had a fund. So that shows you that this guy is very aspirational. He wants to sidle up to the moneyed people like Peter Thiel. And hell, Peter Thiel has invested money in this guy. And
I don't know why they use The Hobbit a lot, but Palantir is from like the Lord of the Rings.
Is that right? Okay.
And Mithril is from The Hobbit, yeah, and Lord of the Rings.
Really?
Now you got So look, I don't know what's going on.
It's very interesting, though, isn't it? Get cracked. Very interesting. How many people knew Peter Thiel had basically bought JD Vance back in 2017? How many people knew that back in 2017 he bought this guy? And if you don't believe this bought him, this really bought him. Get cracked. Am I wrong about this?
Huh? I don't think so. I don't think you're wrong.
This is how you buy someone. This is the new slavery. You donate $15 million to someone, that person's going to dance to the music that you play.
Yeah. You're like the pay pig, right?
Mm-hmm.
The pay pig.
Right. Mm-hmm. And isn't any one of these? It's very interesting that Peter Thiel was never Trump. That's very interesting. How many 30-year-olds were never Trump? And now we're supposed to believe that he's had a change of heart. Very interesting. Before Thiel announced he was taking a break from democracy, he introduced Vance to David Sachs, his old PayPal mafia colleague. Now, this is the San Francisco Standard, so it's biased, but there are some facts here. Sachs
John, I posted the link to the PayPal Mafia wiki page, so...
wait a minute. There's a wiki page for
No, this is a real thing. There is the PayPal Mafia.
Huh?
Yeah, these people don't know. They don't live in like Silicon Valley. They don't know. This is.
Let me ask you this, Get Cracked. Is Elon Musk in the PayPal Mafia?
Yes. Yes.
I already knew the answer to that question, but for the people that did not know, I just wanted to get your confirmation.
There's a whole list too of people that people won't know, so they should go to that wiki and.
You can get the info from the enemy. Someone says San Francisco Standard. Yeah,
San Francisco Standard's a good paper, actually.
It seems like a decent paper.
No, it's a very good. It's a business savvy paper. Yeah, it's not bad.
Sachs and Vance later worked together. Wait a minute. Sachs donated $1 million to a pro-Vance super PAC and hosted a fundraiser for him. No telling how much money Sachs got in donations. Is anyone here familiar with what a bundler is? Get crack. You know what a bundler is?
No, never heard this term.
Someone said, "Oh, babe." Does anyone know what a bundler is? If you do, say yeah. If you don't, I'll explain it to you. Well, in politics, they have things called bundlers. And I'll see if I can Google the definition of a bundler. Politics. I'm surprised you don't know this, Kid Crack. I think a lot of places are involved in
There's
this.
there's lots of gaps in my knowledge.
There you go.
I'm not gonna claim I know everything. So
you can't know everything, Kid Crack. That is correct. So here's what a bundler is. When someone says bundling funds, that is correct. It is correct. But it is a point of being able to generate like sway or like, hey, I'm the man, right? Because there are limits to how much you can give, right? In politics. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what you can do to get around it is become a bundler. So you say, hey, I'm gonna round up 100 people with $100 million or with the maximum. And now I'm a big boy bundler, right? So now I get to go to all the big boy parties because I round up a lot of money. So if you don't believe me, here's the definition, right? And I'll zoom in one more time. Bundlers rank high in the power structure of American politics. You see that, right? Sometimes bundlers are called fundraisers, as in fundraisers, that distinguish them from writers of checks. How many of you have been reading a political article and you hear about fundraisers? You're reading about bundlers.
I better see a lot of people with their hands up. Come on.
I understand this is the way to be. Most people who don't live in DC, you listen to the words and you be like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, Cam the King said, like, Asians don't vote, they just stay at home, study, and this and that. But hey, man, I bet you these bundlers went to all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown in San Francisco, got all the money, got all the support, political. And the thing is, like, once the big dogs in the Chinese community tell someone how to vote, everybody goes in line. That's why it's so powerful.
Yeah.
Because it's a consistent voting block. It's a small voting block, but it's a consistent one.
Yeah. And so that's bundlers. And that's how, the money is really being funneled to these politicians, how they're getting so rich. And so you see here in the article that I showed you that Peter Thiel is funneling a lot of money to this guy. And this is another thing, how they launder money is by way of super PACs. Most of you have probably heard of a super PAC. And the really, really influential politicians, I want to say they get control of their super PAC. The other ones are just raising money for the RNC or the DNC. Anyway, so Sachs and Vance later worked together to organize Trump's only San Francisco campaign fundraising event aimed at nudging blah, blah, blah. Thiel has reportedly made more than 1.8. I didn't even know we were going to get on Bitcoin here. What in the world?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, man.
I mean, come on, man.
Oh, man. Like, this is just an incestuous lot of people here, right? It's just an incestuous lot.
And the funny thing is, Thiel's got all his money tax-free. All his PayPal options are in IRAs, so. And where was Maxine Waters? Where was she? No, she kept it quiet only until it became inconvenient and they started saying, like, this loophole has to be closed. But he used that loophole. His Roth IRA is full of that PayPal money, and it's billions, and he'll cash it out tax-free.
Yeah. Get Crack, you mentioned something about Lord of the Rings. Listen to this. Why do they keep naming things after hobbits and Lord of the Rings?
I don't know, man. I mean, I'll have to read the whole book series again because they have, like, the prelude, the prequel, all the notes that Tolkien wrote. I don't know if this is going to be some end plan where I have to fight Sauron.
Now, I want you to now, guys, if you want to know the depth of Peter Thiel's involvement with the government, read what's highlighted here. Anduril, a sword in Lord of the Rings, because the Dirtbag Valley has apparently read only one book, makes drones that can kill people without needing a human controller. What? He's not making that for individuals to buy. He's making that for the government.
Mm-hmm.
It also builds and operates sentry towers for the U.S. Border Patrol. This is a guy who's very, very, very connected government. And now he has his guy bear hug right next to Donald Trump. And for those of you that vote and you really believe in democracy and things like that, this is the inside baseball that you don't see. The game that people with money play. That they don't have to buy Trump. They can buy everyone around Trump and bear hug him. And prevent him from doing anything they want that they don't want him to do.
Right.
And that is the way the game is played. And I'm going to show you a little bit more evidence here. I think this article pretty much sums up what I want to talk about in this article. Here's another article here. This article here talked about Peter Thiel being an informant against Russia. Now, I guarantee you, if he's informing and doing all this against Russia, Palantir's making money in the Ukraine. I guarantee you. I bet everything I got on that. Get crack. What do you think?
Yeah, I the thing is, like, in Palantir, the CEO Karp, he was almost like giddy, almost happy that the world is fractured now between China, Russia. And because he was like, oh yeah, I predicted it. I knew this was gonna happen, and that's why you need my software. Ain't that some shit, man? You'll need Palantir software in this new age to fight your demons.
Yeah. So in the last article, I demonstrated that Peter Thiel is out here making software that can kill someone without even a human to decide. AI warfare, World War Ready, as they call it. We won't get too deep into this.
Zoom in, man. Zoom in before the chat gets mad again.
Hold on for 1 second. I'm not sure if I can zoom into this article. Let me see.
Oh no.
Oh, I got it. Yeah,
okay, cool.
So you can see here that they're talking about Peter Thiel here, one of the most powerful men in Silicon Valley, an extravagant birthday party with hundreds of guests held at Schloss Neuendahl in Vienna. The guest of honor was this guy, a gregarious German entrepreneur who had forged relationship with politicians across the world.
Oh man.
Thiel was already friendly with Angermeyer over the next few years.
Oh man, no.
As a what? Oh man, this is amazing. I didn't even think we would go this deep into Bitcoin, but we're gonna have to do another show on Bitcoin. This is really amazing.
It'll be endless, dude. We will. The only way it will end is when you make your John Galt coin. This is the only way it ends.
Listen to the get cracked. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
Despite his far-right politics, his own companies were indispensable to the U.S. national security. This is the man who has bought the vice president. Understand? It all makes sense now, right? He bought the vice president. He had founded Palantir, an analytics company used by who? The CIA and the Pentagon.
Exactly. The very first thing we mentioned, CIA, man.
He was on the board at Facebook, now Meta, and had been an early investor in prominent U.S. defense startups, including SpaceX, that's Elon Musk's company, and Anduril, that's the company that will allow a robot to kill you without a human. This man is all in with more money being spent on war. And what I'm telling you is that these people have basically co-opted the American government. He just bought the VP. He nurtured him and coaching him early by investing, $15 million? Was that the amount in the man's company? Naraya or whatever. And now he has this man one step away from being the vice president. For those of you that wonder why Pence turned his back on Trump, do you now see why? There were millions, maybe billions at stake. And Pence took the money. So let me show you another article that just gets to what I'm saying before you guys start to criticize me and say that I'm not making a point here. Let's see. There may be one more article that I want to talk about here. And here's this article. How tech giants, let me make sure you can see it, have turned Ukraine into an AI war lab. Very interesting. As I keep telling you, there are so many billions at stake.
Mm-hmm.
There are many billions. Get cracked. Do you remember you kept talking about the Armenian war where they tested out
Yes, the Armenian, the Armenia, like Azerbaijan war was a test lab for the drones. Now we're going to the next level here.
Ukraine is a test lab for AI. How tech giants have turned Ukraine into an AI war lab. You don't have to read you don't take my word for it. You see it right there in headlines. What? Wait a minute. What? Who? What? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Mm-hmm. Alex Karp.
What company is that? The CEO of the data analytics firm Palantir, which was what founded by whom? Palantir.
Come on, guys.
This is a layup for you guys. I'm giving you a layup.
It's a layup. It's a layup.
If you don't understand why so many billions are being funded into the Ukraine, and you can't understand why, these corporate companies have co-opted the government. The money is going to them to fund AI war labs. You see the headline here. All kind of testing of other technology at the expense of the American treasury. The next day, Karp was escorted into the fortified bunker of the presidential palace, becoming the first leader of a major Western company to meet with Volodymyr Zelensky since Russia's invasion. Karp told Zelensky that he's ready to open an office in Kyiv and deploy Palantir's data and intelligence software to support Ukraine's defense. What do you think the size of that contract is? Get cracked.
Probably in the many of billions, hundreds and hundreds of billions, man.
And now they got JD Vance, who's basically the boy of Karp, Palantir, and Teal, right within the White House. Do you think Trump is going to be able to slow down this Ukraine money grab? I don't think so.
Nope.
I don't think so. Peter Thiel is more or less donated a lot of money to Trump as well.
I mean, Elon, after this whole shooting thing, Elon's donating 40 mil a month to his campaign.
Yeah.
And also coal company founders. I put in chat, coal company founders and like, yeah, another co-founder of Palantir also donating. And so, this is deep, man. And the coal, actually the UN coal companies, I think the UN was basically saying they're going to ban coal production in the world in a certain year. So and these coal companies in the US probably don't like that. They're going to try to get Trump in to delay this type of stuff. So there's going to be a lot of people combining their resources to get their policies through.
Get correct. Can you read what I have highlighted here?
Yeah, named after the mystical seeing stones of the Lord of the Rings, Palantir sells the same aura of omniscience, seeded in part by an investment from the CIA venture capital arm. It built its business providing data analytics software to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the FBI, the Department of Defense, and a host of foreign intelligence agencies. They are the AI arms dealer of the 21st century.
You see this sentence right here? This partial sentence? Seeded in part by an investment from the CIA's venture capital firm. That's a company too big to fail. If the government funded it, it's too big to fail. They're developing technology that teach you how to kill people. They train technology how to kill people without even a human.
And like there's a street along Stanford University. It's on the perimeter of Stanford University, and that street is well known because it has unassuming offices. Looks like small office buildings, but it's full of venture capitalists from New York, DC, right in the heart of Silicon Valley. And those guys, they help people. Sam Bankman-Fried probably knew people there. Facebook, all these guys knew people there.
From the article, in Ukraine, Karp, the CEO of Palantir, funded by Thiel, tells me he saw the opportunity to fulfill Palantir's mission to defend the West and to scare the fuck out of our enemies. This man is a government, he is the government.
Mm-hmm.
He is part of the most important part of the government. Defense and military, that's where all the money is spent. This is how, when I keep explaining to people how they buy influence in the government, they control the government. This explains why we're fighting such an endless war in Ukraine, in my opinion, is because there's so much money being spent and invested.
So John, do you think the conspiracy is right then? Those conspiracy theorists?
Which conspiracy?
Well, that it was staged.
Do
you think someone just shot his ear to send a message to him and basically said, you better pick JD Vance or next time we're not going to miss you? Get what I mean?
You're going to make me pull up this article.
Okay, I don't want to get your stream banned, so.
No, I want to hop in with I think a salient point. You are a big believer in Trump, right? John?
Me?
Yeah, you. John.
Stanley,
are you going to vote for Trump?
I tell you, I don't vote. But if you allow me to speak, Stanley,
yes, sir.
We can have a back and forth. Yeah, I promise you, I won't interrupt you. I think Trump represents the outsider, the guy that throws sand in the gears of whatever the establishment is trying to do. And let me give you an example of what I mean. I truly believe that the CBDC is coming. I think that it probably can't be stopped, but it can be delayed. Trump throws sand in those gears. So that's, if that would kind of boil down why I'm kind of for him. He's the only thing we have close to an anti-establishment guy. So I choose, if I had to vote, I would choose him.
And you know what? I not quite diametrically opposite in my thinking. I am going to vote, but not for Trump. So you know what? Trump will get 0 votes from either of us. Trump is the most American president that we have had and might get again. He is, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, white mediocrity. He didn't create his wealth. His daddy gave him $100,000 and more money to get started. He is the most American president that we've had, and it's no coincidence.
All right, go ahead.
You're going to interrupt me now? I was just getting going.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I want to cover this.
Andrew Jackson, as a portrait in his office, is the perfect thing. Now, would you disagree that Donald Trump is the personification of America and the most American president we've ever had? You disagree with that?
Stanley, to be quite honest with you, I don't know about the most American president, to be honest with you. I haven't followed a lot of the presidents. I can't even speak about Reagan. I can't speak about Bill Clinton, to be quite honest with you. But as it stands right now, And as it's in with me having lived here for 20 years, and I've known a few people again that have worked in politics, worked for senators.
But you've lived in America since conception, right?
Yeah, but I think things
So
have
you're
changed.
American.
Yeah. But again, let's not go off the rails. Like I think things have changed. I think and I think I've gone into some of the reasons or explanations why I think things have changed. And I think that it has become a very inclusive insular club where the Democrats and the Republicans, that's why you never hear me talk about myself being a Republican, have more or less closed ranks. And they've said, you know what? We can play good cop, bad cop on the American people and make out like a fat cat. Just like when the police bring in criminals and
Well, kind of like Trump.
you can name whoever you want to name. But what I'm saying is that the general system, as it has been for most of my life, when I look back on it, I realize it, or I feel that, or I think that they've played a game on us, and that they've come up with wedge-like issues. Abortion.
So Trump's not playing a game.
Let's not focus on Trump. Let's not focus on him. Let's focus on.
Let's not focus on the next
We can
possible
do
president of the United States.
Stanley, we could do another stream on Trump. You know, you give me a topic, whatever angle you want to come at with Trump. I think that I've just shown you right here that I'm not some single fan for Trump. One may really hold on.
No.
Hold on. One could reasonably argue that this stream that I started out with, that I've been wanting to talk about for a very long time, is anti-Trump.
Well, no, it says something about his choice for vice president, correct?
His choice. His choice.
I'm talking about the. I'm talking about a Trump that's the most American president who just chose his successor. I can't get there.
Hold on a second. What I'm saying is that, in my opinion, this is a somewhat negative stream from what I envisioned it from the outset. I don't agree with J.D. Vance. If it had been me, I would have chosen Ben Carson. I would have been looking at someone that I would have been looking for someone that I knew I could sleep at night. I'm in business. Man, I want to be able to sleep at night. Not wake up at night and wondering what that's going to be doing behind my back. And I think that with his choices.
Let's talk about Ben Carson then. Why would he make a good vice president?
Well, it's a good question for him. It's a good question. The reason why I've said that he should choose Ben Carson, not that he would make a great vice president or whatever, but I do think that you want to build an insular team from the outside forces that will try to pick off the people closest to you. And I think that, you know, and people say I hate on black people, but here's a compliment to a black man of the highest order. I think that Ben Carson demonstrated loyalty. And if I were Trump, this is me, I would value loyalty over anything else. Because this is hold on, Stanley, because this is a very cutthroat town. This is a lot of people that make a lot of money by not doing anything. There are no factories here. There are no businesses here where people are out fabricating metal. This is an educated town, and where people are very, very, very culpable or subject to taking the bait. They want to make that easy money. And a guy like Ben Carson, he's demonstrated that the money doesn't sway him. I think where he is in life, wherever it is, and he's not a poor man.
Ben Carson's a fellow landlord. That's why you like him.
No, I didn't even know he's a landlord. But I think that wherever he is in life,
look up Ben Carson. He's into real estate.
Okay, fair enough. Many rich people are. But I think that wherever he is in life, I think he's happy. I don't think that J.D. Vance and his wife, who worked in a high-charging law firm, is going to be happy turning down the bribes and the benefits that he's going to be pressured with every waking hour.
Well, let me take something that you said and use it against you. If Ben Carson is happy, and he is about as old as Trump, I know Ben Carson's way over 60, probably in his 70s. He doesn't have anything to prove. Why should he be vice president? Trump is picking a successor. Ben Carson won't live long enough to be viable in 2028.
Well, and here's your thing that I
Please
think.
Tell me where I'm wrong in my logic.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think, and here's again something critical that I would say about Trump is, I don't think that J.D. Vance can carry the Trump mantra forward. And whenever Trump dies,
what is the Trump mantra?
Well, I think that there are certain people that probably speak the Trump language on immigration and things like that. I don't think J.D. Vance will speak that language, particularly with Trump.
I'm going to tell you exactly why he can once you're done. J.D. Vance is actually a good choice. I thought it was going to be Burgum or Rubio. Well, I knew it wouldn't be a black person of any sex, nor a woman. I knew that part.
Well, again, I'm not. I don't know anything
Ben
about
Carson's black, and he's too old.
I don't know anything about J.D. Vance, and so this is not necessarily a criticism of him.
I do.
But when I see that he's so associated with deep-pocketed insiders that effectively have bought him, I see that Trump is going to face a lot of the same problems that he had the first term. That's just
I totally disagree. You are under the ruse of Trump. Trump is not a populist. He is a big money man.
Well, whatever
Peter Thiel has been funding J.D. Vance for like 10 years.
Well, I covered all this. I covered all this.
Donald Trump isn't an idiot, and if he is, his advisors aren't. He didn't just pick J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance came from Ohio, like redneck Ohio, and overcame it.
Yeah, Sally, let me show you something that.
Look at J.D. Vance, Hillbilly Energy.
I've heard all about the book. I think I more or less what I have to say about J.D. Vance goes, is pretty much done. Here are a couple of headlines that I saw about his wife.
He is. What's wrong with his wife? Other than being pretty, she's a lawyer too, and they met at Law.
Stanley. Come on now, we're trying to have a civil debate. You haven't even heard me say a word about his wife.
I'm trying to tell you, you are.
Stanley.
You disappoint me sometimes.
Stanley. I haven't said a word negative about his wife, other than she resigned from a law firm, and then you cut me off.
She's a dirty dothead. There, I said something mad about her.
All right, so he said something about her.
You know what? Who's that?
Hold on, Stanley.
Is that Impervious?
Yeah. But Stanley, I'm trying to go through a couple things here, and we're gonna have a little back and forth. I'm gonna give you guys time to really go at each other, but I just want to point out a couple things here. Why did Vance resign from San Francisco law firm moments after her husband is announced? An interesting picture of J.D. Vance. His wife, Yusha Chilukuri Vance, the wife of the senator, quit her job as a corporate litigator at DNC affiliate. Does everyone see that?
Yeah,
right?
I was reading it before you even said it. Man.
What? I did not know. Within minutes of here, blah blah blah. She worked in DC. Man, this. You can't work.
This is why I say women are they're a plague, dude.
That's not what this is about.
No, but it is. They're a subversive influence.
That appears. if he were a man working here, I would still make the same point. Bro, when you work here, there is a strict adherence to the line. Is DMVville in the chat here? Is anyone here?
John, what I mean though, what I mean by that is it's not that, okay, let me explain. It's that men are very susceptible to letting things go when they feel the giggly and feels if they're in love, quote, love. And like I said, that makes women a subversive influence because again, if she was a very liberal woman, do you think if she was running, would even allow him to be working anywhere at a conservative firm?
All right, Imperious.
Well, number one, Imperious, you're as dumb as John is about J.D. Vance's history. Maybe he told her to quit and she did it. Let's use
that be working in the first place. If he was a real Catholic, he wouldn't have her work in the first place.
Every time I talk,
damn. Hey, we can't let you guys come over here with this shit, right?
I don't want to start shit with him, John. He answers everything I say, no matter what, John.
Let me finish the JD Vance. I'm going to go through a couple of things, and then I'm going to let you guys have a back and forth. Promise you. All right? Fair enough? All right? Can we do that?
It's your show, man. You tell me to shut up, I'll shut up, man.
All right, let's go. All right, I'm going to bring Sandra back up. So, anyway, she quit her job. She worked at a DNC-affiliated Munger, Tolleson, Olson, right? Anyway, you see the picture of him. You kind of see what kind of guy he is. You know, this is the kind of guy. All right. Judge that for yourself. I'm not making any comments here. Can you all see him here? He's just in.
Well, how about not be a narrator and tell us what kind of guy he is in your opinion? This is how these conspiracy things get started. He's that kind of guy. Tell me, John, what kind of guy is J.D. Vance? Give us your opinion.
All right. Here's my opinion. I think I've already told you that he's a young man who's a never Trumper. So that would be red flags for me as a Trump person. Like, how did you go from being a never Trumper to some pro-Trump guy? I would look at the people behind him, the Peter Thiels of the world, the people that have more or less bought this guy. I've shown you.
So we're talking like years ago. You don't know how he got to be vice president under Trump? Tell us that part.
What I'm telling you, Stanley, is that behind the scenes, Peter Thiel has donated a lot of money to Trump.
What you're telling me is you don't know.
No,
that's what I'm hearing anyway.
What I do.
How do you go from never Trump to Trump's vice president? That's the part I'm interested in.
That is very interesting. And I'll tell you what he said didn't make a lot of sense to me. He blamed it on being young. And he said he was in his 30s, or just turned 30 at the time. And you wrote the Hillbilly Elegy. And now you're saying you were too young to get Trump's message, but now you're old enough where you're all in. I just don't like those radical swings in people.
Well, no. Trump, he didn't pick Trump. Trump picked him.
Right. And so, okay.
So if he's good enough for Trump, why isn't he good?
Let me finish, Stanley. And that is my point, where I think Trump picked him because the establishment, the powers that be, forced him to pick him. J.D. Vance is an establishment guy. And I'm going to show you some of the articles here where it kind of mirrors my thought here. You see what kind of, a guy that's very malleable. He dresses up in Indian garb. He's married an Indian woman. He's willing to, embrace their culture. He's taking much money from a homosexual man. This is a guy that, doesn't really have, a backbone of sort. He didn't make her wear his traditional garb. He wore hers, even down to the dot on his forehead. Nothing wrong with that, but I think it's indicative of something.
John, I agree with you. You know what, John? This is the issue. This is, I think I'll narrow it down for you a little bit. With the high up Dems, they've been loyal to the cause since freaking they were in high school. And we have all these people who flip flop and they can't stay consistent or anything. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Republicans, like I said, they are much more willing to lose gracefully than win.
Well, that I think, Imperius, is where you and I differ, is that the Republicans don't lose gracefully. They lose strategically. And they lose what they need to lose and win what they need to win. All this gerrymandering and things like that has allowed the Republicans and the Democrats to be able to coexist peacefully. And, you know, I've gone through J.D. Vance's, his association with Peter Thiel. This is a guy that, you know, I don't see where he practiced much law, but he's made a lot of money writing books and being funded by Peter Thiel. Where is his corporate work experience? Where is his pulling himself up by the bootstraps? This guy's been bought. You know, where is it? If you see something that I'm missing, you tell me.
I agree with you, but the problem is,
listen, if I were the man, I'm not wearing this shit.
John, I'll give him one break. When he did that right there, that marriage, what year was that, John? When he got married to her, do we know? Or what's the year of the picture?
I don't know. Let's see.
2012 or something, 2014 or something, right? What year does anyone know in the chat what year they got married? Because the only time I can think of is before he converted to Catholicism, he did that. If he did that, he would not. Yeah, he's a rat. But he looks pretty young there, so I'm assuming he did it before the last 5 years. That's what I'm saying. He also, but as much as influence as Thiel has, we have him now too. He's a Catholic, and we have influence on him too. So, and I'm telling John, do you not think, John, what's the richest corporation in the world?
Yeah,
how many Catholics are on the Supreme Court, John? How many are on the appeals courts? How many senators are there, John?
I don't know.
Is the president also not, quote, Catholic, John?
It very well could be, but you know, Imperius, I don't think any of that matters.
Money matters, John. Money, and we have unlimited money. We have 6 billion people funding us.
Has anyone ever seen this?
4 billion, sorry.
Has anyone ever seen this picture right here?
Yeah, that was the head tilt, the angle. Yeah.
Has anyone seen this? Anyone in the chat? You ever seen this? Get Crack? You ever seen this? Get Crack. Have you seen that? Get Crack, maybe one. Anyway, it's a hell of a shot, right? Like where he potentially could have been hit.
Do we know the round used yet? I was thinking when I heard it again, it could be muffled from a ways or the microphone. I thought it was a 22, a Ruger LR 22, but it could be a 223 too. I think they said, right? Was it a 5.56 223? Okay.
Yeah.
But man, I would like to see the ballistics on where because I want to see has there been a digital recreation of his angle yet on what the shooter was seeing? Usually they'll have that online, like you can digitally recreate what it would look like for the shooter.
Look at this, Imperius. Let me show you something. I just want to show you a couple of headlines. This is from the conservative treehouse. I mean, a lot of this stuff is more or less from the news. But here's something that I wanted to cover with you, maybe on the other page. This is kind of interesting here. Check this out. Trump shooter was seen on roof 30 minutes prior to shots. He was photographed by law enforcement with picture forwarded.
Oh, amazing. It's an inside job, John. I've said that from the beginning.
Look at this fucking.
Now, I don't think it's now. I'll narrow it like this. I don't think it was the personal detail on the ground that were in on it, like his dudes on the like right by him that tackled him. I don't think it was any of them. I don't think it was like the counter assault team or anything like that. I think it was the planners, the higher ups, who put people and deliberately missed and deliberately ignored that area. That's what it is.
Do you think he intentionally missed?
What, the shooter?
Yeah.
No, I think he wanted to hit him. He wouldn't shoot it 8 times if he wanted to miss him purposely.
Look at the headline, Imperius. Look at the headline. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. No, I read this, what the Cheeto said about she didn't want to station anyone there because it was too slippery on the roof. No, I know. I'm just saying I saw that too. The stories are changing, John, is what I'm saying.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I'm bringing Stanley back.
I believe it. Well, I mean, John, how is okay, you're telling me that somebody's walking around with a strapped AR, okay, and a ladder, puts a ladder up to a building and climbs up it and no one's saying anything? Come on, John, where do you get the ladder?
But look, the ladder may be attached to the building, but look, the police were inside. Secret Service director said the roof was too slopey. 3 security detail snipers were inside building used by Trump shooter. What?
Well, did you hear the House Republican that spoke to CNN today, John, at the convention, and was saying this stuff on live, and they were trying to cut him off, and she was screaming about that, like trying to cut him off. Did you see that clip, John?
No, I didn't see it. What happened there?
Well, no, you should try to look it up on YouTube. I forgot his name. Maybe someone in the chat will remember his name. It was this morning I saw it. He's that senator on the Armed Service Committee, or the representative on the Armed Service Committee. He's like an ex-sniper, or I think he was an ex-Secret Service agent for Biden or something, when Biden was vice president, I believe. But he was on CNN telling him pretty much saying this was somebody had to knowingly do this. And she was her eyes were bugging out of her head because I can guarantee in her ear they were saying, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off.
Here's something else that I wanted to post to you about this whole sniper shooting thing, Trump, JD Vance. It all just sounds so weird. A metal box of explosives connected by wires to a receiver were found in the shooter's car, which could be detonated by a remote control on his body. He never searched how to make explosives, but he had explosives and a remote detonator. Someone says he had to have had help and a handler. The only question now is, do you think there was something up with this guy? Stanley, I guess you don't. The fact he was able to get up.
No, I think he was a Republican and he listened to Trump.
You don't believe that, Stanley?
Of course I do. I think he was I think the shooter was a registered Republican. Can you deny that?
Yeah, why would he? Is it possible that he registered that? Can I answer this, John? Can I answer it civilly or no?
Not a. I was talking to John.
Don't make me get my balls back on your face. Shut up.
Look
Don't
at
make me drop my balls on your face, Stanley.
All right, Stanley.
Dude, Imperius, you're not half.
Let him respond, Stanley. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. It's possible that he.
I'll leave now. I asked John a question, and it can't be answered by John.
Stanley. Bye, Stanley.
What was the question again, Stanley?
Was the shooter a registered Republican?
I think he was, yes, Stanley.
Okay. You gave me an answer. See how easy that was?
See how easy it is, Stanley, to not have a cock in your mouth. Can I answer now, John?
Oh, cocks and mouths. Really?
John, the difference
you know what?
John,
you are so
John,
weak. You are a mediocre white man.
Thank you, John.
You did, John.
Thank
you so much.
Go ahead, Imperius.
Thank you, John.
White boy.
It's John. John, can I answer, John? Can I answer, John? John, can I answer? Thank you, John.
Let him answer, Stanley.
Thank you, John. It's been speculated that he registered as a Republican to vote in the first time.
He's a registered Republican? Why are you speculating? This is what mediocrity does. It has to speculate.
John, can I answer, John, or is
No,
an autist?
give us your speculation. It's not an answer.
John, is the autist going to continue? Thank you, John. Thank you, John. If he's going to yell, at least get a better mic, dude. John, the issue is that he's a liberal and he registered as a Republican to vote in the closed primary in Pennsylvania. John, happens all the time.
Yeah. I understand the game is played. Hell, when I registered to vote here, I tell you, sorry, like I wanted to vote in the Democrat primary because that is the election. So I had to register as a Republican. I mean, as a Democrat. Again, I'm not either one of them, but I had to register as one to vote. And that is the way it is in many of these inner cities. And I'm not sure where this guy lived. Maybe he wanted to vote for the Republicans, so he chose. Or maybe he was a Republican. I don't know. But that doesn't matter to me, his party. And I think that's what so many people get hung up on is party. This guy may have been a Republican, may have not have been a Republican, but he decided to kill someone. He was radicalized. And you look at the response of the people after he decided to do that. I've shown you the videos. The Democrats were like, hey, the Democratic leaning people were like, whatever. It's a fake. It's a whatever. He deserved it. And that, I think, is a real big problem. That is the problem. People are very, very, very polarized.
John, that's why you don't negotiate with them, John. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the thing. The Republicans are always trying to go, oh, let's be nice. Did you know, John, when we had the House, Senate, and Trump his first term, we could have passed everything we wanted. We had a filibuster-proof majority, John. They could have passed it.
Someone says he got donated to Act Blue. That is true.
Yeah. He donated to Act Blue right after Biden got elected.
And I guess Stanley would just want to overlook that. Stanley, do you want to come up and respond to this guy?
Well, of course, he'll make some obfuscation of, oh my God, you know what I mean? Something like that, John.
Let's see what he says.
Some obfuscation, of course.
Stanley, what do you think about the guy donating?
You answered my question. He's a registered Republican. You answered my question, John.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Anyway, I think we can pivot now. We've been talking about this right an hour. How about we take some questions, comments, chats from the audience? It pretty much sums up my thought about JD Vance. I think JD Vance is going to be kind of like a Pence. In that.
See how easy that was, Imperious?
Yeah.
You just
see how easy what was?
Accept the answer.
Almost.
What is the answer, Stanley?
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on, Imperious. Let me poll the chat to see if there are any questions, anything people have. Hey guys, any questions, any comments, anything you want to hear talked about or want to talk about right now? We have a little time. You can put it in chat. We can do that. Just let us know. Go ahead, Imperious. Go ahead, Stanley.
No, I just was asking what
you answered my question, John. That's really all. I taught the litigator how to ask a question.
You didn't teach anybody, Stanley. You live in grandiosity in your own mind.
Someone says, "Why wasn't Biden the victim? Why do you think people aren't shooting at Biden?"
You got Kamala right there. Both sides don't want her.
I don't know. Let me see if I can tell you guys a couple stories. I always have a few stories.
You remember that Kamala was Montel Williams's bang toy?
I heard about that.
Remember that, John?
Yeah, I bet him.
He was actually dating her and another chick, so she's okay being the side chick. And he brought them both to award shows together. So she's a bull dyke too. Then
maybe she goes. She's a party girl, Imperious.
Yeah, of course she is. I mean, she's a whore. She was Willie Brown's whore.
The woman worked her way to the top, Imperious. I mean, how else would you expect a woman with very little talent to get to the top, Imperious? Honestly,
I expect them not to want to go to the top.
Well, but the one that wants to go to this house, how do you think she's going to get there?
You beat it out of them. No, I'm serious. Like, that's what society used to do. If you want to act like that, okay, we'll throw you in the woods and you won't get any food or water. You'll have nobody help you. You can be tough. Go be tough. I say you take those kind of women, throw them in the fucking Montana wilderness for a couple of weeks, see how appreciative they are.
Do we have Get Cracked still here?
Oh, now I have a question for Impervious.
What's up?
How many cases have you litigated? Have you ever been in front of a jury?
Yeah, I have a couple times, but usually with contracts, it's not usually. It's
how many times? Oh, you're a corporate or contract law. Which is it? Okay,
I never
you're not like so corporate. You're a corporate lawyer.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. You've answered my question.
Yes, Stan. Yeah, Stanley. Like, I'll give you an insight. Most contracts, you don't want to go to a jury. Both sides kind of want a bench trial because juries don't know what the F they're doing in contracts.
Oh, that's more answer than I was bargaining for.
No, I was just saying.
You are a corporate lawyer, correct?
Yes, Stanley.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Damn.
All right, Stanley. Hey, I'm gonna play this video here. Let's play this video.
But Stanley, it sucks. It's better to be your own. I'll still say this.
All right.
If I wasn't.
Oh my Lord! He answered my question, and he needs to dribble over the cup.
All right, let me play this video here.
It's time for another goddamn rant. It's almost 4:30 a.m. and I can't sleep because I can't figure out how 30 Asian seniors, mainly Asian women, being brutally beaten and robbed within a week is not being investigated as a hate crime. And that's not including the 2 other Asian women that were beaten and robbed in broad daylight just a few days later after this report. So for those that have not been following, there have been almost 30 reported brutal attacks and robberies out of the Westlake Christian Terrace Senior Living Community Center within 1 week. That means these seniors have been targeted and preyed upon every few hours for an entire week. Imagine seeing an 85-year-old Asian grandma getting beaten up and robbed so bad they're sent to the emergency room every few hours. Yet these incidents are still not being investigated as a hate crime. Someone please explain that to me. And before any of you jump in here and saying it's not a hate crime, it's not race-based, and that this is a crime of opportunity, when the hell did a race become just an opportunity? If you target someone based on their race, that is racism, and that is a hate crime by definition. Imagine if it was any other race. And let's take the most obvious one. Imagine these were senior Black African-American women being victimized and targeted for an entire week. And they were beaten and robbed so bad that they were sent to the hospital. Would you consider that a crime of opportunity or a hate crime? Or pick another race. Say they were Latin senior women being attacked and victimized and sent to the hospital. 30 of them within a week. Would that be considered a crime of opportunity or a hate crime? We have normalized victimizing Asians and Asian elders and Asian elder women so much that there is no outrage or protest from anyone. I don't want to be making this type of video again, but it seems like no one else is speaking up again.
Stanley, why do you think the blacks are attacking? And it's primarily blacks. I hope you'll agree to that.
Did he say who the race of the attacker, or was he talking about the victims? Let's start there, John. because I think he makes a cogent argument. But I also thought there is a hate crime bill at the federal level. Maybe the contract lawyer can enlighten us
Hate
about
crimes are
how
bullshit. It's substantive due process. You're reading.
maybe the actual lawyer can tell us how hate crime law works. Because
Well, unfortunately, okay, I'll
I
tell you.
think
Okay.
if it were a black grandma or an Asian grandma, or um, if the crime is based on a race, he didn't talk about who did it. He talked about the victims. If you can prove that it was race based, the crime was race based, then yeah,
Stanley, if
it
you had
should
to
be
get,
it should be a hate crime.
Stanley, if you
I
had to guess,
agree.
Stanley, if you had to guess who did these things, who do you think did it?
Why would I do that, John? A crime is a crime. The race of the perpetrator of the crime makes a difference, or does the crime actually mean something to you?
Hey, we have a new guest up here, Whole Laser Lord. I hope he has something interesting to say. What do you have to say, Whole Laser? You're on mute, by the way. Do we need to throw this guy off here? He's not going to talk. He's just going to sit here. I mean, you're allowed.
Maybe give it about 30 seconds, John.
I had to mute the YouTube.
See, John, I'll explain why hate crimes are unconstitutional.
Hold on, Pierce. Let's let Whole Laser. You're new to the chat. I don't think I've seen your name before, unless you have a new name.
I'm new to it. I think it's primarily a lot of programming, and then you get into cultures. And one thing that I think is really problematic is probably the justice system. And the justice system really does create a lot of hate, for sure. And there are many variables.
How so? How does the justice system create hate? That's a new one. Please elaborate.
Well, have any of you guys been incarcerated personally?
Yeah, I've been incarcerated. Well, what about you? You've been incarcerated?
I've been incarcerated, and
how long were you incarcerated?
The longest time I was incarcerated was 5.5 months, but I'd never really seen hate that I'd seen until I was incarcerated personally.
Where were you incarcerated? Where were you incarcerated?
Where?
Yeah.
I was down in Florida.
And what were you incarcerated for?
Just a violation of a court-ordered injunction. Nothing crazy.
What was the court-ordered injunction?
It was nothing, and I ended up beating the case, and it was stupid. But I had to take it to trial, and I actually did. By the time I got it through trial and beat the case, I ended up sitting there for about 5.5 months.
So how did going to jail make you racist?
I never felt so hated in my entire life. And it didn't make me racist. It just made me see it made me see racism for the first time. And I saw a lot of white on black and black on white. But I saw a ton of it every single day. And they have to really segregate people because people get in there and people, man.
Where were you incarcerated? In jail, because you're in prison. But where were you incarcerated?
I was in Florida.
Yeah, okay. Go to California. You'll be in a different world, dude. If you think Florida's bad, dude, no, I'm telling you.
I have a question at some point.
No, hold on. Go ahead and ask him a question.
No, I'm just telling him. I'm saying if he thinks that segregation is a different world,
yeah.
Go to California. That's a whole nother universe, dude.
Come on, please.
My question is.
Hold on. Stanley, we have a guy up here. He's new. We want to be respectful. We want to hear his story.
I'm originally from Lansing, Michigan, and originally being from Lansing, Michigan, I'd never seen anything like that. So
what? How
you see things like racism, like on the news and stuff like that, but actually like seeing it in person, you can find a lot of it down in Florida. Now, up north where I'm from, I did live in a ghetto. I mean, we didn't really have any racism up there. There wasn't really any. And last time I was there, you don't notice it. Everybody just gets along, you know.
So my question: can you give us some examples of what you experienced in the Florida jails, racism, stuff like that?
You would have things like white people trying to throw piss on black people, white people spitting on black people throwing piss on white people, black people spitting on white people. I mean, it was real bizarre shit.
Were these inmates or the guards?
Inmates.
And were the guards black, white, or what?
They were mixed. There was a great variety.
How did the black guards treat you?
The guards never gave me any problems, man. I never had any problems with the guards at all.
Did you have any problems with the blacks in the jail?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Tell us about it. There was a lot of violence and stuff, man. There was violence to the point where I don't want to go into it.
Tell us. Why not? Okay.
I ended up getting put in solitary confinement because I have a tendency of, I'm kind of a sleeper when it comes to aggression and stuff like that. So I ended up getting put in solitary. But there's a lot of it.
How long were you in solitary?
I actually got put in solitary right out of the chute. They pulled me, and then I got put back in solitary.
Why did they put you in solitary?
For the protection of others.
They thought you were going to be attacked, or they thought you would attack someone?
I was very, very aggressive, and I wasn't necessarily aggressive because I was just pissed off, man. And I wasn't necessarily aggressive because this or that. I was pissed because I knew that I was going to beat the damn thing. But like I said, they held me up in there for fucking said and done. I got held up in there for 5.5 months. I ended up being the case in fucking trial. But I was pissed. I never had have people talk to me like I was some white piece of crap before, man. I'd never experienced that. I grew up in a ghetto, so it's not like to me it wasn't really.
Who talked to you? Who talked to you?
I had tons of black people. I had tons of black people, and they were the most ignorant damn people in there. They thought they were gangsters. I could literally rip their fucking heads off their neck, no problem. But still, for some goddamn reason, they thought they were tough or something, and it was obnoxious, man.
And did you get in any fights with the blacks?
Yeah, dude.
Tell me about that.
I'm not going to get into the details on that. But my whole life, I mean, I have gotten into fights with black, growing up in Lansing, Michigan. I've been in plenty of fights with blacks, plenty of fights with Mexicans, plenty of fights with white people.
Did you ever have a black cellie when you were in prison?
No.
So they had the prison.
They wouldn't let me, man. They didn't want me around anybody, period. So they tried that a few times, and it didn't last very long.
What happened when they put you in there with a black cellie?
They never put me in with one. They wouldn't put me in with anybody.
What would have happened if they had put you in with a black cellie?
It depends on how nice he was, man. If it was a nice person, that might have worked out great. But I don't know what the hell was going on there, man. And there were, I'm not saying they were all assholes, but there were quite a few of them, you know?
Were you segregated from the blacks, or could you experience how the blacks were living like in your little dormitory or whatever?
What do you mean?
So when you were locked up, before you went into segregation, you didn't have a black cellie, correct?
No.
So you had a white cellie?
No.
You
Well,
had a
not for
cellie-
long. I mean, it was initially mixed, and it didn't last that long. I'm just telling you.
So okay, so
It didn't.
so why didn't it last long? What happened?
Well, I told you I'm kind of a sleeper when it comes to aggression, and it didn't
What
last
does
very
that
long.
mean? What does a sleeper mean when it comes to aggression?
Well, I don't feel like incriminating myself, man. So I don't get why you think that I'd be comfortable answering any of these questions.
Well, we
But I
don't
don't want to talk around circles, but I don't want to answer these questions.
Well, no, we don't want you to incriminate yourself. But what does a sleeper mean when it comes to aggression?
What would you assume that it means?
I don't have a basis to assume. So
If you were to say that something's a sleeper, what would that typically mean?
You're quiet about it, like you build up to it or something. Like you'll be harboring your aggression, then it'll explode on you.
Yes.
Okay. All
That'd
right.
be, yeah.
Someone has a question for you. Did you give away your tray or biscuits? Do they have trays of biscuits? Did the blacks force you to give away their food or something like that when you were in prison?
Fuck no.
Did you see any black homosexuality when you were in prison?
Well, it'd be hard to tell because a lot of them act pretty dang gay, and who knows?
What do you mean they act pretty damn good?
They just act like women, but then they want to act like they're tough women, and they'll act like women, but at the same time they'll claim to be some kind of a thug or a gangster or a badass or somebody that could actually like wipe their own ass if they were required to. For me, it was very bizarre because I encountered literally the pussiest human beings that I've ever met, period. And they were trying to exploit some concept that they were tough or incredible or remarkable or intelligent or part of a gang or useful to anybody in general when they're completely, there's no use for certain people. And I'd hate to come off that way, but literally no use for these people, period.
Did your opinion of black people change after going to jail?
It really didn't, but it made me realize that you have certain parts around the country where things are a lot different. Because, like I said, up north, where I'm from, there's nothing like that going on up there, man. Nothing at all. I had no idea. I had no idea that type of stuff was going on down here, man. It was like, what is this shit?
Like, give us some examples. Like you've been somewhat vague. Can you give us some examples to like what really blew your mind? What contrast? Give us some contrast from Michigan, Lansing to down there in Florida when you show up in the jail. What was the difference? Like, how did the blacks live in jail, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, up north, you do have a unity, and people like will work at the factories, and everybody just works together, and you don't really have like a racism thing. When I went down to Florida, I noticed there is some level of segregation that I've never seen before, and these blacks have some. You know how they talk about like the whole concept of like white privilege?
Yeah.
You really have that whole like thing going on down here to where it's like a black privilege, and you will have blacks that are literally the dumbest, most useless human beings. I'm not saying that in general, but you will have the dumbest, most useless human beings that are black Americans claiming as if they're superior or something, and then there's a money factor. You have these dumb kids that think that they're thugs, and their parents have money and stuff, and that's how they live down here. I mean, probably have something to do with it. So they probably, it's just the way that they grew up. Perhaps their parents had some money. They'd never had to work or anything like that, and there was never any accountability, and they just act like, you know, little fucking dickwads or something. I don't know. I'm not like an expert on this. I can assure you that I'm not an expert, and I can assure you that I don't know everything. But
so back to the jail. Were the blacks loud in prison? In jail?
Were they loud?
Yeah.
Oh, you would have quite a bit of beatboxing, quite a bit of very terrible singing, and quite a bit of the same story that everybody that's going to get out, they're all going to be professional rappers, and they're all going to have Ferraris and stuff like that. That's literally the same theme, and I don't know what's going on psychologically, but they all have these lawsuits and stuff like that, and they're going to file their lawsuits. They're going to become professional rappers, and they're all going to get Ferraris or Maseratis or something, you know, and every single subject, you know, outside of a few of them, they all had that same exact story. They were going to be very successful rappers when they got out.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when you got out of jail, like the day you're processing to get out? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were probably around some other black guys, and they're getting out with you, right?
Not that I can remember. No. When I got out, it was the.
No, I've been in jail before, and I remember. And
when I got out, I was alone. So I got out, I was alone, and it was like, wow, this is a great relief.
So I remember being in jail, and I remember the day, you know, they moved you to the little section where you're processing to get out. And I'll never forget it like it was yesterday. It was all these young black men, and they basically were talking about going back to the street to do the things that got them back in prison. Do you remember that? Like, do you have any semblance of that when you were in prison? Like, damn, these people are gonna end up right back in prison.
Well, I'm sure, and I'm sure that that's probably the case. But I heard all kinds of stuff like that. Like people were going to crack and things like that, or steal shit and whatever.
What do you do for a living?
There were a lot of folks that would come. They'd literally they'd come in for 3 days for stealing something like a gallon of milk. And they'd be out, and then they'd be back 3 days later. There was like a revolving door where they were, frequent flyers. They'd be in every 3 days.
Do you think they kept you in there for 5 months because you were a white man?
Not at all, man. It was just the whole scheduling of the trial and stuff. It takes forever to schedule shit like that.
But you hear about all these blacks getting no bail, for shooting at people and all these kind of other crimes. And they held you in jail for 5 months?
Well, they set my bail like way too damn high. They considered me high risk, so they set my bail really high. And that wasn't something that I could swing at the time, man.
What do you do for a living now?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I've been doing remodels for a long time. So right now I got a garage full of stuff that I'm spraying. I got a whole bunch of doors that I'm spraying. I'm working on a 2,800 square foot house right now. Should have it wrapped up in about 5 days. But I've owned several businesses and stuff, but I got into this thing over the last 10 years buying tools, and I make good money with them, but it's like now I have all this shit and I got to use all my tools now, and I just kept buying tools, and I have a lot of tools.
Hey, that's the white man's thing, huh? You're white, right? You're white man. Hey, let me ask you this question. What is it about white men and tools? You ever heard that before? You ever heard the saying like white men just love tools?
My buddy is a school teacher, and he was talking to me about it, and because I have a problem with that, and he's like, well, basically, there's this logic behind it to where if you get to use this tool one time, it's basically free. You can use a tool one time, and you don't have to hire somebody else to use that tool.
Yeah.
It's basically free, and then you have it forever, and it's in your arsenal, you know? So.
How much money do you think you spend on tools?
I think so far probably around 15,000.
How much?
That's not a lot. That's not a lot. A lot of people spend more, but I
didn't hear you. How much did you say?
Probably 15,000.
Hey, you know I'm a landlord, right? You can see my title right here. It says urban landlord.
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, can you see that though?
Yeah.
Let me show you a picture. You're an interesting guest, man. I want to show you a picture. I want to get you also. How many pair of sneakers do you have?
I only own one pair of sneakers, and the only reason that I only have one pair of sneakers for cycling. Outside of that, I wear boots. But for cycling, I wear sneakers. But outside of that, I only wear sneakers if I'm cycling. Outside of that, it's boots all the time. I never wear sneakers unless I'm riding my bike.
So I tell you, I'm a landlord, right? And I throw people out all the time. Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
And so whenever I throw, you might like this since you've lived around blacks in some of the worst conditions. Whenever I throw blacks out, they always have a bunch of sneakers. You want me to show you a picture?
Go ahead, yeah.
I mean, hey, when I started talking about black people, the people in the chat start hating on me. So I hope you don't mind. Right? You don't mind, dude. This doesn't make you uncomfortable with me talking about black people because we can move on to something.
No, go ahead.
All right. Let me show you this. And I just want you to just give me a stream of consciousness. Now, this is a person that I threw out recently. I ain't throw him out. He moved out. He left this behind. Give me a stream of consciousness on this. You ready? You got it? Go ahead. I just want you to give me what you got.
I'm not a shoe expert. I don't know about that stuff.
All right. So if you saw some broke ass nigga living in a room and he left all his shoes behind, and these are the shoes, I want you to tell me what you think.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. So this is a broke ass black man living in a room. Look at the shoes he left behind. You see anything common about the shoe? You see a theme or a trend in the shoes he left behind? I mean, you may not see it. Look, I'm a landlord. I've been seeing this for a long time. I can see this shit off the top of my head. The people in the chat, I don't know what's going on here. But hey, man,
I'm not seeing it.
I got eagle's eye for this shit. Tell me what you see. Somebody said, "Oh, I don't."
You're seeing something I don't.
Well, what don't you see in this picture?
Don't see. I guess you don't see boots. See shoes. I don't know.
Okay, you don't see any boots, right?
Okay.
What kind of shoes do blacks? If you were to walk outside right now, and you found a pack of blacks. What kind of shoes would they have on their feet?
I don't know.
You don't live around black people at all?
Not really. Not these days, man.
All right. So someone help him in the chat. If you saw a pack of blacks what kind of shoes would they have on their feet? Someone, please, someone. so, hey, do you? He might not know what this means. Do you know? Hold on. Do you know what this means, sir? Let me ask you. Do you know what that means? J's.
Jordans.
That's right. That's correct.
Well, maybe he took his Jordans with him.
See, look, ding, 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 ding. That nigga didn't leave barefoot. He didn't walk out with his flip-flops on. You're correct, sir. He left with his J's on. Like, sometimes I used to, I'm gonna give you some inside baseball things you since you've been in prison, you probably can figure it out. You probably seen this shit too. Sometimes I used to put people out. And oftentimes they would have left already. And the only way I can know if they've left is something like this. You see this picture? That's a nigga that's gone.
Yeah.
He gone. He gone. I don't give a damn what's left in the rest of the room. And I'll show you the rest of the room in a minute. But if I don't see no J's right here, no Yays, no Yeezys, that nigga gone. You see that? You see the picture right here? These are all his work shoes. These shoes, if he had any prospects or aspirations, he'd have took these motherfuckers right here with it. Right? You see what I'm saying? You see it? But the black man, you know what he left out probably with his J's on. No, you probably don't know why he left with his J's, do you? Do you know why he left with his J's? Does anyone in the chat know why he left with his J's on? Anybody in the chat know why he left with his J's on? But why the Yeezys and the J's? Look, I'm about to show y'all. I'm gonna show you why he left with the Yeezys and the J's. But I'm just curious if you know, and the other people in the chat, if you're willing to even venture a guess, why he left the suit and booties and these old throwaways. And what did he have on his feet when he left? What y'all think? What do y'all think he had on his feet when he left? J's. Can you see me? I'm right here on chat, right? You can see me, right? My camera's on. You can see me, right?
Yeah.
You see me smoking weed, right?
Yeah.
You know a lot of niggas love smoking weed. Did you know that?
Yep.
How did you know that?
Well, I have a bunch of black friends, and
Really?
that's the case.
Why do you have black friends? I'm just curious.
I'm from Lansing, man.
You have black friends in Florida where you live?
I don't have any black friends in Florida. All of my black friends live in Lansing.
So why don't you have any black friends in Florida? I'm just curious.
I don't really get that social down here, man. I just work. Occasionally I'll go to a pub or something, but outside of that, I really don't get social down here.
So you want to guess what type of shoes he left with on his feet?
Well, now that you mentioned it, I probably would think something like Jordans. Those are a hot commodity for sure.
Talk about it. Do you have any? Let me ask you. Do you have any Jordans?
Any what?
Do you have any Jordans?
I don't have any Jordans. No.
You ever had a pair?
Never had a pair of Jordans. No.
Did the blacks in prison live like this?
I have no idea.
You didn't see their cells?
Oh, their cells? Well, I mean, the guards were really strict about keeping everything clean. So they were really strict there as far as searching everything all the time. If anybody was making a mess, it would be the guards tossing the place to go through everything all the time. But that's probably about it.
Very interesting. Right now, I'm showing you. I just had to clean out an Airbnb guest room. I'm going to show you some more pictures, but man, this is truly amazing. Like, let me show you another picture. Oh, you guys, I did a stream on this, by the way, guys. If you're curious to know how it looks when the Airbnb guest checks out, this is when the black guests check out. This is how it looks. Let me see if I can show you a picture of how it looks. I told you guys that I like to have real low beds because the blacks find a way to put trash. I have a saying like, if they can't eat it or fuck it, they throw it on the ground. You ever heard that before? That might be new. I might need to patent that. No, don't you guys use that because I might patent it. If they can't eat it or fuck it, they throw it on the ground. And so let me show you what throwing it on what they can't fuck or eat looks like. You ready for this, sir? You want to take a look?
Yes, sir.
You're a good sport, man. I like having you on the channel, man. This is what it looks like when blacks check out under their bed.
Oh, wow.
That's why I was curious to know what it looked like under their bunks. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was curious to know. Look at it. Look at all this shit. Look at all that trash. Look at that. Look at that. That's on the bed, man. I had to raise the bed. You see, he a homosexual, so he broke my bed. They fuck a lot. That's why I was asking, did they have a lot of homosexuals in prison? That's why I asked, have a lot of homosexual section in prison, because this is what they do, man. Like, let me see if I can show you all the trash that was under that bed. Let's see. I may not have a picture. Oh, shit. Man, y'all done got me started here. Look. Look at this right here. So, you remember I told you, I asked you about, do the niggas like, you're not offended by that word, are you? You're not offended by that word.
I'm desensitized. I don't care, man. Whatever.
I just want to make sure, man, I don't want to offend anyone while I have you up here, right? And so the Negro he lost his job because he liked to smoke that weed. I told you niggas love that weed. And so, can you see this? Are you able to see on the screen? Because I may not need his anymore. You see what it said when the Negro lost his job because he liked to smoke. Look, he liked to smoke. You see this? The nigga worked for the Democrat organization. Can you see this? Nigga worked.
Oh,
no. You can't see it.
Oh no. I can see it, but that's a oh no and a different reason.
Nigga like smoke. I like smoke too, but he don't own his own business. He worked for somebody. Per the blah 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 employee handbook and the building policy, smoking and what they say, vaping is prohibited. That means you can't smoke at work, nigga. And that includes the parking garages, balconies, and roof. You see that? You see that? You see that?
Yeah.
You can see, and then what is it over here? Over here it says some same shit. This, we telling you niggas stop smoking. So they fired this black ass. You see that? Can you see it?
I can see it. Yeah.
He had a meeting with the HR for smoke. College degree and all. Ain't that about a bitch? What you think about that, sir?
It doesn't surprise me at all, but do you primarily do like Airbnb stuff, or do you rent units?
I do a little bit of both, man. I try to diversify, away from third party Airbnb, Let me make sure you guys able to see this. I want to show you this one more time, just in case, because they can't stop smoking weed, man. They can't stop smoking weed. Look at this shit. Can you see this? Let me see if I can zoom in. This is better, right? This might be a little bit clear. Can y'all see? You see who he worked for, right? You see who he worked for. This is a different. Yeah, this is what I keep trying to tell you about DC, man. You got the weed smoking, undisciplined head full of mush, nigga living in a room, working for some damn Democrat organization. You can see it right here. You can see it, right? Does everyone see? Put in the chat who he works for. If you can see it, you see it right there. Someone Google that organization, and you're gonna see the problem. What I keep telling you about. They're all these damn feeder non-profit organizations that you got these low IQ people making overinflated salaries. This is who we work for right here, right? This is where he works, right here. This is high income area, man. Like 50, like M Street downtown. Yo, you talking about high end, right? Yeah. And he can't stop smoking weed. Truly amazing. Truly amazing. Anyway, that's just one of my guests here that I found so interesting. Anyway, so let me go through the comments before I end this chat here. DCC. Isn't probably the Democratic Caucus Coalition, whatever the hell he worked for? Mushhead, yeah, that's right. John, when that magic concoction started working, your boy just. John, do you rent rooms in the house you live in? Only the basement. Only the basement. You know what I mean? Only the basement. I told you guys the story about the guy that lives in my basement. Should I, Dennison, what's up? Should I replay the story about the guy that lives in my basement? He still lives here. After that was when I showed you the video. That must have been what, 8 years ago. Is everyone, Dennison? You ever seen that video before?
I don't think I've seen the basement one.
No,
how long is it?
They were not even 15 seconds, but they were talking about you were downstairs fucking the nigger in the basement. You don't remember that? Does anyone remember that? When they were like, the niggers don't even know that power, gas, water starts in the basement. On any house, it starts, in the basement. So I'm down in the basement all night, just kicked up, chilling with my tenant that's in the basement right now. That shows you how long he's been paying me, right? And so we just chilling. And, because he want to get rid of the niggas worse than I do. Who the hell want to live around a bunch of nasty ass niggas? So he said to me, he said, man, whatever you like, do what you gotta do, man. Get these niggas the fuck out of here. I said, say less. That's what I'm here for. So we sat around, me and my man. You saw the guy, Johnny Boy. Do you ever see Johnny, the guy that I had sitting on the couch right here, Johnny Boy? Well, anyway, so we sat around on the couch, just sitting down in the basement chilling. And by midnight, I said, it's time now. It's time now to shut these niggas. You know what I call it, Dennis? I call that shit, take these niggas back to Africa. You hear me, Dennis? I hope that don't offend you at all. That doesn't offend you. Oh, we got Master Kim up here. So I call it, So I called it Dennis. I was telling Master Kim, him, Master Kim, you always want to talk about. Master Kim wants to do a story about people that had to do dirty things to, on their journey, right? Tell them, Master Kim, what you want to talk about.
What I suggested with John is doing a show called, because there used to be a series called I Almost Got Away with It. And they finally get jammed up and they run from the law. And I'm a firm believer that there's people amongst us that have done dirt, but yet they're legit now. And kind of like an anonymous call-in where people are able to reveal some of their dirt. And, we'd want to hear stories where people legitimately never caught a case, right? But yet they're amongst us just thriving. The show that, that it takes a certain personality type to do the dirt, but disciplined enough to know when to stop, And I just think it's amazing to find out amongst us who's done it. And it's probably going to be a good part of the population, that have done some gangster ass shit, not just white collar crimes or people doing dipshit stuff on their taxes. Not really those, but people did some gangster stuff, but knew when to stop, and are legit today, and can look back and say, hey, I actually gained during that time period.
Hey, Master Kim, you got to come here right here. Someone said there's a lot of us. You own something, Master Kim. Hey, that story you told me, I won't tell it here, but that was a good story.
Oh
man.
yeah, I mean, I've got some stories to tell as well that don't involve me, but someone that looks just like me. Uh, but yeah, I got some stories to tell, and a lot of people actually get away with it because they're doing legit activities. They do have legit career or legit businesses, and they're able to get away with it because they're not consumed with just that negative activity, and almost like there is a secret sauce, and a lot of it is relative to doing other stuff and legit stuff, and so they're not just consumed with gangster activities.
Get cracked said it's pretty common, Master Kim.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and and I think it's absolutely funny. I mean, I've got a story to share or two, not of myself, but people that I know that have done some very funny stuff, and yeah, so if and when John got time for that, that'd be great.
Hey, why don't you tell us a story right now, Master Kim? We got time. Tell us a story.
Well, I'm at home with my kids, so. But it does involve the time when I owned a couple stores, and well, I guess we'll save it for another time because I'm not in a position to really talk about that right now. But yeah, so maybe we can schedule it, and it would be nice to have the detective, the undercover guy, or the private detective involved in it, just so that he can get feedback, because it's very, because I had suggested to John for someone to join the panel like Imperius, or someone that understands prosecutors and all that stuff, so that they can give some meaningful feedback versus a bunch of lay people saying, hey, my buddy got away with this stuff. And a guy like Imperius or others can say, well, hey, that's a grand larceny and blah, 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 blah. And stuff like that. So, but anyways, John, sorry about that. I don't mean to be a buzzkill.
Hey, man, best Kim, whenever you come. Imperius may have a question for you. I hope he has something.
Don't call the devil; he will come. What do you guys want?
Oh no, Imperius. I had suggested to John to do a show. There used to be a show back in the '90s and middle 2000s called "I Almost Got Away with It." Where the guys actually do get caught and they try to run away from the law. And I suggested to John to do a show called I Did Get Away with It, showing people that have done some dirt in the past, but today, they're like outstanding citizens or whatever, but, they had done some shadiness. And I think that those people are amongst all of us, and I think but then I also suggested that he have you on the panel too, as well as someone else, to give the insight from the criminal law aspect of what those guys were kind of getting into, or you would be able to call bullshit because you would kind of know, that something's missing from their story. No one just catches a case and all of a sudden nothing ever happens, or it just kind of dies on the vine. So anyways, I thought that was, at least that's the crux of it. I thought, and I've got a personal story to tell of someone I know as well. So.
Yeah, that's all good. Whatever John wants, it's fine. I just like I said, it's fine. I mean, I try not to, like I said, crim law is not like my forte. I mean, I know, I could try a case, I guess, but it's not, my forte. I'm not again, crim law is very specific and it's very tedious in a lot of things. So.
Oh yeah, but but the state statutes and all that, versus the general public are just a bunch of dummies floating around like me. So, so that was it right there.
Hey, I had a question for the chat and for the panel. How many people saw the stream with the black, was it beauty salon store owner? With Master Kim?
Yeah, I did. It was great.
Yeah, how many people in the chat saw that? Because if you didn't see it, I have a thought to increase the viewership of that. I think that was probably some of the best content you'll find on.
Yeah,
YouTube.
you gotta clip that, man.
So what I was gonna put on the chat, if we have any, we only have a few people. We don't have a lot of people here, but if anyone would be willing to go through the chat, it was Master Kim Mornings with Master Kim, and it was what day was that? Was that Sunday? Monday?
Was that yesterday?
Yeah, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday?
Yeah, Monday, man.
John's doing
yesterday, man. You
hey, listen, if you don't go to sleep, what day is it? What day is it? I don't know what day it is. half the time. Like I don't hardly sleep. I hardly sleep, man. So anyway, so if you can go back and listen to that, and if anyone whoever can come up with the best clips, I tell you what, if you come up with a clip, we'll put your Cash App banner on the Cash App on the banner. And the person who does the best clip, what we do in a couple of days. And I think that was like some content that everyone should see, because I think it dispelled a lot of the excuses that a lot of people make about why they can't do things. I think it also, go ahead, sure.
You talked to Sarah, you super chatted her, Sarah, the raging tomato.
I know Sarah pretty well. Yeah, she's funny.
Yeah, go. So talk to her. Maybe she got some people to help. And then talk to Princess too. He might be willing to help.
Yeah.
That guy's getting yelled. That guy's a simp. He's getting yelled at by CT right now.
Yeah, that's good content, right? There you go. That's everything.
CT's too nice to him, though. They're too nice to him. Like that's the thing. Like they're way too nice to him.
Yeah, you can't scare him off, though, man. He's
dude. Like that's the thing. You guys, okay? Maybe at other parts of YouTube, we don't do that. We blood sport. We destroy people.
No, not Princess. He's too weak.
I like Princess. I like
I can't like a liberal, John. I just can't. I can't do it, John.
Well, I mean, he's one of those liberals that not very pushy about it. That's my impression about him. I've only been on there a couple of times when he's there, but he seems to be a very level-headed liberal guy. Not very pushy about it.
John, liberalism is an infestation. It's a virus. Okay, I am the antidote, John. Okay, I am the wall. You ever watch Yellowstone, John?
Man, I probably have 50 TVs and don't watch any. Look, this is a fucking TV right here.
It's a great show, John. It's a great show, John. There's it's Kevin Costner. He's like the governor of Montana, but he has this little speech at the end of one of these seasons, and he says something like, "I am."
Reading a lot. I don't watch them. TV. I don't
watch much. I don't have cable or anything, but I'll watch a good series once in a while. I hear about it, like on Amazon Prime or something. I think it's on Prime still. But there's this line that he says about I am the wall that progress comes into and smashes and stops, and he's like, I will not move. That's how you have to be, John. Like it doesn't matter what they seem like. They're going to come to a place and they're going to infest it. You have to understand, John, their mentality itself is a plague upon this earth. And until you cannot look at them as someone that is, maybe we'll make an exception for them, because they're not going to do that for you, John. Like they may seem, oh yeah, he's nice. He might, when it comes down to it, he might be a good human being. They're not, John, because their entire morality is based on how they feel in that moment.
Hold on for a minute, and Pierce. We have someone coming up. Lily Gross. Anyone ever heard of this person?
Yeah, Lily's my homegirl.
Yeah, man. I don't have time to scream for the porn bombers. Hey, what's up, Lily? Give us your thoughts here.
Hey, Denny asked me to come up on panel. I mean, we ain't really got started talking about nothing, so I don't see a lane for me to chime in. So I'm just listening, and if I hear something I can chime in on, I will. Thank you.
What's on your mind? You know what? Let us pull it out of you then. What's on your mind? Give us a stream of thought. You look like a. Let me put you up on the main screen here. You look like is that you cooking right there? Who is this cooking? Oh, it's damn cute. Let me put you up solo.
Are you going to my page? Okay, go. Receipts. I'm snapping. You can't hear it. Receipts. Snapping. Receipts.
Should we go to your page?
I mean, do what you do.
Hold on. Do you have a stream?
I don't have a stream. I stream with wherever Dennis in the streaming. That's where I'm at.
Okay, you want the denizens.
I am a denizen of denizen. That's correct.
Truth. Tell us what made
she is a denizen of denizen.
What made you join Denizen Stream?
Oh, I think named Jose in California. It's a long story.
Man, that man thinks so far ahead.
Shout out to Joey Villages.
Hey,
I heard George.
You think so motherfucking far ahead.
Okay, it's not a denizen motherfucking resume session.
I've been wanting to tell you.
I know, but it's not time right now. I just got.
That's your man in the background, sweet. That's your man in the background.
Of course it is.
Hey, check this
He's
out.
a fan of Denizen. He was like, man, Denizen, that's my nigga.
Wait,
I'm
wait.
like, hold up.
Hold
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what's on my mind. Hold up, hold up. I'm gonna tell you what's on my mind.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Why don't you cut your camera on?
No.
Because my hair is wild, it's hot in the motherfucker. I'm in Tennessee. Like, we sweating bullets out this bitch. Like, I'm not doing all that extra shit. And when I get on camera, I would like to be presentable and at least thinking I'm cute. If I ain't thinking I'm cute, you ain't finna be thinking I'm cute. So no.
Well,
Next.
we already got a good representation. You look fine.
Thank you.
It's something I want to go back to.
What?
All right. Oh, your man, he got something he want to talk about since you quiet. What you want to talk about, OG?
Okay, check this out. I remember y'all was talking about black people are that thinks white or portrays the dude.
Earlier they was talking about Frederick Douglass didn't want us to be a part of the America or whatever just to act like white people. That's what he was saying.
We don't talk about Frederick Douglass on here, so but maybe. But
I was gonna talk about how I didn't know that my white friends was offended by me calling them my nigga. I thought it was like once I call you my nigga, it's like, oh my god, like I fuck with you, right? Like I fuck with you, but as a surprise and a shock to me,
Okay, I got another
they
thing.
stop, damn it. They kind of didn't appreciate that shit or feel comfortable with it. Like I didn't know that, so it's like, what kind of good friend am I if I don't delve into that shit and be like, wow, if y'all don't like it, I don't want to be disrespectful to the people I'm trying to like let know how much I fuck with them by calling them my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I found out that day that they think we use it against them. Like, I can say it, you can't, but it ain't even like that.
No.
So
anyway,
what OG got to say? What you about to say, OG? Y'all talk one at a time. Though.
Okay, on this subject that she's talking about, I really didn't hear, but I can chime in on it. You know, if a person in black society or being accepted in the minority of all of these that y'all are talking about, or the joke or the butt of the joke or whatever society make it for black people. When a black person says that, you might as well call yourself family, even if a motherfucker ain't never seen you.
So anyway, while I'm thinking, because Denizen personally, it's like he told me long ago, like all his black friends, which is the majority of his friend base, all his black friends call him they nigga, and I'm like, yeah, duh. Like I understand why they call you that because like you one of them. It's like I don't feel I feel more comfortable with Denizen than a lot of black people I know, cause they ain't my niggas. You know what I mean? They just black people like that I know or whatever. It's different, you know what I mean? And all that they can't say it and all that shit. That's some bullshit. It's like if you want to say it, why the fuck you won't say it? Maybe you won't go up to the biggest blackest nigga and be like nigger. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you won't do that.
I don't think.
But overall, what's the fucking big deal? We don't care.
Yeah, we do. But that's
we care if you're using it in a way, in a threatening way.
Hey, Lily, before I take you off solo, tell us how did you find Denizen's site, by the way?
Again, I met Denizen through a nigga in California named Jose. Jose.
Shout out to Joey Villages.
Yeah, shout out to JV and Cali. Like, yo, that's my nigga, which he don't care. Ain't nobody doxing him. Chill out.
He from California. He shouldn't care.
I'm just saying. California big as a motherfucker. You good luck. You know what I mean? Anyway, so he was like, you gotta meet this dude Denizen. Like, I've been fucking with him, I've been following him or whatever. Now, needless to say, JV done dipped on us, came back, dipped on us, and came back. But I told Denizen that's just what he do, because that's my dude. Like, whatever he say, if he say fuck with Denizen, then I'm fucking with Denizen. And that's what you see today.
I got to listen to
Denizen. Hey, hold on. Denizen, I think you got a good clip there, bro. Yeah. What second is that? Hold on. That's 2 minutes and 13 seconds, Denizen, if you want to clip that. Maybe a couple minutes before that, but
what are we clipping? I'm sorry, I missed it. What are we clipping?
Denizen want to get a, hell, that might be an intro for his for one of his streams or something.
What you trying to say? Because I could do a better promo for Denizen, like for real. Y'all don't even know. Y'all just now finding out. I'm really glad for y'all to know Denizen. Like, this is good on you. It looks good on you.
I think everybody's authentic as it gets, sweetie. So that was very good right there. That was very good.
It's
Hey,
good Genesis.
wait, Lily, hold on. I can't talk to both of y'all at one time. Where do you live in? You live in the States, right? Where do you live?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee,
Oh, I've been in
in the
Nashville,
dirty
Broward
South.
already. Mm,
I'm in the dirty South with the Tennessee Titans. Yeah, let's go.
Dirty.
Dirty.
I'm in the dirty South. That's what's up.
Dirty.
That's when dude was talking about peaches don't go in the South. I'm like, what? Nigga, Georgia peaches, duh. It's on their fucking license plate. What the
Who
fuck
was
you
that
talking
said
about?
that?
That shit was ridiculous. And that's when I came in, so I'm like, I know this finna be some bullshit. As soon as I get in there, they talking about peaches don't grow in the South.
Was that
Georgia
Stanley that
peaches is
said
a
that?
fucking thing. And Georgia's further south than me. Shit.
And it's dirty.
And it's dirtier.
Go down there you want to.
Stop it. Stop. When we on the panel, everything be loud and echoing, so you can't just like, you gotta talk one at a time.
Hey, what you know about this in Nashville right here?
I'm sorry, what are you saying? What I know about what?
I'm about to show you something in Nashville right here. Let me see. You know what this is in
Shit, I can
Nashville?
show you something Nashville. What, the Batman building? What you finna show me? All the tourists go to the Batman building.
In Nashville right there. Do you know what that is in Nashville?
I do.
Sent to your boy?
No, it's
that sign.
Yeah, that sign. We did that. Look, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
That's G. That's G.
What
Wait
is
a minute.
That's a read the sign.
That ain't even you. That ain't even you. It just look like you. It's dope. No, I don't know what that said because
I do.
I don't. That's not the sign.
That's downtown when you coming up the hill.
Let me see. Look at it. It says Betty something.
No,
Betty
that's
Charles.
not the one from downtown.
No,
Is
that's
it,
not
John?
it. No, it's not.
You coming up the hill
No.
by the breeze.
I'm trying to look and see where it's at though. It looked like it's in the hood.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is let me see where it is. I think it's like 18th, 19th Street. Does that sound familiar in Nashville, something like that? Anyway, the lady on the plaque, my grandmother raised her children back in Alabama, back in, the old not antebellum, but you know what I mean, those type of days. And so the lady was very fucking rich, very rich, like, and so that was her house behind me, and they have a plaque to her, like she was like on the city councilman, like a fundraiser for Vanderbilt, very rich woman. Anyway, that's in Nashville right there, yeah.
Hey, John, quick little update for you. They arrested a guy with a AR pistol outside the Republican National Convention.
I saw that. You mean in Milwaukee?
Yeah.
My bad, y'all. I was trying to blow it up and I was pushing too many buttons. I am notorious for clicking myself out and coming back in, so just get used to it.
No, not a problem. Not a problem.
So where's that sign at? Because they be putting them up randomly without telling nobody. Where's that at?
Oh, that's
I think you said 19th Street.
I think like 19.
19 North, 19 South. Which one?
Shit, I have to look it up. 19 South. You gonna make me look it up? It's close to like Vanderbilt. So what would that?
What was the name again? Beth something.
Betty Nixon. Yeah.
Betty Nixon.
So what she do?
Her family was like well known in the Nashville area. What else did she do? Like her family and the Gores. The Gores are out of Nashville. And
no, the Gores are from Carthage, Tennessee, baby. They from Carthage, Tennessee. They country in the motherfucker, like Super Bowl country. They still live there. Like the Gore family, yeah. It's like Big Fish and Little Pond. That's Al Gore. And ironically, that's who I voted for the one time I voted. You remember we was talking about voting and how it was some bullshit? And my candidate that I voted for got the most votes. So in my mind, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. The one to get the most votes wins. Period. Y'all can electoral and talk shit all you want to. At the end of the day, I was taught you get the most votes, you win. And that applies in everything, except the presidential election. Okay, I was done then. Like, It's January, so we
Real.
still don't got no motherfucking president because y'all recounting and recounting. No, nigga, y'all finna give it to Bush because it was his turn, and that's when I learned that voting is some bullshit, and I won't be participating, and I look like a motherfucking fool. But the one historic, iconic thing about it was that my mama, who was born in 1960, was proud to come and pick me up from work and go vote with her for my first time. So for my mama, it was a good day. And on that day, I was just as proud as her. But then
Hey,
I
let
learned
me,
the truth and couldn't tell her. So
let me ask you this question. I know it's a little bit off topic, but do you eat hot chicken in Nashville?
hell no.
Mm.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Prince's Chicken is the motherfucking foundation of the global Nashville hot chicken motherfucking craze. Like Prince's Chicken is the motherfucking one. And it was only one Prince's Chicken and it was in the motherfucking hood on Ewing Lane and it was like the motherfucking club when you pull up. You gonna be there an hour. You better be there with somebody you know and you better not have no beef with nobody. Cause you're gonna be out in that motherfucking Prince's parking lot like it's the motherfucking club. Cause that's what it was. Now Prince is out on motherfucking Noblesville Road because the original Prince is burnt down. You know what I mean? For whatever reason. You know, to me, technically, according to what I've lived through, the white people wanted the property and they
Oh,
proceeding with their
hold
condos and their motherfucking Airbnbs
all
and
right,
taking over all the land.
hold on, we'll let you get there. So my dad went to school in Nashville,
What's
and
his
so
name?
TSU, Fisk, Vanderbilt, Belmont, which one?
he went to TSU,
All
It's
right.
on South 18th Street, by the way. Go ahead.
South 18th. Yeah. So
No,
the big
South 18th is totally different from 18th Avenue South. Please be clear. Like
okay,
we
well,
do have a South 18th too, and
It's
18th Avenue
okay.
South.
You're right. You're right. It's on 18th Avenue South.
18th
Okay,
Avenue. So
that is close to
like
Vanderbilt. Go
19th.
ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so my dad went to TSU. I have a lot of ties to Nashville. Nashville is actually a rich city, you know, a lot of
Yep.
money.
Yeah,
Old money.
yeah.
Old, old money.
You don't know. I was just telling my son the story yesterday of how Nashville and Memphis are the only blue cities in Nashville, right? We're the only blue counties. Now imagine my surprise not being well traveled as a young adult when I ventured out beyond Nashville city limits, Davidson County, and I got to Rutherford County and Sumner County and every other county in Tennessee is fucking red. My dumb ass living in Nashville and only communicating with my community is thinking that all of Tennessee is Democrat and blue and yeah and yeah. No, baby. No, baby. I went up to my brother's house who had moved. He went to MTSU. So he moved to Murfreesboro. So every city outside of Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee is red. We are the only two blue counties. And let me tell you, Tennessee got about 200 some counties. Like, nigga, we got oh, my bad, y'all. We got a
Especially in
ridiculous
hey,
amount of counties. Like it's unreal for such a small state in landmass. If y'all follow me, if anybody can pull up the map of Tennessee, Democrat versus Republican, or however you say it, whatever the key words is. I'm not an expert, but yeah, yeah. And this is before I had cell phones or any of that.
niggerish.
Stop it. This is just regular riding through my state,
Ku Klux
finding out
Klan.
finding out that that Nashville, Davidson County, and Memphis are the only two blue cities. So according to what I know, everybody blue. But then I
Hey,
got that rude awakening just by traveling.
hold on for a second. So the reason why I asked you about chicken was because my dad told me a story, and I've been going on a journey. Someone, I'm gonna have to put someone on mute. It's probably Lily.
Yeah, I'm the only one making.
I mean, you have a beeping in the background. So my dad told me a story years ago, and I couldn't believe it. And I had to go Google it. It was about Nashville. I said my dad went to school in Nashville. He went to Tennessee State, and so she mentioned Prince's Hot Chicken, and my dad mentioned Prince's Hot Chicken in the story that he was telling me. And so my dad is one of those guys that grew up in the civil rights era, blah blah blah. But he's conflicted. On one hand, he saw the benefits of segregation. But on the other hand, the Democrats had sold him a shit pile of propaganda. And he had to go along with one or the other. There was no fence sitting. So it was the bird in the hand that he saw and knew versus the propaganda that he had been told. But he told me a story about Princess Fried Chicken, the fried chicken place that Lily just mentioned. Did everyone mention her? Hear her mention Princess Fried Chicken? Right? And so my dad told me a story about Princess Fried Chicken and about segregation. And many of the blacks that talk about segregation, they only talk about the downsides. But I grew up in a small town where many of the blacks became millionaires by virtue of segregation. They were able to do what they did very well, and they were able to appeal to whites and blacks. They had the best of both worlds, in a sense, in that the whites would, patronize their restaurants, and the blacks really had no other choices, so they would too. So I'm going to show you an article that when my dad told me the story about Princess Fried Chicken, I Googled it. I said, I'd be damned. So let me show you this article. Let me know if you're able to see the screen. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to have to find that quote again. I guess it's down here. Can you see this? Can everyone see this? This is Princess Fried Chicken that Lily is speaking of. Can everyone see that?
Hold on, I'm coming back to my desk.
I'll leave it up on the screen.
That's crazy because you didn't tell me about that before I said it.
Hold on. You
didn't tell me about.
You got a lot of background noise, Lily. But my dad told me about this. I didn't even believe this shit. But listen to this. This is a black-owned restaurant, probably back in the 70s, maybe. My dad probably was in school in the 70s. The princes are black people. And they needed a place to seat their white celebrity clientele without alienating the black customers. So they had a product. They had some real fire-ass fried chicken. They had some dope they selling that the white people wanted to come. And apparently they felt like they couldn't get anywhere else better. The princes needed a place to seat their white celebrity clientele without alienating their black customers. They constructed an ingenious compromise. They built a separate room for their white guests, but it was at the back of the building.
It's true.
Whites walked through the main building room and the kitchen to reach it. Boy, them boys had some dope-ass fried chicken.
Yes, sir, they still do.
They had some dope-ass fried chicken.
Am I reading that they made white people walk through the kitchen to get to the back of the room?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
That is awesome.
There's so many niggas out there. It's so many niggas out there. I'm telling y'all, asshole the motherfucker every wall. So many niggas out there that didn't feel comfortable.
How many people in the chat knew that happened during segregation? Put a yes if you knew it, put a no if you didn't. I'm just curious.
Nobody.
You know that's some good chicken right there, though, for real.
Natural hot chicken.
Because a Southern boy is willing to sit in the back.
Hey, hold on. Lily, do you know where that princess was? That shit was in the ghetto, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on U and Lane. I'm trying to tell you, it was like the club, yo. I'm telling you,
like the club.
I'm telling you, it's like the parking lot. Because you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait an hour or more on your chicken, and you know that. So somebody out there playing music, bitches is naked, walking around like freaknik, like for real. It's a thing. Like that's why the white people had to go to the back.
What year is that article from?
Again, this was back when my dad was in college, so this was probably. Let me see. I'll show it to you. Let me see.
70s. Sound like the 70s.
Sound like when my daddy went.
Yeah.
Well, this was written in. Let me see. I can't tell. Let me share it with you so you don't think I'm lying to you.
It's there somewhere.
Yo, what's up, Gambetti?
It was written probably recently, but it was about back in the day. The bitter
Well, now, so they made a place for the white people called Hattie B's, right?
Yeah, Hattie B's. I've been to Hattie B's before. Yeah.
So every Hattie B's in Nashville is wrapped around a building with just white people.
Yeah, but my
No,
bigger
no
point,
lie.
my bigger point that I wanted to show you. I've been on a long journey. Like, think about the segregation, integration. The fight for integration just never made sense. And a lot of people that fought for it, they would have stories like this where there was integration when you had some dope to sell, something really good to sell. Integration.
Hey, race disappears when it comes to that dope.
That's what I'm talking about. And so, I think.
Hey, John, has segregation really disappeared though?
It's self-imposed now.
What it is
yeah,
is
it's
it
like
just
now. I mean,
changed
we got
names.
colleges. Most major colleges have race segregated graduations.
It just
That's
changed
new, though,
names.
right?
Big and major companies. Huh?
You'd say that's new, as in like this century, though, right? Like they kind of went co-ed for a while, right?
Well, okay. Well, let's look at it though. I mean, let's look at the big picture, the macro picture. Okay, well, you guys from 65, let's just say, well, Brown versus Board was, probably Brown Board was what, 56 or something like that? So let's just say mid 50s to 2024, where you had affirmative action and, racial preferences, for certain races. That's pretty new, and now it bounced back. It's kind of it's kind of the same thing.
You mean what they have to write down?
But every time, everything from before 65 was all the other way. So I mean, it's just because we're familiar with it's that recency bias, where we think what's recent is how it's always been.
And
Most people think it was a long time ago.
Hold on. Cube has been quiet. Let me get Cube in here. What do you got, Cube? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I ain't got nothing for y'all. Carry on.
Hey, Cube. What do you think about that fried chicken restaurant back in the 60s, 70s?
It must have been some bomb chicken.
So I was.
Hey, I cannot eat hot stuff, y'all. So I cannot eat Princess chicken at all. Not even the mild, not even the light. The lightest hot chicken I cannot eat. But they do.
Why, you don't like
chicken
spicy?
that's not hot. Man, my tongue is a pussy. The rest of me ain't. My taste buds is like, fuck no. We can't taste nothing because our mouth on fire. Like, how can you taste anything with fire in your mouth? How the fuck? I don't understand that shit. If
That's
my
too
mouth
bad.
is on fire, I can't taste nothing. How is it good? How is fire in your mouth good? That's like drinking a cold drink. How is something that burn your throat?
Because
With
it
bubbles and
releases endorphins and it increases blood supply and
Yeah, but that's still like
makes your mouth
mind.
water.
Yeah, it's like mind shit though.
Hey, I want to cover one more topic. Have you guys heard of Tan the God?
Spell it?
Like tan, like get a tan, the God.
No. Is that like a new rap name or something? Like
Yeah, it sounds
Charmaine
like a
the God?
rapper or something. Yeah.
Charlamagne the guy is a pussy, man. He a gay ass motherfucking whore.
Anyone in the
He a
chat
bitch
heard of
ass nigga. He's nothing. Like, dude wear makeup and shit, eyeliner and shit.
anyone in
Fucking
the
gay.
chat heard of anyone in the chat heard of Tan the God?
Pull him up. Pull him up.
I like Witchy Bishy. Is that one of your streamers, Denizen?
Witchy Bishy is from my chat.
He figuring us out. Then he figuring us out.
Man, I wish you would come. Let me put the link in the chat one more time. I wish she would come. She seems so base. She's my kind of chatter. I wish you're my kind of panelist. Wish you bitch. I wish you would come up here because we probably have some real good conversation if you come up here. Is she in the chat? Is she saying anything? Black people had no financial. It's been already. That is true. Wishy bitch,
To whites.
What should bitch blacks shouldn't even compare themselves to whites. I've long been saying that long time ago. That I think they should really lower their maybe after I serve dinner. Give me a time frame because it's 9:20 right now.
She's
And
doing it right now, essentially.
what she said? Someone has to eat first. Like, this
Mister, the Mister has to eat.
a trad woman. She's a trad woman. You know what a trad is, like Dennis. You guys know what a trad is.
I do.
Sir, that man
is that like why that the girl? Remember that John? Remember that girl that said the N word? Remember what was her name, Lily or something? Remember that whole thing?
Oh,
remember she was all she's a trad, dude. She's not a trad. She's a thought, dude. Like that's what I'm saying. The whole it's trying to be trad is like the in thing now because guys have gotten tired of all the thought shit.
What is trad?
Oh no,
yo, Kamichka.
Hey, what she says she's cooking right now? Like, what should you eat before you can get up on this panel here? Because
That's probably about an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. What are you cooking? Like,
Depending on how long she's been cooking already.
She's got to finish cooking. She has to serve him, and then she has to clean up the kitchen.
You got to do all that. No microwave meals.
Cut it out.
I'm just telling you how it is because I know her routine.
Look at
That's awesome.
You know you're a subscriber.
Some women just know what to do, right?
I mean, she sounds like a nice lady, but I'm just saying, the trad. I have to be. I'm very suspect of that. It's been so diluted with fucking whores.
What's trad? Oh, the traditional woman. Okay, I got it. Sorry.
What's the difference between the trad and the sub? She said she's a sub.
Yeah, that means.
She's just a subordinate. She just does what she's told, but she's not like traditional. She's not like she's not going to church. She's not gonna like dress all like conservative. She's just gonna do what she's told.
As long as you do.
Yeah, and she dresses modestly.
As long as you do what you told, with you bitch, that is the key to success in a relationship.
By her husband, though, not just by anybody. Just to make that clear.
She doesn't wear makeup or like
it's not
draw any attention to herself with her wardrobe.
Someone said it's not normal for people to cook dinner. The King StreamYards merges the two chats. Sub 3 Transformers. Beware boys.
Kamichka.
What else we have here? What else? Should we wait on? I really want to hear from Wishy Bishy.
She'll come up. It's just her man's hours shifted. He either leaves or comes home much later at night now, so she's cooking much later than usual.
Someone says, so what? She's Islam? Is she Islam?
No, she's a
Why
witch.
You gotta be Islam to do right by your man, though.
Yeah, I mean, someone asked this. So
she's an actual witch.
And she's a pagan Satanist.
Well, without that part,
Satanist.
right by her man.
John,
yeah, she's a pagan Satanist. Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. Everyone can choose what they want to do. Let me tell you about Tan the God. How about that?
Okay, why you didn't ever tell us the story about that your daddy told you about Princess Chicken? What was the story?
Well, I told you.
He didn't. About the people going in the back. Okay, I was just wondering if he ever tasted it. I think that's my question.
Yeah, he went to school in Nashville during that time, and so he was telling me that it was segregated, and there was a restaurant owned by blacks, the Prince's. They made the whites go through the back.
I'm wondering, what like kind of difference there is between Lili's oldest memory of this place and the time period that John is referencing.
When in my time period, the white people started to just come in regular, like the front door, but that didn't happen until like the late 90s. Like it was. Yeah, it was like right. When they realized we don't give a fuck, come get some of this chicken. Like, come on, we're not gonna hurt you, we're not gonna bite you. But the narrative was that we was violent and that we would attack people and they couldn't walk past us, without being threatened. But that
All
was
right,
their own.
hold on. Can I ask a question? I want to
Yeah, go ahead.
clarify. Were the white people were they required to go through the back, or did they on their own
No,
volition
no,
choose to go
it
through the
was
back?
it was for their safety of patronage. Like for
So
your
so
safety,
they so
I would
they
make a lane for
individually
you.
chose to go in the back. Is that clear? Is that
Basically,
right?
basically, yeah.
No, hold on. From my dad's explanation and kind of from this article, let me share it with you again. Let me see if I can find the quote.
Yeah, let's see if it says why they went in the back in the article.
Are you guys able to see it? Oh, no, you can't. Let me share it with you.
Without alienating their black customers.
Look, so they constructed an ingenious compromise. They built a separate room. They built it. That's the operative word here. For their white guests. But it was in the back of the building. Whites walked through the main dining room and the kitchen. Had to even go through the kitchen to reach it.
How does that not alienate your black clientele, though?
Because all the black people inside the restaurant get to see the white people march the back.
One at a time. What you say?
If they're walking through the main dining room, that means they're seeing
It's like
all
the
of that.
it's like the perp walk or the walk of shame.
One at a time. What'd you say, Cube?
No, so if they're walking through the main dining room, that means they're seeing all the black people. Sounds like it's like, that's the smoking section. So you got to walk through the kitchen to go to the smoking section where you're comfortable so you can smoke. I'm just using that as a metaphor, but it doesn't sound like
that's a good one.
Do you think would you want to walk through, and let me ask you a question, Q. Would you want to walk through a kitchen where they're frying chicken to sit down and eat? Or would you rather sit in the front dining room?
They did not sit and eat, according to my knowledge. They got their stuff and went out the back door back to their cars.
They walk through it. So it's like, it's a speakeasy, but you're going to the area that you're comfortable. I mean, I don't see.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding because I don't think there was a separate dining area.
That's fine, man. I'll walk to the back. I don't mind.
Pickup area.
No, it seems like they just had a separate area where it was just like apart in the back,
White zone. Hey, hold on. Do you think blacks would be okay being forced to walk through the front of the dining room, through the kitchen, into a back room? You think blacks would be okay with that today, tomorrow?
Well, hold on. Let's put some context here.
Yeah.
Right. You said that they had to build it. Hold on. Don't cut me off. You said they had to build it. Presumably, that was a new section of the restaurant. It might have been nicer back there. So
might have been nice.
I'm just, it might have been nice and new back there. Hey,
you mean if they're going to go to the effort of building the whole part? Yeah, they probably built it because they want to attract people.
Let me tell y'all something. Prince's Chicken it was a teeny tiny place. It's like it had room for a pathway or like a corridor for the white people to walk through and go to the back and pick up their chicken. But having a whole dining room back there, I don't really see it. So we'll have to look into that further. George is saying yes. I'm saying
it was whites only, like they did us. It was whites only. Blacks wouldn't have been cool with that right during that time.
But they doing the perp walk through the restaurant in front of all the black people.
Okay.
Like not only through the restaurant, but through the parking lot, because the parking lot is jam packed with black people. Like that's what it is. It's like I'm thinking they making them more comfortable by making a corridor for them to walk through to go back there and pick up their chicken and fucking leave. They not hanging out with all them niggas in the front.
They ate.
Like, come on, man, think about
The
it.
only people that really came, like they said, like he said,
They did not sit down and eat, man.
and
That's
like
not.
he said at first,
You
starved.
remember how
They
little
starved.
Princess is, right?
Normal
The original
white
Princess
people in
chicken,
Nashville,
fucking teeny.
normal white people in Nashville back in the 70s when I grew up, they were not going. That's why places like Bobby's down here on the corners was made.
And Hattie B's.
Hattie B's wasn't made back then. In
but
the
it
70s.
is now, just for them.
Okay,
Like
that's
what they do.
tourist shit. That's tourist shit. Of course.
All the white people go to the Hattie B's.
Okay, of course that's tourist.
Because ain't no more Princess
Like
chicken.
all
Like,
the tourists
they gotta go to
cowboy
Rosemary Road.
boots, and niggas really don't wear no damn cowboy boots.
Anyway, all right.
What was George saying?
Okay, he's saying that the tourists wear cowboy hats and cowboy boots, and that's how we be knowing they tourists, because niggas in Nashville do not wear fucking cowboy boots, cowboy hats.
Even the
But
white
currently, ironically, it is the trend. So I got a couple of motherfucking cowboy hats, and I'm motherfucking dazzling in them.
Oh yeah. Nash is kind of, but the boots.
It's trending. I'm telling you,
Listen to this.
it's
These
hot.
White people down here wearing cowboy boots in 90-degree heat,
Right?
and humidity.
They don't know, like, it's
sweating
really
like a motherfucker.
like
Your feet soaking wet.
If you live in the country, like if you live not even 30 minutes from me in these little towns, like you need cowboy boots because like
you farming,
you got land and shit. You got to go in town to go to work, yeah. But when you get home, you know what I'm saying? Them motherfucking boots is what the fuck you be wearing. So a lot of people come to work in that cowboy boots and take them off, but that's utility. That's not style or fashion. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, what else should we talk about before we get out of here? Let me check the chat.
So hey, John Galt, can I ask you a clarifying question? So,
sure, what's up?
Were you trying to allude to that was segregation and the blacks were had something the whites wanted to, and they were racist towards the whites in the back and segregating them?
Let me rephrase it, if that's fair. I think when you got, let me close a couple of tabs just to make sure I'm not flickering here. I think when you have some good dope to sell, and dope is like abstract, right? It could be anything. That shit crosses borders. It crosses boundaries, all boundaries. Just imagine you had some good ass cocaine right now.
Or music.
Or whatever. But let's just say the pure shit, cocaine. You think anybody gonna be like, hey, he black? I don't want his cocaine. Hell no.
You're right.
Black and you need the white people get on their knees for the cocaine. They do it. If that shit was good. I can make them down the back of my house and let the blacks come in the front. It wouldn't matter. When your dope is good, man, when the dope is good, that shit sell itself. Which you have to go to Chrome, I guess. And so I think the Princess guy had some good dope. That chicken was some good dope.
Yes.
I'm a witness to it. I'm telling you, now they're on DoorDash and Uber Eats. Can you imagine coming from where they came from as one of the few black-owned businesses in Nashville that's very successful and crosses
and went international.
Right. It goes like everything that says Nashville hot chicken derives from Princess hot chicken.
They got pictures of the Beatles, Elvis, all of them.
Everybody came to Princess hot chicken.
All kind of pictures.
All right, let me ask a question now.
Yeah, let him ask a question. Go ahead.
If I came to Nashville today, could I get that same chicken? And would I have to walk to the back of the store?
No, you go in the front door and you'll be welcome. It's been like that for a long time. Yeah. What I was reiterating was
you got to go to the original store.
But can I get that same chicken though?
The original store.
Stop. It was the fear and the uncomfortability of walking through and being served on the same level when before it was all black. So now it's like the black customers like, well, damn, y'all just let anybody in here at the time, you know.
And it's still the best chicken in the country, essentially.
Yeah, and really and truly we never cared. If y'all we like, come on in, baby.
It
You
had
want
to
some
be
chicken? That's a thing. We don't really care. But the fear and movies like, what was that damn movie they made?
Harlem Nights.
No, before that,
Harlem
man.
Nights
The one that
is
scared all
true.
the white people that think that we was gonna fucking kill them in their sleep and
Harlem
retaliate.
Nights is true.
No, that old ass movie, man.
I'm talking about the how if anybody want to understand the South, still in the '70s when my mom grandmama and them moved in an all white neighborhood, it was a couple of two families. Man, we stuck together. We had to fight all the people in the neighborhood that was our age and the older. Man, it was crazy.
They made us go to white schools. Like the segregation thing was forced when really all they had to do was just equally distribute the resources. The black schools didn't have shit, so their bright idea was, oh, we'll just send a few of them to white schools where they'll have some good books instead of just giving the black schools the good books too. It's the same thing with our state university. They're in big trouble because the funds for the state university are way below the motherfucking standard or the order or whatever it's supposed to be, or in any other state university. We're like at the very fucking bottom, and we're one of the most highly rated schools. Like a lot of people, all colors come to Tennessee State University or MTSU. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say this?
All right.
I asked about chicken, y'all. I asked about chicken.
Oh yeah, you'll get the same chicken, Denny. My fault. You get the same chicken.
You gotta go to the original.
We're gonna move on if you don't want to answer this question.
Was she talking about Reefer Madness? Is that what they were talking about?
Yeah, I smoke every day.
You'll get the same chicken, Denny.
John,
through the front door.
To throw out that this concept of having
your volume is low.
Who is that?
How do I fix that, Den? That's bitchy talking.
Hey, let's bring Wishy Bishy up here. She's been in the comments quite a bit.
You got to go into the settings. It should be a gear or something.
All right, let's
I had
bring
to
her up here.
download some stupid app, so I'm not sure.
I think we can hear you pretty well, Wishy Bishy. You may just need to speak up a little bit.
Okay,
Wishy
so what I
Bishy.
wanted to say is that the concept of having a kitchen table in a restaurant became a status symbol, and now currently if you go to like a famous chef's kitchen, you will only find celebrities at what they call the chef's table, which is in the kitchen where they can watch the food prepared.
But Wishy Bishy, I've eaten at chef's kitchen, so I definitely understand what you're coming from. But I don't think that this was a chef's kitchen back in those days.
But that's how the white people saw it. They were giving a privilege of their own space, and so it allowed them to cater to both the celebrities and to the black patrons, their staple customers out front, who were saying, "Ha ha, them assholes got to walk through to get it." And in the whites' mind, they were getting the privilege of going to their own private space.
You know, Wishy Bishy, that's a very interesting way of.
Man, she's got a good one.
Hey, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
That's what I was alluding to. That's what I was.
Hold on. Who is all these? Who are these people talking?
No, you didn't hear me. I said that. I was like, I would like to go to the back. I want to bring it back. I feel better walking through and going to the back.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know, Wishy Bishy said it maybe a little bit nicer or softer tone. She's a woman, and so again, you know, it's interesting, Wishy Bishy. So you don't think it was like degrading to the white people to have to go through the back?
No, they always wanted their own separate space. It's like when you feed into a narcissist's delusion to get your way with them. It was a manipulation of both crowds to the benefit of the restaurant.
So you think?
So in other words, good marketing, right? Good
That
marketing.
might be what they call it ingenious in the article.
Don't make me put you guys in the back. So you think that the black man was smart enough to know that the whites would like to walk through the kitchen?
I think that color is irrelevant to intelligence, and that the majority of people, no matter the color, are sheeples and idiots. And if you get one smart person, no matter the color, they can manipulate them all very easily just by knowing how to approach them and their ego.
Was this like, hey, Bishy, was this like the beginning of the open kitchen concept?
I don't know if it was the beginning of the open kitchen concept because I've not studied this, but this kind of idea of creating these separate spaces is how integration failed to actually work, and all it did was affirm segregation along the lines of the party's consent to being segregated as opposed to the law ordering them to.
Do you believe in integration? Wishy.
Well, I used to believe that I was all kinds of mixed race because my mama fed my head with a lot of stories. She was a not the best parent. We'll just leave it at that. And I recently got my DNA, and I'm like the whitest person I've ever met. Like my DNA didn't even get to the United States until the immigration from Europe during World War II. So I come to find out that I'm not as mixed as I thought I was, but I always thought that mixing of the cultures was the most beautiful thing. It seems the most humane thing. But then I grew up and realized that nature isn't integrated. You do not find tigers and lions mating, and it would undermine each of their own individualness and uniqueness if they did. So I'm not sure how I feel about it. I definitely believe in eugenics, but I'm not sure where I stand on
Wait,
on
you believe in
integration.
eugenics? Wait, you said eugenics?
Well, yeah, I think birth control has its place.
Oh
Unwanted
my
children
goodness.
shouldn't be forced to be born.
He said, "Oh my God."
Hold on, guys.
Lily has been waiting for
Hey,
this discussion
Wishy.
Oh
between us
Lord.
about eugenics.
Hey, Wishy. I want to get your feedback to this, if you don't mind. If you feel uncomfortable giving feedback, just say, "Hey, I don't want to talk about this." That's fine. Okay. You mind? I'm going to show you something, and
You gotta turn her volume up though, John. Can you go into the settings for her?
I'm not sure if I can go into her settings.
If you're the host, you should be able to.
Yeah, you can do it on your end.
Okay, how do I do that? I don't know if I can turn her settings up.
If she unmutes herself, then you can.
Okay.
This is such a beautiful clip, John, you're going to play.
Wait a minute. Has anyone seen this clip before?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, dude. This is like one of my favorite clips ever.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Do me a favor in the chat. If you've seen this clip, I can't seem to raise her mic volume, but Wishy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what you're going to show me.
Have you ever seen this clip?
I believe
Have you ever
I have seen it, but I'd like to watch it again to give you the benefit of,
so you've seen
actually paying attention to it. Well, I mean, who has not listened to Muhammad Ali talk about how integration fucked over?
How many people in the
America?
chat have seen this before? Because I thought I didn't know this many people had seen this. Okay, so I'm showing you something that we probably all seen this. Momo said he's seen this before. Okay, fair enough. All right.
Let's definitely watch it again, though, for sure.
Rewatching it is not a bad thing.
Bluebirds like bluebirds.
When you say integration, it comes on the intermarriage too, right? All been together.
Right, sure.
And I'm sure no intelligent white person watching this show, or no intelligent white man in his or her right white mind, want black boys and black girls marrying their white sons and daughters, and in return introducing their grandchildren as half brown, kinky haired black people.
Rishi, I'm stopping this just for YouTube purposes. Your thoughts so far? You want to comment?
So he addresses both sides of this, and that's why, like, the way where you paused it is kind of intriguing because it kind of pushes on that racial boundary. But if you listen to the entire thing, he goes through and explains that just like no white daddy wants his daughter with a white man. I mean, let's just be honest, it's not a one-sided issue. Integration requires both parties to actually want to participate. And I'm not saying we should make laws stopping people from having interracial marriages, but I definitely don't think we should be encouraging it as a society because it breaks down the cultures. And what we see from that is when you have nothing to stand for, you fall for anything.
Rishi, the part, I'm going to play this And I'm gonna tell you the part that really sunk home with me. I'm like, got me nodding my head. Let's go.
And I'm sure
I wouldn't object to that.
Well, you wouldn't, but a lot of them would.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people.
And
No, this is the point.
What I'm trying to say is this. You don't have it. You say you don't, but you don't have it. You really ain't gonna have it. You on the show, and you got to say that. But
that's not true.
why would you want to do that?
Because
Don't you
I
love
don't
yourself?
think I'm any different from you. You see.
Yeah, we much different.
I mean,
Let's
I
face
think
it, man.
society's
You know-
made us
You know
different.
we're different. And we all together.
But society's made us different.
No, not society. God made us different.
No, we're just human beings. He made all of us.
We all listen. Bluebirds fly with bluebirds. Red birds want to be with red birds. Listen. Tell me when I'm wrong. Pigeons want to be with pigeons.
But
Tell
we
me
have
when I'm wrong.
intelligence.
Well,
We have an
we
intellect
must.
that
Well,
they
we should
don't
have. More, they don't have intelligence, but yet they stay together. We should have more intelligence than them, right? Buzzards are with buzzards. Yeah.
Go ahead. Wishy, give me your
He's
thoughts.
very quick-witted, isn't he?
Yeah, he
Good
was
point.
dope.
Like I said, lions and tigers don't make, even though they're all cats. I mean, like he said, they're all birds, but birds of a feather flock together. And it's not just about skin tone. It's about culture. It's about morals. It's about religion, which people don't like to bring that into it, but it really is. Atheism itself is a religious choice. I mean, we think that everybody has to tolerate and like everybody else, and nobody can offend anybody else is what's bringing our downfall. Like, we cannot accept other ideas as being equally as important to ours, even though they are not equal to them, meaning the same.
A little bit more here.
Buzzards are with buzzards. Bluebirds are with bluebirds. They all are birds, but they got different cultures. The eagles like to hang out in the mountains. The buzzard like to fly around the desert.
Well,
the bluebird like to fly around the trees and the
certain
grass.
problems a buzzard mating with a sparrow, wouldn't there?
What?
There'd be certain.
Right. And that's, we have the problems too.
No,
I don't see no black and white couples in England or America walking around proud holding their children.
That's because.
What do you think about that, Wishy?
He, as much as I find people who are as dogmatic as him in their religion to be off-putting often, he's an eloquent man and he's making a valid point.
What do you think about interracial couples, Wishy?
So I'm a bit of an anarchist, so I think it ain't anybody else's fucking business what two people do. But I do think that when you try to combine two cultures that way, the children suffer. And we see it in that they don't feel like they belong in either community. If you talk to people of mixed race, they'll tell you that black people tell them they ain't black enough, and white people tell them they're too black, and they never fit in.
You think it's like,
and this is decades after integration.
You think like Colin Kaepernick or something like that? You think he suffers from that?
I do. So there's these guys I watch. I don't know if you've heard of them, the Hodge twins.
Yeah, they're interracial, aren't they?
Yes, and they're culturally they're very white. And as much as it pains me to say it, it sucks to see that they don't appreciate their black culture as well. People in their position are forced to choose one or the other culture because the cultures themselves never naturally integrate. You integrate the people and you create these spirits that are divided between the two cultures.
You know, Rishi, I totally agree with you. You know, and we're going to get back to this video in a minute, but I like this back and forth with you because you're a very honest woman. You're a white woman. And oftentimes you can't hear a white woman's opinion, you know, honestly like this. But, you know, I've long thought, I'm very black. You ever see me like on CT's channel or you see me here sometime? I call these niggers. You want me to show you an example of how me calling niggers? Should I show? Bishop, have you ever seen me talk to black people before? You ever heard how I talk to black people before?
John, you talk to other black people how white people talk to like poor whites.
Richie,
like we're disgusted by poor whites, John. Like we hate them.
Richie, you ever heard me talk to poor blacks? Like, have you ever been on my channel before?
I watched some because I'm a denizen of denizen, as we're being called now.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I'm a denizen fangirl, and so I've seen a bit, and my opinion EWT 100%.
Uh-huh.
That there is a difference in the way people of different classes are going to address each other because they don't understand each other. And again, it's a cultural thing. Now, that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it or anything right with it. It's just what is. What we can do interpersonally is take the time to consider how we're addressing everyone in our lives and be willing to change it if it suits our own purposes, not because they were offended.
Bishi, what do you think about this? Can you see this on the screen?
John, I'm dying, dude. I can't.
You see this with you?
I'm not sure I follow it because
I'm in the blue. That's me. In the blue.
John just goes out straight off the gun like me, dude. Doesn't even know mercy, John. I like it. I like that side of you. It's a little. I like that side of you, John. I do.
So you using that word to me is disrespectful to the word. Because
why you say that, Wishy?
And it's not disrespectful to other people because I don't give a fuck about offending people. It's disrespectful to the word because you think you're taking, as a culture, the black people think they're taking back the power over that word, but really they're turning it around in a racist way against white people. I can use it, but your ass can't, kind of thing. It's like
wait, hold on,
but at the same time, I'm okay if somebody else does. Most people aren't like that.
Bishy, blacks use the A. They don't call each other nigger.
Yeah.
They call each other nigga.
Yeah.
John, that's what I said. John just went out the gate, was like, fuck that shit, dude.
So there's a song from the 90s that I really used to enjoy, and it says, I'd rather be your Nigga so we can have fun and have sex.
Yeah, that's Tupac. Yeah.
Right back from the day.
But he couldn't make a song with the ER on the end.
Well,
you couldn't do that, Richie.
The way I see it is the only way that word holds any power for you is if it offends other people for you to use it, because it's one of those words that is only used to be offensive historically. So even using it in the NIGGA context, you're still saying that it has power. You're using that power against someone else the same way it was used against, say, your people. I hate saying that, but you know what I mean, in the past.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Let me get back to some of the video because I want to get the rest of your feedback. I promise you. We don't get many women up here. We definitely don't get white women, so we're gonna take advantage of this to milk this.
John burns the sheets after his renters move out.
You got your own person.
No, John, he bleaches the whole apartment.
That's society's fault. We've got to educate people around it.
Well, life is too short for me to be raised catching hell for something like that. I'd rather go and be my own. I have a beautiful daughter, beautiful wife. They look like me. We're all happy, and I don't have no trouble. I have no trouble. I ain't that much in love with no woman to go through all that hell. Ain't no one woman that good.
Damn.
You understand?
I understand. Yeah, I do understand. I understand. I think it's sad that it
ain't sad because I want my child to look like me. Every intelligent person wants his child to look like him. I'm sad because I want to blot out my race and lose my beautiful identity. Chinese love Chinese. They love the little slanted-eyed, pretty brown-skinned babies. Pakistanis love their culture. Jewish people love their culture. A lot of Catholics don't want to marry number of Catholics. They want the religion to stay the same. Who want to spot up yourself and kill your race? You a hater of your people if you don't want to stay who you are. You shame what God made you. God didn't make no mistake when he made us all like we were.
I think that's a philosophy of despair.
Despair.
I really do.
It ain't no despair.
Number
one, can't no woman. Let me tell you something. I want to tell you.
Yo, here comes my favorite part, Bishi.
Yeah.
This is awesome right here.
Hold it for a second because I don't want you to have to pause during him saying this, and I know you're trying to keep the algorithm safe. So give it a second because he's going to go on for a minute. I don't want you to cut him off because this is the best.
Honestly, I ain't worried about the algorithm, Bishi. This is back and forth conversation. But this is my favorite.
Coming up. Me too.
It's only a problem. It's only a problem when the black people get the DNA twisted up. Everybody else straight with where they at, but when the black people come into it, it's like, oh hell no. Who in the hell left the gate open?
That's not
Bishi,
true.
let me know when you're ready, Bishi.
You don't see a lot of Asians mixing. Lily, way less than black people mix. Asians keep everything out of theirs. And if you're in Asian countries, especially like say
What
Japan,
about the
and
small
you're mixed
halves?
race, it don't
Richard
matter if
Bitchy,
it's
Richard
black or
Bitchy,
white,
Richard
it's still
Bitchy.
garbage.
Listen, baby, most mixed people on this earth, when they claim that they're mixed, are they not mixed with black people? Let me know if I'm wrong.
I have to say yes.
All right, let
Does
me.
that basically mean like everybody wants to mix with black folks? They just don't want to talk about it at the
That's what
7-Eleven.
I'm trying to say. And they want to act like it's a motherfucking problem. But how is it a problem when, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The only DNA being sought out is the black DNA, but now we're gonna act like we don't like it.
But that's not
But y'all
true.
ain't trying to fuck the Asians. Y'all ain't trying to fuck nobody else.
Hold on, Lily. I want Wishy to respond to that. White people seeking out that black man DNA, that black woman DNA.
It out or leaving it out. I think what Lily was trying
Are
to
they
say is that
seeking
it's
it out?
only the black DNA that's being excluded from the mix, is what I think she's saying. But I don't
No,
know.
no. What I'm saying is it's the only one predominantly that's being mixed with other
They're
races.
taking it
It's
over.
black in every goddamn thing. You'll find a black.
All right. So, Bishi, do you think that whites are seeking out black DNA?
None of the whites I know are. I do know a few mixed race couples, but none of the white people I know are seeking out black
Well, do you know
DNA.
any
I've
that's
not
mixed
seen that
race
in
that's
my
not mixed with black
experience.
people? What's mixed race that's not mixed with black people? Let's look into that.
All right. Do you know any mixed race people not mixed with blacks? That's what
Well,
her
how
question.
about the natives in my area who were mixed in with the European Hispanics and Italians and Germans completely against their will?
We
All
talking
right.
about today.
All right.
Today.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you this question, Bishi. What do you think about the interracial couples that you know? I'm assuming they're all black men, white women. Is that right?
Are you talking to me
Most
or
of the interracial
with
couples
Bishi?
I know are Native American and white, and it's typically a white man with a Native American woman.
Oh, okay. What would you think about
John,
a
can I
white?
have a little input on this, please? Since I'm a white guy, might have a little input in here.
All right, I want you to. You can follow up on this. What do you think about a white woman, black man? When you see that, what's your instinctual reaction?
I mean,
Make it quick.
honestly, it pisses me off because to me, I again, this is me being
Make it
biased.
quick
Okay?
and period. Make it quick. 30 seconds.
Good God. Okay. It's just experience because when I was in high school, I used to hear all the black dudes on the teams just be like, yeah, I hit that white pussy and stuff like that, you know, like that white bitch. So, you know, like it was more like that's just my memory. So it pisses me off. But usually they're actually pretty cool together. I don't like, again, that could be just my experience because of where I live. But if I see them, you know, usually it's pretty like the guy is pretty like set together. Like my neighbor, I said, he's not married to a white woman, but he's an ex-Marine, dude. He keeps his shit together. So
All right. What do you think? All right.
If I see a white woman with a black man, I think she's got daddy issues.
Dennison, what do you think?
About what specifically?
When you see were you the guy on Chaotic Truth when I think Chaotic may have asked you if was it you or a Bumpkin? Wait, maybe it was Bumpkin.
All white people look alike.
I always get you guys mixed up. But if you saw when you see a black man with a white woman, particularly an attractive white woman, what do you think? Your first instinctive thoughts.
I mean, I don't know if I can articulate what I think. It's an attractive white woman with a black boyfriend.
Yeah, when you see him walking down the street or something, what do you think?
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, John, it's very rare. I know we think.
All right.
It is not very rare.
Hold
Okay,
it. Don't
Dan.
make me, don't make me mute you. When you see the NBA draft, don't make me pull it up. I don't need to pull it up, do I?
They have white girlfriends, really?
It's like 50.
I don't follow sports.
John, it's 50-50.
Shit.
It's 50-50, John. It's 50-50.
What are you really
I'll tell you
asking
what
me,
I-
John?
John, I'll tell you
John, what are you really asking me?
I'll tell you what I think, John. I'll tell you what I think when I see
I thought
them.
you already did.
No, not the NBA ones. The NBA ones are just whores that will sleep with anybody that have a ton of money. They'll dump those dudes the minute they don't make 15 a year.
Kardashians.
Like John, they're not like they're not like white people don't go look at those women and go, oh, I'm pissed that because we know those ones are trash already. We don't want them. Take them. It's fine. Like what we get pissed more at is when it's usually actually if you notice it's white dudes with Asian women. It's not that many white girls that get with black dudes, or if they do, it's like a one-night hookup.
You is delusional, bro. That is not true. The most interracial couples are black and white.
Look at the numbers.
The most interracial couples are black and white.
We hear the numbers is lying.
Man.
Fucking hell.
No, there's some census. It's not.
Well, I think we live in two different places, though. That's the thing. So, like,
I used to live in Southern California.
The most mixed races in the world are mixed with black people. That is what I'm.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
You guys all might be correct.
First, let's confirm that. Let's confirm that.
Don't make me mute you guys, please. Don't make me do that. I want to go around the panel.
Can I just get in here?
Let me give you the context to this picture, and then I'll bring you up next. How about that? Is that okay? Cube, is that you?
Yeah,
right?
sure. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is a poster that I saw in a restaurant called Della J's in Alexandria, Virginia. And you can see the Negro here is what is he doing? What is he doing? Protesting to marry white women. Is that correct? Is that right?
That's what it looks like.
And so I ain't bullshitting with you. This is the restaurant. You niggas see it. All you niggas ain't niggas in it, but you people all see it. That's correct. This is the place, right?
Looks nice.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Right. And so let me get back to that photo right here. And I want to get to. I'm gonna guess I get to Cubed, and then I'm gonna get to Renz Cubed, and then I get who did I say? Bishy? Not Denizen, but Bishy. And then I want to hit Denizen, and I want to know what you guys think. Damn, let me put that picture back up. I'm so sorry. So, Cube, give me your thought about this photo. This is a nigger. I'm sorry. What would you like me to call it? A black? What should I call this?
John, are you drunk?
Hey, bro, have some balls.
Gary, what's up?
What can I call it? What would you like me to call
John,
this?
do whatever comes naturally to you. It's your show. Do what comes naturally to you.
So listen,
Bro.
who boy John's in the tank?
Listen, can I just make a quick point?
Listen, hold it. Let me get back.
John's drunk as hell.
I come on here honestly. I probably have done maybe. I can't tell you how many videos and hours I've streamed. I ain't asked for $1. Have I? Anybody over here heard me ask for? Have I ever had my Cash App streaming along the bound? Anything?
No, I mean, let's be honest though, John. You've got a bunch of buildings of blacks over there working for you.
Let me mute it, right? It don't even matter. Like nobody has enough money. Nobody.
Snitches get stitches, bro. Snitches get stitches. He's telling on you.
No one. There's no one I know. Donald Trump. People say he out here grifting, and he got way more money than me. But there's some things you do. Maybe it's for the love of you. You have a passion for things. You like having conversation with people.
Hey, what was that about your Cash App?
My point was, like, I come on here and I do it. Listen, I pay for the stream yard and all the other shit. I pay for
Lily, mute yourself.
God damn. And I don't
What
ask
the
anything
fuck?
because and I put a lot of hours into this and shit. The microphone I'm talking to, I had to pay for that out of my own money. So some things you do it out of passion. You're interested in doing something. You say, well, fuck it, I'll try it, right? Let me see how it works out. And so when money doesn't drive you, then you can pursue your passions a lot more freely. So what was I showing you? Oh, so who was the niggas I said I wanted to get a comment on
You
this?
said Q first. Q first, John. Q.
Oh yeah. Come on, Q.
Yeah. So earlier when everyone was going crazy, everyone was talking to each other. I just want to make a quick and common sense comment. If you guys are saying you guys don't see it, maybe it's because of the location that you're at. If you go to
That's
any
what I was
major
trying to say.
city,
Yeah.
if you go to any city, I will say the largest city in your state, you are going to see many, many interracial couples. Like, this is not my opinion. Just try it out, right? Go to your nearest city and figure that out. Now this stupid sign that's black and white that I can't even barely make out. I don't even know it's a man holding a baby. I don't even know what the hell you showing. It says marriage club, freedom now.
You had to open
Right?
up another
So
this nigga.
so what's he trying to say? Marriage club, freedom now.
Well, you see what he
Who's
said.
he trying to marry?
He wants to.
So who's that? A white man or
White women?
On these nigga. You see what I'm saying? Like,
so what do they got? What do they got? Interracial children? Hold on. I'm just trying to ask about the picture. I can't see the picture. If I can't see it, I know other panelists can't see.
I can see the picture fine. He's got
No,
two mixed
other
babies.
panelists can't see that shit.
Hey, John, can I bring up a number here that might be interesting?
What? Who got a question?
John, can I bring up a question? Can I bring up a couple of numbers that might be interesting here that might bring a little number? Okay, well, blacks and whites are actually among the lowest of interracial numbers. It's white Hispanic, then it's white Asian, and then it's white black.
All right. Fair enough. But we want to get into why this nigga out here. Hey, we want to get into why these niggas out here protesting.
Hold on, John. Are you pro? You know what? Screw it.
What you got to ask me, Gary?
John, I cannot see the picture. Can you describe what's in the picture? I can't see the
This
picture.
nigga here can't act like he can't see shit. Right? Is that what we talking about here?
Oh, okay. You know what? If someone else in the panel get cracked, can you make out the picture? Can you make out the picture? What do you see the picture? Listen, John, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Crack. Can you explain what's in the picture to me?
Can't see.
John, just do me a favor.
He already explained it.
John, we're seeing like the visual.
He explained it, but he put a question mark at the end.
John, we're seeing the visual fire alarm.
You deal with these damn liberals, man. When you deal with these damn liberals, they have to act.
Can we hear from the panel? Can anyone else get a word in here?
Yeah, John, I'd like to say that you just witnessed, John, you just witnessed the visual fire alarm chirp. He can't see it, like they can't hear it.
Oh my god.
That was wrong,
But
dude.
you guys can't describe what is in the picture. Let's say I'm colorblind.
Dude, you described it. Quit being disingenuous. You're making an ass out of yourself, and you're not usually an ass, so quit it.
Nah, listen. With the children, I can't even see the children. This is like the ending of Inception.
This was him just a minute ago. What is it? A black guy? What does it say? Interracial marriage club on it? What does that mean? Who does he want to marry? Oh, he's got mixed children in the picture? That was you. You literally described every fucking thing in the picture, bro.
I'm asking to confirm.
Yes, the answer is yes to all the things that you described. That is exactly what's in the picture.
Why can't you guys just say that? So why can't y'all just say that? You're sitting here giggling.
Disingenuous motherfucker. I tried to help him. I tried.
No, I just asked simple questions.
We're gonna mute this nigga for 1 minute. Look at that mystery meat nigga. He out here marching. Yeah, I guess this is dead.
John,
you see a black man promoting interracial marriage.
Who is this talking? Who is this?
Like white women better because they are more submissive.
Who is that?
John, I'm trying.
That was Richie.
Okay, so nobody asked me. Nobody asked me what I think when I see a black
Okay,
man and a white woman. Cause you know my son is a black man and he got 3 white baby mamas.
Damn.
And what I had told him was, what my mama and them told us is, if they can't use your comb, don't bring them home. And I told my sons,
Wow.
please don't bring no white babies home. You know why? Not because
What?
I'm racist, but because they're racist. Because they're gonna make it hard for me to be a good grand to my
What?
mixed grandchildren.
What?
Because
What?
when they get mad at my son, now we can't see the baby. Now we got to go to court. You know what I'm saying? All the shit white girls do when they get mad.
You don't think sister
They
do
they
that shit? You don't think sister do that shit?
Convenience to my ex to seeing his
Wait a
daughter
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
and his
We done
family.
got way off. Somebody got to get on me real quick. Wishy Bishy, I got to get back to you. God damn it. Who the fuck is off me? Let me drop the link in the chat. Wishy Bishy, I want to get back to you. You know, Wishy, you know, did you ever watch Rush Limbaugh? Listen to Rush Limbaugh when you were growing up?
Yes.
He was the greatest, wasn't he? Ditto head. Did you like Rush?
Found him to be a shock jock and just like all the other evangelists of the world looking to fill his pocket.
But he was good on the radio. You would have to say that though. Some people
really good at it. Yeah, he got a lot of attention. Him and
he
Howard
was hell
Stern
on the
were
radio,
good
man.
at
I
it.
used to love Rush Limbaugh, man. Like, agree, disagree. I would want him to go a whole lot further than he would go, but he was entertaining for 3 whole hours for 25 years or so. Yeah. But anyway, let me get back to this video, this Muhammad Ali recent, because I know we've been way off the topic here. So let me get back so you can gather your thoughts here, and I want to let you finish.
I got something good for the topic, John. I got a good stat. Oh, okay,
right.
okay. But just come back because I want you to look up.
We'll
sorry.
put in the chat. So we want to move through things, progress through things very fast.
Well, it's the interracial thing, but I was
not
just
even a black woman in Muslim countries can please me and cook for me and socialize and talk to me like my American black woman. No woman, at last, is a white woman, can really identify with me and my feelings and the way I act and the way I talk. And you can't take no Chinese man and give him no Puerto Rican woman and holler about we're in love and you emotionally in love and physically, but really they're not happy because she's gonna hear some Puerto Rican music, he's gonna hear some Chinese music, and they're gonna be clashing all the time.
Rishi, what do you think about it?
Is what's happening to Lily today as an example. As a white woman on the panel, you keep giving deference to my opinion and what I have to say because you're not familiar with it as much as you think you are with a black woman's opinion or a black man's opinion.
Yeah,
so
I don't know anything
you're trying
about
to give
white
me time, and
Mhm.
Lily's feeling like, well, I'm a woman here too, but she's a black woman. And in my mind, what Muhammad is saying and what the picture you put up are saying, and this is something I see constantly, is that typically speaking, white women are more submissive, Asians even more so. And that's why you will see all men of all races leaning more towards white and Asian women for mates. Now, when it comes to women, what we're looking for in men is masculinity. And unfortunately, in today's society, black men exhibit more masculinity than white men. So you will see white women with black men, but you will not see as many white men with black women because they cannot handle them. And you can argue that if you want, Lily, but that's how I see it.
Wait a minute, Lily had a comment.
I've been with black women and they've never been to be handled. They've all been pretty.
Hold on.
Sorry.
We very rarely have women on the panel.
No, I just like talking to them. That's what I'm saying. I was just talking to them. I want to interact with them, John. I'm trying to be welcoming and nice.
So, incorporate your question into this comment on the screen, and let's let Imperious you answer your question, and then I want Bishi to respond to all this. Go ahead.
Well, no, if you wanted to respond first, that's fine. I can wait for my question until after. That's what you want to do.
Respond to this right here.
I think that Lily thinks white women have money, and that's funny because I don't own shit. I think that when you see black men with white women, it's a status thing, almost like a boom, I got what's yours thing. Whereas when you see, um, uh, and then there's the fact that they're submissive, they're obedient. Black women are very independent, strong, and this is an image, and so we're generalizing here, and I know there's going to be exceptions to this. I'm not trying to say everybody is the same of anything, but in a generalization, black women are more strong-willed and less submissive than white women.
No, I think Cam said it better. They're more combative. Oh, you're gonna put me on the spot, John?
No, I didn't do that.
I was going to say,
Go ahead.
I agree
Go
with
ahead,
Cam on this one because black women can be submissive, at least where I'm from. But a lot of black women are genuinely they just really like to fight, but not like physically, but verbally. A lot of black women really like to get in the situations to where they want to beat, where they want to argue, or they want you to start something that excuse me, or they want you to start something that would
White women do that too, you know.
Yeah, white women do it too. It's just less frequent. Like for every one white woman argument, there's at least 5 black women arguments.
You know, I think that last part of Muhammad's speech, the one where he's talking about the Puerto Rican woman, I think that's the truest part that he spoke. I can come home to some of these black ass women that I date, you know, that I've dated. I can talk however the hell I want to talk. Man, I hate these niggas. These niggas crazy. Can you believe what this nigga did? And they might not like the way I said.
Can't do that with a white woman, John.
I mean, it would be very difficult. If she couldn't come home and say it to me, it would be kind of odd, right? If she came home and said the same shit to me. But
that's facts, though. Black women do hit hard.
Like physically, potentially, but verbally, I would disagree.
I was gonna say,
white women are more subversive, dude. It's a different kind of verbal.
Yeah,
black
they will destroy your soul
black
if you're
women
not
are
careful.
more like black women are more like fuck you, I'll fuck you up. But again, I've dated like a handful of black women in my life, and they've actually been some of the more submissive ones. And I've noticed this too. With white dudes, black women are submissive. No, they're American blacks. I've only dated one foreign black woman.
Foreign, that makes too much sense. But
no. I've only dated one foreign black girl.
Hey, can someone answer that in the chat for real? I don't even think I need to answer that question. Someone to answer.
Heck no, John date only sisters.
John can't get no black. No, John can't get a white woman. Look, he's renting all these black dudes all around her.
Fucking black. I mean, do I need to play that Muhammad Ali again?
Yeah, look at him. Look at the sign on his wall. Look at the sign on his wall.
Black that's I don't even run from it though, because you know it don't make sense for me to run from it. As I keep saying, like I think the thing I would probably want to convey most in my
Chinese music, and they're gonna be clashing all the time. It's just nature. You can do what you want, but it's nature to want to be with your own. I want to be with my own. I love my people. That's all. I don't hate nobody.
Wait, so unironically, John, you've never been with a white woman?
John's never been. I don't think John's ever
been. Listen, I done told you, man. Listen, I told you, man.
We just met, John. I didn't know.
No,
I never even much as hugged a white woman. I don't have anything against white women. I think they're pretty.
I would have to say, I would have thought.
I read this book right here. You ever heard this book?
You'd have a number of white women, I would have thought.
We keep telling him, man.
He looks like James Worthy, right? He has had a lot of white women. He's James Worthy.
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Why would I get up here and lie to you, man?
I believe you. That wouldn't have been my presumption.
Yeah, listen, man. Like, I'm
gonna show you. I think John is against interracial marriage.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm against it, to be honest with you, but I ain't against outlawing it.
But that's all. That doesn't mean he's against interracial pussy, though.
Man, listen,
you know what I'm saying, Gary? You know what I'm saying.
Other than shaking a white woman's hand, man, I ain't never touched a white woman.
What's your opinion on blacks dating mulattoes?
How do we get to the mulatto? That's what I don't agree with.
Yeah, John doesn't want there to be mulattoes, guys. Come on.
Oh dang, I'm not breaking up with my girl because of John.
No more Patrick Mahomes. No more Patrick Mahomes. I need more Tom Brady's, okay?
Telling anyone not to do it. I'm just saying it ain't for me. And I think that, on the macro level, it's not good for society. You end up with a whole bunch of Colin Kaepernicks and Obamas. And you don't want a society filled with Obamas and Colin Kaepernicks. What are you going to have? Racial strife every day. That's what I believe. Let me see. This may be the book.
John's the most pro-black man I've ever met. I swear to God.
This may be the book right here. I read this as a kid. I read so many books, but I read this as a kid growing up in Alabama. Someone says, Levi Gross. Who said that?
And you know what? I respect how pro-black John is. That's the thing. I respect the man that has his convictions and is upfront. He's not trying to hate on white people. He just wants black people to be better. You know what I mean? He wants the blacks to elevate themselves, and I respect that.
One of my white buddies may be in the chat right now, man. Like a real good white friend.
Real pro-black.
And I'm gonna bring him. Go ahead, Gary. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say John's a real pro-black, not one of those weird leftist, those weird African clothes wearing black American motherfuckers talking about how we need to have a black coalition. We need to get all the niggas together from all different tribes and tribulations. We need to create one black unit. No, John's about it.
Can you believe this shit right here? I don't know what she's talking about. They won't fuck John. They've been fucking John for 35 years. I know she's talking about the women. Right?
She's saying white women, but I think she's wrong.
No, dude. I'll say this. He's the kind of black dude white chicks would fuck because they like bald black dudes. It's weird, dude.
Yeah,
they like bald black men.
I told you, man, listen, I don't even think about it. Listen, I could get over in the manosphere and talk about women all day. But I mean, I've probably done 60-something videos, 65. Not one is on women. Not one. I've been on CT Stream probably 100 shows. I don't talk about no damn women. Shit.
No, John, you wouldn't bang Grace.
Say what?
Why is she in the chat and not on the panel?
Who you talking about?
Lily got tired of
come back up.
called.
But what I'm saying is,
Lily's been having mic problems. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, okay. So here's a book that would make, and again, this ain't why I don't date white women, but it may be a component, that extra, you better think twice growing up, right? Here's John has just like BB Boys into the narrative that black people are anyways judging their mind are inferior. That helps the psychology so he can be a now. I know this. What's wrong with being a slumlord? This nigga must be trolling.
What? No, John. He actually believes that.
John, they abuse you way more than you abuse them. That's what's funny, dude. You know what I mean?
Bro, that nigga trolling. He gotta be trolling. He's trolling, right?
Not gonna lie, what's wrong?
I see him all the time. So I know he if he trolling, he very consistent at trolling. So let me see if we can address the trollers just one time. Just one more time.
John, how many beers
I think that nigga trolling. Man,
no, Zoltan, he's not trolling. He thinks that.
Yeah,
he doesn't even believe in landlord in anyone being a landlord.
So he's a communist. He believes in communal property.
He'll probably call himself a socialist. I think, if anything.
What's the difference?
There's no.
It doesn't matter what the difference is. The point is that he's not a troll. So don't get lost in communism.
There's enough leftist idiots on there. I believe there's enough leftist idiots
right,
online.
There you go. He's not an idiot, by the way. He's just, not perfect.
No, leftism, all leftists are idiots because by definition, leftism is an intellectual pathogen.
Yeah, okay.
Let me, I showed you guys. I was looking for it. Maybe I can't find it. But I showed you guys. I actually did a stream about it, and I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was about the bathroom that I did recently.
Oh yeah, I saw that stream, John.
You guys,
I like the.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you something. The people that talk about slumlords, honestly, And maybe we should ask that nigga in the chat. Who was it? Not Laws, whatever his name is. What was his name? Not Laws.
Not Laws. Yeah, that's him.
We should ask that nigga. Say, hey man, what do you think that shower panel costs? Just you just out of curiosity.
Yeah, that's a good question. You should play the video and ask him that. Actually.
Yeah, should we play it? Should we?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it, and I'm gonna play it if I can. And Not Laws, I want you to just what's that TV show where you should walk down Price is Right?
And Not Laws, I'm gonna need you to take deep breaths, buddy. Just
play it.
I want you. Not Laws. Honestly, I want you to tell us what you think. Just the shower. Look, just the shower panel. Fuck the rest of the bathroom, right? And I'm gonna show you all the prices, so you don't have to be. You won't. I'll give you a cheat code here. But before I show the video, I'm really curious to know what you think the shower panel. The shower panel is like a shower door, in case you're somewhat confused about it. I'm looking for the video here. And I'm curious.
Probably broken off the hinges, John. Probably like broken off the hinges, like inside. It's probably like the bottom hinge is on, but the top hinge is broken off, so it's like leaning into the bathroom wall, into the actual stall. You know what I mean? Or the
let me see if
what is that?
Let me see.
Lily Gross is on John's dick right now.
He killing me. He killing. Let me see. Let me see if I can show Not Laws discount. It wasn't cheap, but it is. Hey, Not Laws. We're gonna start right here. You see, we still have a little. Not Laws. What do you think that mirror and them lights cost?
Make it big.
Make it big. All right.
Yeah, John, can you do full screen? Yeah.
Not Laws. What do you think that mirror?
You probably stole that mirror.
Okay, well, shit. If I stole it, what do you think it cost? I could have put a cheap ass mirror and put that shit in my own place.
Right.
$3.99 for you. $3.99.
No, big heavy mirror too, boy. That's a West Ham right there. I think it's a West Ham mirror right there. What do you think that cost?
You did a home invasion.
300, 400.
Hey, don't make me Google that shit. I Google the price of it. This is just a.
He says they both honestly look like they're from the Salvation Army.
We replaced the mirror, and this mirror was much bigger. Let's see if we can get a little bit further along here.
I say about 300, 400.
Yeah,
it's like $500 for shipping to you and stuff, and installation time and shit. Like $500, John.
That looked like Goodwill.
How much did you actually pay for it, John?
$300. Hey, you see this? This shower panel here, right?
Looks like you got it from a Buy Nothing group.
There's a sticker right here, right? And I may zoom in on it, but that's not a full shower door. That's just a shower panel. I didn't want a door, so I just wanted a panel. So you just walk right in. Like, there is no curb to this bathroom. Like, you don't have to step up to get into the shower. You just walk right into the shower, just straight from the toilet to the shower. No curb, no elevation. It's real clean looking, and we're gonna see.
Oh, John, I thought we were guessing the damage that they left, John.
No, you want to see that?
That was intended.
Look at that. That was by design. Not loud. What you think that shower panel costs? Let me go back to the chat. Maybe this nigga
John,
in the
can
chat.
you mute the video right quick?
Yeah,
When it plays, I can't hear you.
All right, sorry. You're right. Let me go back. Not Laws, if you still in the chat. So this is the bathroom before I put the shower panel in there. Not Laws, give me an estimate what you think that tile costs. And I think I covered the tile cost in the video. That's a floating sink right there by Scarabeo. That's a square toilet by Swiss Madison. And again, like all of my places are like this. Not Laws. So let's go here. Yeah, Not Laws, I want you to look at their range.
What do you charge for one whole apartment, John?
I don't rent apartments. Not Laws. Look at that.
Wait. Hold on. That's your place, though, right? That's your place you rent. You said
it's one of my places, but it's not the whole place. Not Laws. I want you to look at that rainfall shower here. That shit didn't come out of Home Depot. I promise you.
Probably. Let me get
none of that shit right there.
$3 per tile.
Let's go. Let me show. You see it? You see all that knowledge? This shit came. Nothing in here came from Home Depot. Nothing. Not even the drain cover.
You see what John is doing right now? This is typical TBN behavior, comparing materialistic things.
Is that right? No, I'm just saying, like, he called me a slumlord, and so I figured, me see if I can convince him, then I'm not a slumlord. You know,
That's the weird thing, though. What's wrong with being a slumlord? If I want to rent out a cardboard box to some homeless guy, why can't I?
Yeah, it's your property. You should be able to do what you want with it.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe,
What's wrong with being a slumlord? Why is that a bad
Maybe
thing?
that's all he can afford, right?
Yeah,
So
you're giving a well needed product to people needing it, to people who desire it, John. You're giving to a market.
Hey, not laws, and it's not laws in the chat. We need to see if he's put. You come on down. You put your price in the chat. What did he not laws come up with? They both honestly look like they're from the Salvation. Oh, okay.
So isn't it better to have a human being, an actual individual, owning some property and renting it and maintaining it than what we have with most rental properties across the country, where they're owned by banks and managed by management companies, and there's no human connection between the landlord and the renter?
Yeah,
it is. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Hey, John, show her some human interaction between you and your tenants.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that to her. I think she's been here before. She may have seen it already. Have you seen some of my
that's better than the cold. I mean, at least the interactions you're having when it gets heated, there's something driving both sides of it that isn't only profit driven. When you look at the banks, there's a coldness to how they deal with their tenants.
Yeah.
What I've seen with John, even though it's not necessarily the most polite, is passion and not that cool
passion for kicking niggas out
of the bank.
Hey, I kick niggas out so I can put other niggas in, other more deserving niggas.
You gotta.
Nobody ever thinks about that.
John, I get you, man. You're on nigga rotation every now and then, man.
John's just like a teacher that holds kids back when they fail. That's all. He's just enforcing the rules. Like if you can't make it here, you're getting knocked back down to remedial. You're going on the street. Can't handle a place.
If you can't stop peeing in a bottle, get the fuck out.
You know that, right, John? You're just trying. I mean, you're compassionate. You tell them, you warn them, you give them a couple warnings, and then they have to realize, there are consequences, right, John?
Hey, Wishy, did I ever talk to you about taking them to Africa? Did you ever hear me talk about? Did you ever hear me talk about that, Wishy?
They wouldn't survive in Africa.
It's called John's Ark. It's called John's Ark.
John,
you ever heard me talk about taking them to Africa, Wishy?
I've had experience enough to watch that you exemplify what I see in all males on panels in particular.
No.
In that you say a lot of things that are controversial to get a conversation going, so I'm not always clear what actually represents.
No.
John,
What I'm asking, have you heard about what I call like taking a black back to Africa? Have you heard about that? Have you heard me
refer to it, but I have not had enough experience with it to understand fully the concept. What I do know, though, is that my experience is controversial things like that are often said just for the controversy's sake on panels like this. So
you think I'm just doing that for the sake of it?
Discerning whether you're actually a racist asshole or you play one on TV.
No. Hey, no. Well, listen, I'm not racist, but I'm talking about like.
Yes, you are.
About people back to Africa. It could be anybody.
It could be play one on TV.
Want to play the game. We could all take a one-way flight. But
so the idea of what I'm saying is then maybe you just play one on TV, because you do come across to a lot of people as a racist.
Well, what does racist mean?
John is definitely racist.
Anyone think I'm a racist here?
When he's talking about other blacks.
Yes, of course we do. You're a racist, John. This is called out.
What's a racist? What's a racist?
I'm a race.
Someone who doesn't listen. A racist. It to me, my definition is someone who doesn't like a certain group of people because of the way they look or yada
You
yada
think I
yada,
dislike
and
people?
John looked
and
like the people he's talking
purposefully
about, though.
goes out of way to mistreat them.
When I
Mistreat
say that
who?
you're
The way
racist,
people
John,
look, yada yada yada. You mean skin
Yeah, I
color?
mean,
when
I
I
just
say
showed
no,
you.
you're a
bro. I
racist,
mean, I don't know the exact
I say
definition,
that
but
you
you could
define
be.
people by their race. You see a white person and you already have a predefined definition of how they're going to behave. You see a
Dadgummit,
black
John, why you gotta
person
bring up
Well,
the
that's
race?
and you have a
Uh,
predefined definition
that's
of how they're going to
Wishy,
prejudice.
behave. You
listen,
don't
let
give
me ask you.
people their
What do you think?
individual.
Wishy, what do you think this is right here?
Banana juice.
It's a piss jug. It's a piss jug,
Gary,
John.
Grounds for eviction.
John, it's a
What do
piss
I think
jug.
that is? I think that's
I
grounds
want
for
you.
eviction.
Hey, look, you, hey,
I think that's
hey,
grounds for eviction. That's what I think that is.
survey says top 100 said. What do you say, Wishy?
Piss
Grounds
jug.
for eviction. It's literally grounds for eviction. That's what I'm
Okay,
looking at
all
on
right, all
the
right.
screen.
He evicted. So now, what do you say about this? Let's not talk about him. What do you think when if you walked in a nigga's room and that's what you saw? What would you think?
I would hope that I saw warning signs that was there before I ever got myself in there to see it in the first place. But if I did, I would leave immediately.
You leave. Well, what you gonna do with all this shit?
I mean, it's just piss now. Let's
That's
not
why I don't
over
own
dramatic.
anything,
Let's
John.
not
I'm
over
just
Okay, so
dramatize.
hold up.
message.
It's piss
So
in a jar,
was
people.
was
Like,
the
let's
nigga
not
paying
over
his rent
dramatize.
though?
I'm not throwing this nigga off, man. This nigga is
Was the
crazy.
nigga paying his rent? Was the nigga paying his rent? Is what I need to
Probably
know.
wasn't. Now that I
You
think about it.
you kick people out because they wasn't paying their rent, right?
Oh
Not
Lord,
because of what they got in their room.
Yeah, hold on. Y'all done got me way off track here. I started off wishy bishy. I was gonna tell you we were talking about taking them back to Africa, and you started accusing me of racist. I'm not racist, and I probably could say I take your ass back to Cambodia. If that, but most of my tenants are black, so Africa is a better reference point. Does that make sense? Wishy.
No.
And
Who do you know in Africa? Who do you know in Africa? Where we going?
Is your name Witchy?
And then there's the other thing, I also have another one. I swear we're gonna have to go on members only one day.
But her definition of racism was prejudice, John. Though, are you prejudiced?
Whenever I hit that point where they give me a members only channel,
Okay, just gonna skip
Dennis,
over that.
Dennis and John's kind of drunk right now, so I'm trying to ask him
no,
some
I'm not.
questions.
I promise you, I'm not. Well, like I have to do something. I have a.
When does a drunk person ever admit they're drunk?
He's intoxicated, but he heard me. He's not an idiot.
Does anyone in the chat? Am I drunk?
No, John, you're cool. I think you're stoned, right?
No, John doesn't act like this when he's stoned. He's drunk because he keeps rambling.
No. Like I'm in the zone right now.
Hey, for once, I agree with Gary.
No.
Okay, he's drunk. He's drunk. So let's get the truth
Be
out
clear,
of
I
it.
said it. I said intoxicated. So
I haven't seen him drink anything.
Number one. So I have this. Yeah, I take it back to Africa. You want to go to Africa? Wishy, have you seen going back to Africa before?
I don't believe I have. I believe I answered that already.
Oh, Wishy, you making this so much fun. Like I tell you, we can do this for a long time. Wishy,
Isn't it funny how we have to deal with these white women who are such like fence sitters, John? They just toe the line. They can never be like completely devoted to like one thing and just go through it and do it. It's always, I don't know. I just,
So
hey, Lily, have you ever been to Africa?
yeah, how dare you not have seen whatever the fuck John is talking about?
Wishy,
Hey,
this
Lily,
is what
have you
going
ever
back
been
to
to any
Africa.
countries in Africa?
This is what going back to Africa looks like. This is my own. Don't use this because I may patent it one day. And this is what I call.
John, no links for Stanley. He doesn't get to come up here. Stanley's staying off.
This is what I call like when the blacks really get out of line. I say, you know what?
I'm just joking, by the way.
I'm about to take these blacks back to Africa. Right? Here's, you like living in this field? They say you ain't got no water. Nigga, you had no water. These two dreadhead niggas ain't got no water.
You spent the night with Omar.
Neither do these dreadhead niggas.
You slept the night with
You
a
had no water.
You slept with a
ass. Stink ass. Look, they dancing, y'all. Look. Hey, ain't got no water.
He didn't go for real.
Neither one of these fucking niggas got no water.
I don't got no water, Marty. Hey, Marty. Go to on your floor.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't with these niggas sitting right here smoking that weed. They can't. They in Africa right now.
On your floor.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't with these niggas sitting right here smoking that weed. There can't be no piss. Johnny, ain't no way in the world that is piss and shit on the floor and these niggas right here smoke weed. I don't believe it.
Nah, not at all.
Let's see. Damn it, I wanted to go back one more time with you. No, it ain't.
On your floor.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't with these niggas sitting right here smoking that weed. There can't be no piss. Johnny, ain't no way in the world that is piss and shit on the floor and these niggas right here smoke weed. I don't believe it.
Nah, not at all.
Let's see. Let's see. Damn! Damn!
Don't step.
Damn!
Who's Johnny?
So who's Omar? Who's Omar? That's what I'm.
Yeah, who's Omar?
Hey, Omar, Wishy, what a lot of, and CT talks about this a lot, and a lot of blacks, they have such little understanding of the way of the world. They've never built anything. And so when they walk in a house or something like that, they just think the electricity come out the fucking plugs. They think the water in the kitchen sink or the bathroom, magically, maybe there's a reservoir behind the wall to bring them the water. So hold on, so
say Africa though.
Well, Africa is like where there is no water, no lights.
When there's a lot of houses without running water.
Okay, well, I could change it to New Mexico if you like it. If that makes you feel.
With poor white trash, druggy
okay.
parents.
Yeah, I could
change. In my life, we didn't have utilities.
I could change it. I could change it to I can take them to Mexico, but most blacks don't have a reference to Mexico. So I guess if I was throwing out a Hispanic, maybe I said I'd take you back to Mexico. But these are black.
Don't reference back to Africa anymore either.
Well, they call themselves African Americans, so maybe that's where I get it from. But the bigger point is, they were talking about Omar in the video. They didn't understand it. The water and the electricity and the gas comes from the basement. So while I was down there in the basement, all their mind is on is fucking and their dick. My mind was on taking their ass one-way trip to Africa. They thought I was just fucking, but I wasn't fucking around. And that's why they end up living like the way they did. Because their mind don't understand where water, gas, and plumbing come from. While they think I'm down there fucking, I'm fucking them up. And they're too stupid, even after the lights and the gas and the water went off, to realize that, damn, he ain't down there fucking, he was fucking us up. Too damn stupid. Too damn stupid. And that is really the point of it, of that video, more than them niggas being taken to Africa, is they probably still to this day don't know where the water and the gas and the lights come from in their house. Amazing. Could you ever imagine that, Wishy?
Childhood without any utilities. My dad used to poach deer and fish without a license so that we could eat. I know how to can. I know how to wash laundry.
Wishy, do you think these niggas know how to can? Do you think them niggas know how to can, fish, poach a bear? You think them niggas know how to do that?
Fishing ain't hard.
No.
Do you know where the water shut-off valve is in your house?
I do.
They didn't even know where the water shut off.
Those people are farm people. The people farms, the cities. It's not about their color or their race or where they need to go back to. It's about the fact that they have become dependent on the system by living in the farm for so long that they could not survive the wild alone.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, that's what I was saying earlier. Those niggas would not survive actual Africa, though.
No, they would. Not even the tamest Africa like Ghana.
No, dude, people in Africa kick the shit out of people here. We're too soft, dude. They're over there used to like they're used to living in hell, and if we dropped in over there, we'd be so soft.
Hey, Lily, have you ever went to a country in Africa? Oh, she dropped off.
She dropped. I was going to say, I'm not going to lie, a lot of American blacks will not survive a single day in Africa, for real.
Garen, have you returned to Africa since you migrated to the United States?
I mean, yeah, I went last year for the for our memorial for the Rwanda genocide.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. You get some. You earned some respect from. Oh wow. Okay. You earned some respect. So do you still speak the language, Gary?
I mean, I do speak Swahili, but I speak English for so long. I'm pretty bad at it now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Appreciate you. Carry on.
Would it be safe for a white person like me to go back to your home country, Gary?
I mean, yeah, we have a decent white population in my country, so it wouldn't be too bad.
Don't lie, Gary, and you're trying to kidnap him. Don't go, dude. They'll cut you up and think you're like an alien or something, dude.
Nah, dude.
I'm just joking. I'm joking, dude. I'm joking. I'm joking, dude.
If you really want to meet those bushrat alien motherfuckers who think white people are like gods or something with gold nuggets in their heads, just go to Sudan. It's like right
yeah, hell no.
It's like right.
You know what would be cool though, to go to Africa with those guys that like hunt lions with their bare hands. That'd be pretty fucking cool.
Are we like
you can go to Burundi and find people like that?
Is it civilized and developed now?
I bet those dudes are fucking champs, dude.
It depends on the place, right? Like, and I'm pretty ignorant about Africa in general, but that's what I wanted to know. Gary would know.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I took you to Kigali, it looked like New York, but if I took you on the outskirts, it looked like Iran.
Bishy, have you ever been to
if I took you to
a country in Africa?
It would look like, going to a major city. And if I took you to, like, say, Algodones, you'd feel like you were in Mexico.
Bishy, have you been to a country in Africa?
Look like Africa. That's the weird thing, though. I remember going to Brazil, and I was like, dang, they got shanties.
No, she's never been to Africa.
What about you, Denzel?
No, sir. I have always wanted to go, but I haven't been.
Actually, you know what you can do, John? Do you have Google Earth?
Maybe. What do you have? This is just a website.
I mean, if he has the internet, he has Google Earth. What kind of question?
I was talking about the app because the app is way better than the browser.
What do you want me to look up? Kigali?
Yeah, look at Kigali right quick.
Most of Africa is pretty civilized, the same as the United States. It's like acting like we're talking about third world countries here.
Hell no, the fuck it ain't.
No, hold on. To her point though, the major cities in all the African countries are fairly similar to Western. Now, if you go into villages and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, if you go into villages, you might get cooked. You might.
But every major city that the Boeing 787 flies into is fairly Western.
But that's true in the States too. If you go to the villages and the small towns, like my grandson.
No, you gotta realize, even in China, 60%. 60% of China doesn't have consistent. 60% of China doesn't have consistent running water.
Most of America.
How do you think Africa does? How do you think?
We buy bottled water.
No, we buy bottled water for luxury. No. We buy bottled water for luxury.
Don't talk over
in my hometown right now who are having to have water shipped in because the city water is so contaminated. Tell that to the people in fucking Flint that can't get water because it's so contaminated. I have lived in villages, in small villages in the United States that are on par with third world countries. So you can't say that every country doesn't have villages like that.
Where can you go in America where they're going to cut your head off?
Water is polluted other than Flint. I don't know any water that is like consistently polluted. They may have outages and repairs and stuff they have to do on periodic times. But are you kidding me? I've lived in major cities a lot, like most of my life.
You know what the mating call of I don't know is? I don't take the time to know. You don't know of where polluted water is or drinking water is?
God damn.
Imperious, it means you haven't taken the time to find out.
No, you misheard me. I said I've been places and it's always been clean.
You haven't taken the time to know.
Yes, you can look up right now where the water is not sanitary
You
across the
look
country.
it up is my point.
Yeah, it's not very widespread that it's not sanitary.
Stanley, when was the last time you had dirty drinking water?
No, let's focus
I can
on
go.
my
I
point.
can go to any
So
U.S. city and take a
widespread
shower.
means there's not a problem. Not
I can go to any
widespread
major
means
U.S.
there's not
city
a
and take a
problem.
shower. I can go to any major U.S. city and take a shower,
go to
Stanley.
any major
You know what? Look at you with your dumb point. Major
No, it
cities
means that
aren't
in
the problem.
a lot of countries
If
you
you
can't.
did not notice, if
Go to
you
Mexico. Go to Mexico and try to
why
take a
would I go
shower.
to Mexico when I'm talking America, U.S.
Because what I just said, Stanley,
No,
you're not understanding the point of
what
the
about
argument.
I gotta turn you all way down.
You are the king of whataboutism.
Stanley, make your point so someone can respond to it.
My
right?
point is America has a
On
problem.
top of his head.
Flint, Michigan is not the only city with bad drinking water.
All right. Anyone
Congratulations.
So can I just respond to Stanley and Bishy? Like, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm speaking for Bishy, but what she's trying to say is probably true. There's other small villages in the U.S. that are not great and are compared with third world countries.
Talk Appalachia.
Listen, don't talk over me. When you look at the cumulative, there's probably more poor areas and more impoverished villages in a country in Africa versus here in the U.S. So, like, when you compare the numbers, it's not probably that close.
It's like 7
That's
to
not what we were
8%.
talking about. What we were talking about
Are
is
you
whether or not it would
talking
be
other
safe
countries versus
for me
America?
to go to Garian's home country.
Yes, Stanley, other
Safe.
countries versus
And so
America.
there's whether or not there's counties in the United States
versus America.
where you're randomly going to get your head cut off because of what color your
whataboutism?
skin is. That's not a thing in the United States.
Whataboutism
That's what
and
we were
a-
talking about. Stanley
you know
would
what?
like to make it
Now
about
let's
whatever the
talk-
fuck he's talking about.
So anyway,
Whataboutism? That's
Right.
why.
It is a thing, though. What was the question to Lily, please?
Oh, so
What was the question?
America has a problem with drinking water. Period.
Stanley, the numbers say that 7 to 8% of all U.S. water supply a year even fails the standards. That means it doesn't mean they make people sick, but fails the high standards that the U.S. has. Let alone get people sick. That's why when someone does get sick in a
I
drinking
get
water,
your
that's
point.
national
You don't
news.
need to go farther than 7 or 8%.
I don't think
So
John's on EBT.
7 or 8% is acceptable to you.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
On a
Then
large
you've
scale of
answered my
370
question.
million people,
You
sure.
see how simple that was? You've answered
It's
my
also
question.
nowhere near comparable to Africa.
They're saying that there's no
Why are we comparing America to Africa?
That was the
What
point of
was
the
it?
conversation before you came
Never
up.
That was the whole point of the conversation before you came up here and made it about clean water in Flint, Michigan.
No. 7 to 8% in America. Don't compare it to Africa. If you can't stick to the point, I was talking America now.
Stanley,
He's telling us to stick to the point that he just made up.
Hey, Dennis,
wait.
I can't hear you over him, John. There's no way.
What was the question to Lily?
I had to turn the whole panel down because he's pure air cancer. He's screaming right now.
No, you know,
Stanley, you ever heard of this book right
gonna
here?
have to drink.
Oh, Stanley,
Gonna have.
your mic is messed up, Stanley. Hey, Stanley,
John, can I say something really quick?
What was the question to Lily? Have I ever what? I missed it. Have I ever what?
I was going to ask
Lizzie,
you.
I was
Have you ever
asking
been
if
to
you
an
had ever
African
been to
country?
a country in Africa.
Have I ever been to a country in Africa?
Yeah, that's the question.
No, that's why I be like, how is we African Americans when we ain't never even been to Africa? We not from Africa. The people that come over here from Africa, like the people that speak Arabic and get American citizenship, they are African America because they came from Africa and now they have American citizenship,
Hell
and
yeah.
they live in America. I'm just regular American because I was born over here. My grandma was born over here. My great grandma was born over here. Like, we don't know nobody in Africa. Like, for real, who you gonna take them back to? Say we all go back to Africa. We don't got now auntie, uncle, cousin. Nobody over there is claiming us, yo. Like, that's some bullshit.
Hey, if you
Nobody
guys,
even came looking for us when they took us the first time. So what the fuck?
you
Well,
guys
you're
ever heard?
probably African American. You just don't know where in Africa you come from. Like, but
No, I'm saying I'm just
but to your
regular
point,
American. I have
but to
no
your
ties to
point,
Africa.
we should call all white people like European American or something, right? So, I
No,
mean, I
we should
guess.
just leave it out, period. Like, why are we doing all that? Why are we doing all that? The
But
people who
do you have
came
any
over
desire?
here,
Do you have any desire of going back to go into a country in Africa?
fuck no. I don't know them people. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Well,
stay. Yeah,
well,
yo,
do you
stay
have a
over there
desire? Hold on. Do you have a desire to go to Paris, France, or something,
with your gun.
or
No, I don't
London,
know them people either,
or
and they're white.
Cancun?
So I really ain't going there.
I'll go to Russia.
If I'm not gonna go to Africa,
Well,
you
do you
better
have a
believe it
desire to
ain't
go to the
nowhere else I'm
Bahamas,
gonna go.
like just to check
I'm
it
sorry,
out?
what?
You don't
Jamaica?
want to
Yeah,
just
I'll go
go
to
check it out,
Jamaica.
see the pyramids or something?
No, fuck the pyramids. Who did that? No. What? For what? For what? How much do that shit
Jamaica,
even
though.
cost? Are you fucking kidding me? What?
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
what?
want to
Take
go
a
to
picture and say I been
Belize.
Lily was here?
I
What?
go to Colombia. They got some fine black women over there.
I'm just saying it's
Bruh.
fine black women everywhere. That's the motherfucking
You
problem.
really think? Did you hear what Gary just said? This guy's delusional. He literally just said he. No, no, hold on. I can't let this slide, John. Now, please, I
I
can't let
like
this
how you
slide.
think that's delusional. Garion, you're a man of culture, sir. I see
Yeah, I
you.
was going to say Colombian
Hey,
black women are built different over there.
I want to respond to this guy's comment here. He said he missed the beginning of the stream. JD Vance is CIA affiliate. Oh man, you missed the stream. So JD Vance has a long affiliation with Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel funded him to start his first investment company. He paid him a lot of money early on, presumably, well, not presumably, donated a lot of money to his campaigns. And now JD Vance is right here, a former never Trumper, set to be the vice president of the United States. And to me, he's like the Mike Pence, the insurance policy for the establishment. Peter Thiel, who's alleged to be an FBI informant, the backer of Palantir, which is nothing more than a government. Um, what would you call that, guys? JD Vance said Trump could be the new Hillary. Yes, I mean you don't change your stripes that quickly. If you believe that, then how do you not believe that 4 years later?
If you
Yeah, but
if
it's
you
a
remember,
win for
John, do you
Trump.
remember the
It's a
do
win
you
for Trump for
remember
his
the
ego. He got a
NWO on
never
W?
Trumper below
One
him
at a
on
time.
the ballot.
One at a time. Go ahead. I can't hear both of you guys. One at a
Do
time.
y'all remember the NWO on WWF wrestling? You remember the NWO?
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah.
New World
Yeah, you
Order.
remember how many people that we never thought would join the NWO was fucking ripping their shirt off to show their NWO fucking tank tops and shit? You remember that shit?
Vaguely.
Like, yeah, changing colors that quick? Yes. We never thought Hulk Hogan. We never thought Dusty Rhodes. Oh my God. No way Randy Savage is going to join them, but they all did. Same thing. Same thing.
Well, and for Trump, this is a victory.
What are you
He gets
drinking
to
there,
rub
John?
it in the face
Is that
of a
Miller
never
Lite?
Trumper.
Man, come on. Where's the high life?
I'm sorry, Miss. You go in highlight next week. It's a recession out here.
Word.
What did you say? What did you say, Rishi?
What I said was that when you have um, a person who's a never Trumper get put on the ballot below Trump to Trump for his ego, that is a win. He gets to rub it in their faces. And for the party, it may draw in some of those never Trumpers. It's just like earlier they were watching the convention and not recognizing how much they're just pandering, trying to get the escapee liberal vote right now. They already have the conservative vote locked. So they're not pandering to the conservatives anymore. Right now they're pandering to those lefties who might lean right just because Biden's so fucked up in their mind.
Yeah, but he didn't learn his lesson. He's still surrounded by vipers now. This is his problem. This was his problem the first time. He didn't drain the swamp. He made it thicker. And can you please fix your volume, Witchy? Please.
Let
I have
me ask
no
you.
option to adjust my volume on this stupid app that it made me download to get on today. I usually use Safari, and I can push echo cancellation and adjust my volume. In settings now, it gives me no option to adjust my volume on this stupid app.
Can you use Chrome?
It wouldn't. On Chrome, it tells me I need to use Safari. I go to Safari, it says there is an option to locally record, so you have to use the fucking app.
Bishy, what'd you cook your husband for or man for dinner?
So I have an abundance of eggs right now from our chickens. So we had scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage, fried potatoes, and some red chili.
Damn, this sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and it's made traditional New Mexican style, which if you've never had the pleasure of enjoying, I don't want to do it dirty by trying to describe it with words. It's an experience.
Do it. Try it anyway.
Well, I imagine it's no. I shan't.
Oh.
Can we hear from Laylee? She had that WWE reference, and that was classic.
Hey, John, if you let it go for a while, man, the comic references start to come out, and that's when it gets really deep.
Hey, John, I wanted you to bring this up earlier.
I'm
I've been
just
quiet.
saying.
So.
Go ahead.
John. Thank you. John, bring up the dating swipe numbers by race on Tinder. It's a very interesting.
Everyone knows what it looks like in Imperial.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not that interesting. It's not that interesting.
No, it's pretty interesting. I mean, it was. It's interesting to see who the second place people are between races. It's not just that. Like, let's say.
Ain't it just Asians? Actually, no. Asians are first.
Asian women are first.
Yeah, Asian women.
You gotta consider it's a billion motherfucking Asians by themselves. Like they got the market corner their motherfucking population.
Who's second in Pierce?
For women, I think it's white or Latin women, maybe, or white. One of the two.
I think it was Latin women.
Is it Latin? It might be Latin women. Yeah.
I think it was actually no. Are we talking about the 2022 or 2023? Because they're actually kind of
I don't remember. I just remember the pie chart, the pie graph one.
Okay, yeah, okay. We're going 2022. I think it was Latin women, but 2023 was white women. But it's a very close market.
Those always shift, but it's been Asian for forever for like the number one.
Yeah.
And what's number two?
Again, let's consider the population of Asian women versus every other race.
No, this is the population of U.S. This is a U.S. No, this is Asia, or this is U.S. numbers.
Right. It's also not the point that she thinks she's making either, because we're talking about the most desired.
Yeah, so that means by raw numbers you're getting more.
Oh yeah. Everybody want a geisha. Who don't want a geisha?
Yeah, I was going to say who don't want to talk.
Well, you know what's funny? I actually don't really like the really white, the really pale Asian girls. I'd rather have the like jungle Asians, the ones that are like tan, like the Thai but the really white
you want
Asians,
to love me long time. You want to love me long time. Tell you.
No, I don't like the really pale Asian girls, like the Chinese or what. Like they're too.
Do you think?
They're too pale. Like it's gross to me. I don't like
dolls. I think they look like dolls.
I like the alabaster ones.
It's makeup.
Hey, can I ask you a real quick question?
It is.
Right, yeah, it's also they're not white underneath the geisha makeup.
Face, if they were
hold on. Cube has a
black,
question.
You guys
here.
would be offended, but white face, oh, that's sexy.
I have a quick question. I apologize. Sometimes
Asians do whiteface every day. It don't even matter.
Just random ass questions. But I had a
So do
question for
black women
Bishop.
with all that fucking Asian hair
You,
trying to look
you're new
white.
here.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You
Can I
know,
ask a
from the
question?
back, you can't tell if they
Can y'all
black or
shut the
white
hell
for
up for a
real.
second? Can y'all shut the hell up for a second? Hey, Bishop, I have a question for you. You're new here, but I kind of tend to ask the same questions. Bishop, do you have children?
I was blessed with 5 of those things.
Oh wow, okay. And I think
Finally,
Layla,
the
you
white
already
woman
answered
doing some
earlier.
business. Good God.
You had
White
children. Is
women
that
talk
correct,
to you, I only
Layla?
got 1 kid. I got 2 kids.
Yes, I have 4 children and 8 grandchildren.
Oh wow. Okay,
God
congratulations.
damn.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying
God
this panel.
damn.
I
Actually,
really
no,
love to hear
that's
what these women have to say. And
yeah, I
let
was
me
gonna say
just give you some
that's
background on
not too
why I asked
surprising
the
for black
question.
women. Black women
I
have too
think a
many
lot
kids.
of sometimes, Gary, shut the hell up. God
Hell
damn.
no.
Like, so, I like to ask that question
I love
because
you,
I
Ice
like
Cube.
to know the lens of who I'm talking to, right? So if a female comes on here, she's middle aged and don't have no children, like I gotta take whatever the hell she's saying with a grain of salt, right? So I appreciate the answer. So carry on.
So Lily and I
I,
agree on homeschooling children. We both
we
have
do.
grandchildren. We both have stepchildren. We believe in the nuclear family.
Yes,
Lily and I know each other pretty well, and we have a lot of things that we respect each other for, but we disagree on a lot too. One of the lovely things about the group that we have with the denizens of Denison is most
that's
of us
right.
don't agree on everything, but we respect each other's opinions, and we take into account, like you said, the lens of the people we're talking to.
That's right. It works.
Appreciate it.
Also, one of the
John,
things
hey
is
John, do you have what do they call it? What do they call that? The munchies, John? Do you have those right now? Is that like a
these
thing?
next
I've been
things
smoking
we
Is
dope.
don't
that why
agree
John's
on.
eating? Like, look at him! Look at him
He
munching
does. He
down.
does.
Look at
I've been
him.
smoking dope. You got the munchies? Pastor Manning said that too. He talked
Gotta
about
maintain
weed.
my
Well, that'll
figurehead.
Hey,
keep down his
believe
bones
it or
and
not,
his
my
potato
son name is
chips.
Munchie. Hey, y'all, my son name is Munchie.
Oh,
All right.
that's
Hey,
hilarious.
hey, John. I just want to ask, like, my brother John, a quick question. Do you plan on making this a 24-hour plus kind of stream event? Because you were live for almost 12 hours on your previous stream, and you've been live for almost 4.5 hours. Do you want to make this into like a 24-hour stream event?
Angel, I do have some ideas. That's a very good question, Angel.
Do it. Do it.
I can't do 24 hours, clearly, but I do have some ideas.
I think that's a lie.
Boo.
Hey,
I think that's a
John, is
straight
that
lie.
your living room behind you or your office? Because I always had a. Is that like your living room behind you? Because that
I
seems
think that's a
really thin,
walkway.
John.
It looks like
Yeah,
a
what is
walkway.
that, John? I'm just trying to because I see like a TV, right? Is that a TV behind you up there or what?
It's the hallway to go get the hot chicken.
Is that like your hallway into your office, John, or what?
Man, I reconfigured this house, and so you might be surprised. In DC, they have, what do they call them? Galley kitchens or whatever it's called.
A
Is that
galley.
right? Is that the right term?
Yeah, it's a galley.
So when I reconfigured the kitchen, the house, I put the kitchen in the front of the house. So this used to be the kitchen. I mean, it used to be bigger than this, but this used to be the kitchen. So right there is like the back door, headed out like to the backyard and all that.
He is currently in the nook.
Yeah, see, that's just so because like for us, it's all down here. It's all like open, like everything's an open plan, John. You get what I mean?
No, I don't know how big a feet was. It maybe 12.
Oh, okay. Because okay, I see where you're at now. Okay. Because I didn't
Is that
even
a
see like a
load-bearing
hallway or
wall?
anything. Yeah, it just seems like okay. So I get a better deal
I
when
think
you.
it is a low bearing wall.
Everything over there is like, and everything up here is like living space, that type of thing, But yeah,
Is it a 1-story or 2-story, John?
it's 3, so it's a basement.
Oh, okay. You get basements up there. Okay.
Yeah, it's DC. Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Is the basement like the best place though, John? Like, would you say of the house, or what is the best part of the house?
Probably not the basement.
Is it a full basement?
I feel like you could make a cool place. Like if you made enough time, you could make it like a huge like sports room or something down there.
You mean
Like the
like a
whole
man
Is it a
cave?
pool table down there?
well, not a man cave because I don't need like ridiculousness. Just like a bunch of cool, collectible. If you have like collect certain things, like like balls from certain games, signed, jerseys. You know what I mean? Whatever, and have like a TV down, just like a nice like place to just be down there. I could see like a basement being pretty cool down there, John.
How does a
all
person
the
have a
ridiculousness.
basement and not have a grow room in it? I don't get that.
Man, speaking of grow room, years ago, maybe I don't know when they started making the weed kind of legal and stuff like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
used to
grow
put,
room, John. Grow your own
I
Lettuce
used
weed.
to
and
put, listen,
strawberries and
I used to put
tomatoes
ads in
and
the paper, right?
broccoli.
I used to put ads on like Facebook, whatever, Craigslist, whatever. I can't remember what platform. And I would beg people, like, hey, you want to grow some weed? You come grow it in my property. Shit, just give me a cut of what you yield. No takers.
I'm not talking about weed. Like
People just want to
we've been
smoke.
talking
No.
about the people farms and stuff. How are you not growing tomatoes and
Oh,
strawberries?
Oh,
and
niggas do
I
not
thought you were
trust
talking about
me.
you talking
got a
about being an actual
basement,
farmer. I
man.
thought you were fun.
What? Say what?
Yeah, you can't. You don't have enough room to grow all that in DC. You don't have enough like
And he
backyard
has
and
a
stuff, John.
basement.
Grow,
He
you
has a
grow.
No, come on.
basement.
You don't
All
have
you
like
need
an
is really
acre
They
like
got
grow.
over down.
rooftop.
I mean, John could probably get an acre and then have a greenhouse or something.
They got
Yeah,
Well, he
rooftop.
could do urban growing though,
He got a
Urban
basement.
grow,
He could
urban
just
growing's
buy
around all the windows
some
and on the roof.
reflective plastic, put in some fucking ventilation, and turn that whole basement into a fucking greenhouse. You could grow
Yeah,
potted
that too.
too, but
you
Well,
can
he'd
be a
probably grow his
protected
weed
place
before
for
he'd grow
your
his
own.
tomatoes.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say
mean, John would grow weed before
John would make a
tomatoes if
new
he set
strain.
that up. Yeah,
John
I
would
mean,
make
John would
Why
be,
not both? I got both in my greenhouse.
he bunch of
Wait,
dirty
you got
stoners
weed?
in here, John. Bunch of dirty stoners.
John, do you grow weed? Do you know how?
True.
I got my first cousin. He's
John
very
get his weed
heavy.
DoorDash.
He's very heavy into that shit, and I'm gonna have him up on the stream. I don't grow no myself, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, hydroponics is really nice.
Matter of fact, how many people seen my weed rooms? Anybody seen my weed rooms before?
No one has seen your weed room. Let's see.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see it.
I've never
Somebody-
seen your weed room. Watch John have like a kilo in there or something. Watch this.
That's not my weed room. I'm talking about my Airbnb weed room, not my weed room.
Oh man, Airbnb.
Hey, but this is the book, by the way, that I read growing up as a child. Anyone ever heard this book?
What is it called?
Scottsboro, A Tragedy of the American South. Never heard of it.
Actually, that's not the. This is the actual book that I read.
Hear that train blow. How the railroad changed the world. Never heard of that book neither.
Here's the book that I read right here. It's growing up in Alabama. Shit, this book probably scared the hell out of me about white people, white women. And this is not a true story. I think it'll be shown as like nonfiction or something. But Scottsboro is a town not far from where I grew up. You see it here. And apparently these boys were hoboing some shit on the train, and a white girl apparently accused them of raping her. And I think it was a fair fiction. I'm not sure.
What was the name of that movie, y'all? That movie.
It was a movie. It was a movie.
Yeah, the old movie where they was in blackface and they showed the black people uprising and trying to like kill the white men and rape the what's the name of that movie, y'all?
Birth
Come
of
on,
Nations?
Birth of a Nation. Yes, thank you. I couldn't think of it to save my life. Birth of a Nation. That movie. That's the one I'm talking about.
I mentioned this rapper 10 the God. I think that's her name. Well, wait a minute. What did I say? Weed rooms.
Yo, what up, Squatch?
Did I show you guys my weed listing?
No.
Man,
No.
I a lot of weed, man. Like, let me show you.
You mean like a wine list of weed that you be ordering? What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. He's gonna show us though. Hopefully.
He got like a menu, like a wine list, you know, from bougie
Weed
white people
listing. I
shit.
thought he said,
That's
which
what he
to
said.
me is like, yeah, like an ad in the newspaper, like
No, it's
for
like a menu
John's weed.
laminated, like it's laminated and everything. Like
Just let him show it. Just let him show
Yeah, I'm about to choose you. Give me 1 minute. I'm just looking for
Yeah, you know, it's just the anticipation, Gary. You know, we're gonna have some pre-show commentary while we're waiting for the kickoff.
There you go.
I
Right
want to
there.
see the I want to see the lights. I want to see the pots. I want to see the weed in the pots growing. All nice.
There's not going to be any
No,
weed
it's not a
growing.
weed
He's going
room.
to have
As
a
I said, it's like an
smoking
Airbnb
lounge for
room.
his
I know.
Airbnb
I'm joking.
It's like an Airbnb listen. I probably showed you guys this before.
He's got a smoking lounge.
Got the whole
probably, for his
house just
Airbnb
spoiled out.
guests.
It's a whole house just spoiled, wall to ceiling, floor to ceiling. Got a bunch of filters and air conditioners in there, right, John?
Man, you don't even have to do all that.
Yeah, I
Nowadays,
was gonna
damn
say,
everybody's smoking.
that's over the top, man. You ain't gotta do all that.
You see how my listing looks, right?
You
I
put
don't know
that
how
in
you
your
do it. I'm just
Airbnb
going by what
listing?
you see in movies. I don't know how you do it. Jesus.
What you say,
All you
Imperial?
need
What
is
you
a good
What you
fan.
say,
All you really need is a good fan.
You're putting that picture there in your listings?
She's one of my more popular ones, like boutique listings. Yeah.
Like with the Photoshop on the left as well.
Yeah. That's the look.
All right, I got you. So you can see advertise that it's weed friendly.
Yeah, the thing is, I give them I give them 3 free joints when they get there, man. They feel like they're in heaven. They can go and get it.
Bro, I got that's.
I mean, it's
Hey,
built
kiddo.
it's built into the price. Don't get it twisted. Nothing is free. But
Well, I know it's not free, but that's still amazing. Like, imagine going to a hotel and they be like, and they have a little box of cigars.
It's the convenience. It's the convenience. You're definitely right. You hit on something. They could go get it anywhere. It's just legal in DC.
so in the juke joints down south, you used to have the candy dishes with joints, candy, peppermints for your breath, and cocaine. In candy dishes.
Cocaine.
Oh yeah, in candy dishes. Yes.
What?
Hmm?
I wouldn't do that. Oh God, that sounds awful.
In the juke joint, what are you talking about? They had everything. Like,
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like in a hotel or something. I was like,
no, I'm like the idea of putting joints already rolled up. Like, here you go, letting you know it's cool. It's like a rare old concept in the juke joint. Like,
let me ask this guy a question.
That's fascinating.
The room where you leave a joint or two for guests to smoke inside. I have some houses where people were like, what do they call that shit? Godfather in or whatever the hell they've been living here for so long that they smoke.
Quaaludes too. I'm sorry, I got Quaaludes.
And so since they already smoke and I can't institute a new policy on motherfuckers say, hey, no more smoking. And you just, bob and weave. You figure out how to,
get around it
to someone
You
smoking.
gotta incorporate your.
Okay, you smoke. Okay, I'm gonna let everybody come in here and smoke, and I'm gonna charge their ass for smoking. Even though you smoking, I'm gonna charge their ass for smoking because not many people allow you to smoke. So that's pretty slick right there.
They can charge a credit card like a hotel.
I should put that shit on members only right there. That's pretty slick. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's really the logic behind it. Like, if you got one person that smokes, he's been there for a long time. What are you gonna do? You're gonna put him out. That's one option. Or you're gonna make everybody else to come in and smoke, pay to smoke.
To be honest, I have smoked everywhere I went to. Like, never been charged. People gonna smoke anyway, so you might as well make it smoke friendly. They will choose you first. That's brilliant.
Mm-hmm. That is real slick. That is real slick. I will say that. So 10 to God. Anyone heard of 10 to God?
Nah.
All right, let me get to
John,
10.
what are these names nowadays? I can't. They sound like some kind of cartoon characters or something. Like rappers used to have good names.
A lot of rappers.
Cartoons have more respect.
A lot of rappers like that. A lot of rapper names have been like this for years, especially if they're underground.
When they put God on their name, I'm through with it.
Yeah, that was a game say.
Let's watch this video right here.
Is this Tan the God?
You've heard of this?
No.
All right. This is good, then. This is good.
Oh my God, y'all gotta get in here and check this out. Remember the rapper from Oakland, California?
Can you turn up the oh yeah, you got it.
Beauty supply. Well, it's looking like a video resurfaced of her speaking on the unaliving of her ex. She allegedly had something to do with. Video, she went on to troll her ex and went on to say how the family of her ex is not going to do anything about it. I want to go ahead and just insert the snippet of the interview here.
Should have never died. you should have never played with me, because then I gotta take it to the third degree. You know, like, so when I look at this little tombstone, I be like, man, it's crazy. So September 23rd is like the day I dropped Pond and Top. You know what I'm saying? So I had to put that on there. So I got this to be extra fucking childish, making families mad. Oh well, because they ain't gonna do shit about it.
Okay, now as you guys can see, she is talking about a song that she recently put out. She's speaking on her ex's death. I want to go ahead and insert a clip of the song here.
Nate, oh.
Talking on my ex and it's the fact that got me choked. Long as a bitch got legs, I stand on.
I better not play too much of this video. All right, so let me. So now you saw that video of her, right? You all saw that video, right? And she was trolling her ex-boyfriend. We all saw that, correct? She was trolling the nigga.
Yeah, she's trying to make him look like shit. Okay, yeah.
All right, now let me see if I can find the video of what happened to Tan the God. Y'all, I tell you, like,
this is some TBN stuff.
The shit escalating so fast that people don't understand what I'm talking about. Like, here's, like, you see Tan the God, you see her ass was trolling her boyfriend one day, and she about to go meet him in the grave the next day. Tan the God.
Damn.
When she agreed to appear at the grand opening of Glamour Beauty Supply on Telegraph Avenue at 40th Street in Oakland on Saturday. She perched on this gold throne, a purple and pink floral wall behind her, and posted photos and comments for her followers throughout the afternoon. But at 5 o'clock, a shooter showed up at the store. Witnesses to the shooting say they were here inside the store. They heard yelling, an altercation outside, and then shots fired. No one wanted to go on camera, but off-camera witnesses said that Tandagad collapsed outside this gate on the sidewalk, that a gunman took off running. Across the street, there are bullet holes and shattered glass. Some witnesses hid inside an adjacent donut shop until the coast was clear. Oakland police said paramedics arrived and Tandagad was transported to the hospital, where she later died. Oakland police said a second gunshot victim showed up at a local emergency room in stable condition. Police are asking for the public's help with videos or photos that could assist with their investigation as they try to establish the circumstances around the shooting. Another well-known Oakland rapper, Mr. Fab, posted on Instagram saying he originally was scheduled to be at the beauty shop Saturday, but his plans changed. He described Tandagad as a hustling go-getter with a world of ambition, drive, and courage, and a heart as big as Texas. Vases of roses have been left outside the beauty store under photos of the late rapper. In Oakland, I'm Leslie Brinkley, ABC 7 News.
With all due
Was the
respect,
ex a rapper
with all
too?
all due respect, no, who the hell cares about this?
Yeah,
I
John,
don't.
what's
Ain't
the
nobody
point of
care
this,
about
man?
these
This
people.
another little nigga kid rapping about nonsense.
Yeah,
getting
right.
shot
Like,
because he created ops.
who cares? These damn people that shoot each other and fussing and baby mama drama. Shit, I don't care if they famous or not famous. Who the hell cares?
Yeah, I agree with Cube on
I
this
don't
one. Like,
know.
John, what
I
makes
mean,
this
like,
little nigga
but
so special?
you know what? This takes me to celebrity stuff, right? You watch TMZ. Like, who the hell cares about any of these people? I don't know them. Like, people crying over who Chad Black Panther, he died. People are crying and shit. Like, I don't know that motherfucker. Like, who cares if he dies or who dies or I don't know these people. The hell, it just TBN stuff, man.
You know what I found interesting about it, and I agree with you 100%. But I do think the coarseness of the culture, is being reflected here. Like this was an out and out assassination of a woman. These are things that you wouldn't see in America 20, 15 years ago. But you have people like trolling other people on the internet. Then that person wants to come and take revenge on that person. And she's giving her location where even the stupidest person could figure out where she is. And he does what he does, low IQ shit, and goes, tracks her down and shoots her. Neither one of these people probably understood the ramifications of technology, her exposing her location, or him tracking her down. He'll be easily convicted, and she was easily killed. And I think, I've talked a lot about the technocratic way that America is going here. And I think the low IQ people are suffering from it. And this was a very low IQ way to die. She advertised where she was after trolling a man on the internet. And someone came and killed her ass. She probably couldn't even figure out how the hell someone figured out where the hell she was. She probably couldn't put two and two together. And that is what is kind of like the low IQ man's dilemma. My thoughts about that. You have something to say about that, Q?
Nah, I mean, just like, what is the word?
Another one
Bottom of the
bites the
barrel.
dust, John.
Just
Another one
bottom of the
bites the dust.
barrel. Like this is the type of stuff that makes the news. It damn near kills brain cells. Like this has actually made it onto some 8 o'clock news or something. Like, granted, sure, in that small town, you want to know about the violence, but like for it to go viral, you had some June person reporting on it. Like this is just.
Hold on. Let me ask you guys: do you think a targeted assassination of a woman is worthy of the news?
Well, locally, yes.
Locally,
Like,
yeah. Internationally, no.
Not even
beyond that,
cross country, probably not. No.
even statewide, I don't even think so. Like
Yeah,
maybe in that city or town.
So my question, John, you said I asked, and I think somebody answered. Her ex was another rapper, correct? The one she was dissing
I don't know,
on
was he?
in her rap. Someone said yes, I believe. I don't know.
Okay, maybe it was.
So my thought is the narrative pushes these sort of feuds intentionally. I think Ice Cube came out and talked about it, how there was the school to prison pipeline by the use of the rap community, and that's why he dropped out of rapping and went into acting, was because he saw the same people who owned the privatized portions of prisons. And now, mind you, most prisons are state owned, but they're run by private corporations. It's a private security company that pays the guards and takes a cut off of that. It's a private food service company. They don't, they're not state employees, so they're privatized. And the same people who own all of that were the same people who were paying him to promote a gangster lifestyle to the underclass, not even just the black people, because when you saw in the 90s when gangster rap hit its premium, there were the white kids, Hispanic kids, Asian kids, everybody bought into it in the lower income brackets, and it was a school to prison pipeline. And I think that this is just more of that narrative being pushed if this is being put out there violently.
Has anyone ever heard of the Trinitarios?
No.
What?
Hey, John, real quick, can I just make a quick comment before I forget? Hey, Garion, I'd like to invite you to John Galt and Master Kim's business hour. I'd also maybe like to join. So I definitely want to give you a personal invite. And John, I had a quick topic idea.
Yeah, sure. I'll pop. Yeah, if I'm not I was going to say if I don't got to work too hard.
That's a very good show, by the way. I will admit that it's probably the best show that we have going right now. So
and I got a real quick topic idea, John, if you don't mind. I just want to say the gig economy and kind of how that's a hamster wheel. I think talking about that gig economy would be a good topic.
Does anyone know what he's talking about by the gig economy?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something, but I forgot because I was listening to 20 things. Hold on.
Lily actually
Denzel,
works the.
what kind of show do you have, Denzel?
I don't have a show.
I thought you had a YouTube channel. Sorry.
Yeah, I got a couple of YouTube channels. A few actually. I'm thinking about making another one.
So what are they? If that's okay, John.
Yeah, it's fine.
Denizen at Denizen X at Digital Denny and UMC Gaming, and thinking about making a new channel called Star Denizen.
So which one's the most popular and what do you talk about on it?
At the digital or at Denizen X is probably has the most subscribers, and I talk about whatever, mostly philosophy and politics.
And then on the gaming one, what kind of games do you game on?
I'm into a lot of different kinds of games. I'm kind of eclectic. At my core, I'm a first-person shooter. Favorite
PC.
games, Ghost Recon. Yeah, it's definitely PC games. And right now, I'm working on a Star Citizen project. I'm trying to make a short film using the game engine and some voice acting.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Okay, so what I was gonna say was the gangster rap thing became a big problem when all the suburban white kids was like cussing their parents out, talking about they a gangster and my nigga this, my nigga that. Like that's why it was such a standout issue because it wasn't just the black kids and they had to put the explicit label on it and all that shit. So when you put no, you can't listen to this on something, of course, fucking skyrocket everywhere.
Yeah, I stole the Chronic.
I mean, bruh, like you wasn't stealing Elvis Presley. I'm just saying.
I just didn't want to have that conversation with my dad. It's like they put that parental whatever on there, and I was like,
I wanted to say something stupid about the Uber drivers. I don't know if you guys heard the stream that I had with Philippe. He's a good friend of mine. He's a Section 8 landlord, and he's a regular landlord. And he rented to a guy who was an Uber driver. Anyone see that stream with Philippe? I can't remember.
Philippe the dude who was like in the military or the government
It
in
was the one
DC?
black dude who was supposed to be in. I think he's in Congress. Was it Congress?
He has something to do with the DC politics.
He worked for John Lewis. He worked for DC government.
And was it Condoleezza Rice that he was talking about meeting that one time?
I'm not sure it was Condoleezza Rice. It may have been Condoleezza, but it was Alexis Herman.
Alexis Herman.
And so he rented to an Airbnb. An Uber driver. And if he had talked to me beforehand, I would have told him, "Don't do that. Don't do that." It's Seven Steel story in the chat because he probably will.
Oh wait, yeah, I do remember talking about that. You were talking about how a lot of Uber drivers can't make consistent rent.
Right, and the reason why they can't figure out, but I can because again I'm a software developer as well. I'm not just a landlord. I'm a software developer. So let me show you like one of the articles why you can't really rent to an Uber driver. This is a real serious risk here. Imagine you rent to an Uber driver and he's hustling. He hanging out at the airport waiting parking lot trying to get the best fares. And then Uber zaps his ass. As you can see right here. They cheating. That algorithm catch up with their ass. And human being, maybe not so much, but there's software to catch their ass. And it's catching their ass. And if you any one thing about being a landlord or whatever, don't rent to an Uber driver. Because they can't beat the algorithm here.
So you Ubers.
That shit on members only and made y'all buy HB a GoPro camera for that. Just right. That's $1 million worth of game right there. But anyway, go right ahead. Someone said something.
Yeah, I said you was Ubers. Do you know any Uber drivers personally?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
They live in my house. They stay in my house.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, so can they make rent or no?
They have a hard time, as I said to you, because of the algorithm.
I was going to say my buddy Gerard, he does do Uber, but he also uses Uber to promote his shipping company. So
Right. So he uses Uber as like a,
he uses it as a platform. Yeah, he uses it as a platform for side hustling as well as free advertisement.
Because a hustler is a hustler, right? They gonna make that money, right?
Yeah.
So it's not really that they're an Uber driver; it's that they're a poor hustler if they're not making that money or got something else going on. Would you agree?
Yeah, Uber. Yeah, I was going to say I think the main problem is the fact that a lot of people are trying to use Uber as their main hustle because it gives them more control over how much money they make, and how much they work. But but in reality, it really doesn't. Due to the simple
It's a side hustle by nature, right?
Yeah, completely.
Right, and if you use it correctly, you can fucking win.
Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of people don't. They think it's a good alternative to a normal job, or just being an entrepreneur, which it is.
To be honest, if they committed to it like fucking 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., it could be. But most people don't have the tenacity or the work ethic to pull that off.
That's the good thing because
hold on, Lily.
I was going to say, Lily, that's not the main issue, though.
What I'm telling you is, above and beyond all that bullshit, working 12, 15 hours a day for this bullshit Uber. As a software developer, Uber has enough money to hire someone like me to grind your ass down to a nub and give you just enough crumbs to keep you driving.
How does that sound? For real?
That sounds like reality.
That sounds like some bullshit. Like whose side is you on for real? Like you supposed to think of something that's gonna make everybody win.
Yeah.
Sounds a little one-sided to me, a little capitalistic, a little motherfucking I don't know, Trumpish. Can't find the right word right now.
I mean, the real thing about it is the simple fact that Uber Eats and DoorDash have complete control over your hours, regardless of the fact. You can work for 8 hours a day, but they can only pay you for probably 4, because they just feel like it.
I'm on a lot of Uber and Lyft chats. And if anyone is an Uber driver in the chat, feel free to come in the chat, say, hey, I'm an Uber driver, I'm a DoorDash driver, whatever.
Yes, that would be nice.
One of the things you'll read about in the Uber, DoorDash, Lyft driver chats is they feel like they don't get their tips.
It's because they don't.
And from a software perspective, how the hell would they know? They don't have the interface to my back end, to Uber's back end.
Okay, so why do you think Uber doesn't hire someone like you to do whatever you said? Like make them more money as if they need it, but make them more money and give the people that's doing all the work the bare minimum. What do you have to offer Uber as a software developer, as you keep saying?
Well,
if they would want to offer you.
Take me out of it, right? And just look at the
Don't put me in it because you put you in. You said they was to hire someone like you. So let's say if they was to hire someone like you.
John, how can someone keep working at Uber nowadays?
It's so dangerous, John. And with the illegals, John, I can't. You're going to start getting so many
No,
robberies.
No, I'm talking
Imperious,
about
it's because they're desperate, man.
what I'm talking about is on the software side, right?
Oh, my bad. Okay, I'm just saying, like, how do people keep working that, John? It's you talking about the crime in your shows and stuff. You show all these crimes about scooters and stuff. You're going to start getting Ubers and people just robbing Ubers randomly, dude.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
already happened.
like the thing is, like what I want to show you is this right here. Uber investors, and I'm working on a show for this. I just can't get all the I just haven't put it all together. But if you look at this, you'll probably see where I'm headed with this. Ah, shit, it's always a bullshit ad.
John, get
So
an
this,
ad blocker.
I have one, but some of them get through, I guess. So I want you guys to look at this, and I'm putting a show together, and I think it's a very interesting show, to be quite honest with you. But I'm going to give you like a primer here. Uber Technologies, best known whatever rideshare services, IPO, blah blah blah. Let's see. The top Uber shareholders are, this guy, that guy, this guy. I'm going to look all these guys up, but most importantly, it's here. So my thought is, and this is and again, I'm researching this, but my thought is that Uber subsidizes the big companies to put the small companies out of business. How do they do that? Here's my thought, and I want you guys to give me some feedback on this if I'm heading in the wrong direction. Uber is owned by what? These companies, right? These companies here. You can see them. These companies, these three, own. Let me see if I can pull up some of their biggest investments.
Probably Disney.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up now. I just don't want to pull it up before. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see. All right, I think I have it here. All right, let's see. And you guys should be able to see my screen. So McDonald's, according to CNN Business, blah blah, most of the company's owners are institutional shareholders who make up. Individual owners make up 0.31%. Well, who are the institutional investors? I have to tell you guys, you already know.
Right? Vanguard, BlackRock, and Morgan Stanley.
No.
Might be Bank of America in this case, but still.
But who owns? Who owns Bank of America? So follow my logic.
Yeah, Vanguard and BlackRock.
Vanguard and BlackRock.
Now I want you to follow my logic here, because I'm going to do a show about this. So this is more or less a primer. Maybe I don't do the show, but I may give you enough here that you don't need a show. If I own Uber, which BlackRock and others do, correct? We all agree on that. Nod our head, put yes in the chat. Then BlackRock owns more or less the delivery vehicle for McDonald's, Burger King. Was it Burger King? Let's see who would invest in Burger King. Let's see who the investors. So Uber becomes what? Effectively the delivery vehicle for Burger King. Is that fair? Is that fair to say? Am I all? If I'm on if I'm going in the wrong direction, feel free to stop.
John, just keep going. You're good.
Okay. So, of all these companies, I guarantee you that if you look at the top investors for Burger King, and Burger King probably is not on, it's kind of a roll up. But all of these companies, Uber, Burger King, I'm sorry, McDonald's, Burger King, all these companies that make the food are owned by BlackRock. The companies that deliver the food, well, they're also owned by BlackRock. And so it doesn't.
And then John, look at who BlackRock and Vanguard's biggest investors are.
Someone says State Street. Okay. But the point that I'm making is
They're John, they're each other. You understand that, right, John? Like,
I understand it, right? And that's the point.
And Blackstone is the same.
Right. Blackstone, BlackRock. You have to Google. You have to read into why they named it Blackstone. From BlackRock. I may go into that on the stream, but from a financial standpoint, I'm just thinking it through. Like, they own the delivery vehicle, they own the production vehicle, McDonald's. One could be a loss leader to fund or to more or less subsidize or be the delivery vehicle for the other. So if you were to go on Instacart, Uber Eats, or whatever right now, and you look at the top companies that show up for delivery of food, it's not your mom and pop. Those are companies that probably have an investment from BlackRock. So again, Uber is the delivery vehicle. If you go all the way back to COVID, if you wanted to go back to COVID, and you think about how COVID was the
I just saw a stat today saying that BlackRock had like 88% of all of the S&P.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
Well, there you go. And Uber can never make money, and it will still be profitable to big business because it is the delivery vehicle.
Now, if I may be misremembering, but if you look up who the largest investor in BlackRock is, isn't it Vanguard? And if you look up at the largest investor in Vanguard, it's BlackRock.
Damn it! That's what I just said.
Okay, so I want to insert that. Could any of y'all just be open minded enough to know that anything like international or fucking so easy like Amazon, fucking FedEx, like all these companies that's like global easily, right? Have any one of y'all that's owned a business ever looked into what steps you could take to take your business global or have your business in China or Russia? You know what I mean? Like, it's McDonald's everywhere. Everybody know about Amazon. Like, this is government shit. Like, that's who run it. Like, that's who doing it. Like, duh. I'm just saying, like, no one person, one company did none of this shit. They don't let us do shit now. They gonna let us fucking blow up and go global? That's their shit. All of it. From McDonald's to Amazon to fucking FedEx to the US Postal Service to every fucking thing.
I think that you need to focus on local. There are plenty of like low hanging fruit locally. Focus on that. You may never hold on. Hold on. You may never build scale to compete with Amazon. The technological capabilities are so against you that you
They're
can't.
so governmental. What?
I'm just saying that to scale out and compete against Amazon will be very, 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 very difficult.
Yeah, because they own everything.
Right.
They own everything. So how is that? Like, how can any common man?
So my point is, why even talk about them? Like, figure out where you can carve out your little, area of the world. And there are things that you
Isn't that shrinking though, John?
Well, it is. It very much is. And I will say this though, Dennison, the one thing that Amazon and the Black Rocks aren't able to do effectively now are the things like Master Kim talks about and things like you see me doing. Like, there's really not many people gonna go and run a convenience store in the ghetto or anywhere really.
The Arabs, the Asians, everybody but us.
Well, all right. And so, and there aren't many people you can hear the people booing and hissing when I show the hair from the drain. Do I need to show that again? Have you ever seen that, Denizen?
No.
Why are we looking at hair in the drains? Wait, stop it. Wait, I missed something.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, don't do that, man. You're going to go
Look at
outside.
that. Denizen.
Is that what is that?
I wish I had the time on it. You know what, Denizen, you know what time this was when I pulled it out the drain?
What is it?
Looks early in the morning.
Oh, she like she don't know what it is. What we can Denizen, do you know what that
dreadlock?
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it just looks like a dreadlock.
Yeah, it looks like a hair clog.
A hair clog. How do you think that big long ass dreadlock got down the tub drain?
How we go from stock trading to dreadlocks?
I don't know.
He doesn't use a hair cover when he takes a shower.
My thing is,
and not only that, he has bad roots because his hair falls out.
Man, you ever seen these niggas play with their hair all day? They play with this shit all the time. They
have you cleaned the white person house and stuck one of them things in it with the little two hooks on the side and pulled out all that motherfucking hair? Like they shed hair like dogs. What the fuck you talking about? You pulled a dreadlock out the drain. Ain't no telling when the last time you fucking cleaned the drains. Fuck you mean? That could be 45 tenants ago, according to your slumlord reputation. I'm just saying.
His slumlord reputation.
I'm glad you came on here. I'm so happy to have you here for real.
Hey. Yeah, so where the white tenants in the picture of they motherfucking drains?
He doesn't rent to white folks, as far as I know.
I do. I just ain't got nothing to show you.
Oh yeah, you ain't nothing to show me, huh? Cause you ain't looking for nothing. You ain't taking pictures of that shit. What about the dog hair?
Is it possible he has less problems from white renters than he does from black renters? Is that
because
possible?
Because nothing they do is a problem to him.
Look at that. What is that? What is that? Hey, look, if you guys want to buy a snake, I don't get any money for this. But if you need a snake or drain, this one, like, yeah, the battery charger.
You might need to go around and snake all the drains of all your properties just so it can save you some plumbing costs later.
Right, I can't remember. If you're interested, I can show you on Amazon the one that I buy.
You need to go do some on-site inspections.
If 7 Steel is here,
spend 12 hours working on your motherfucking properties. How about that? And then come online and tell us what you did today.
John keeps every time somebody says something.
If 7 Steel is here, if you're interested in what kind of drains what kind of snakes you should use to snake your drains, this is what you want right here, bro. Like, again, it's like hands free. You don't have to use those drills or anything like that. So let me see. Look at this.
What's the name of it and where can you, how much is it roughly?
Look at this shit. Yeah, I showed you. You know, I showed you on one stream. I can't remember, but I definitely showed you.
I'm not even sure what I'm looking at. It looks like a robot. R2D2. Johnny Five.
As I say to people all the time, you know, I'm not one for making excuses. I'm not even one for talking about why you can't do things. I think this really defines what I think about life and how you need to go about things.
So we was looking at ligers the other day, the lion crossbred with the tiger. And, you know, they were saying that earlier that, you know, lions don't breed with tigers, but humans who doing some wicked shit did crossbreed some lions with some tigers. And those are some massive beasts. And ain't nobody kicking their door down for fucking with nature. Like, y'all doing some ungodly shit. Like, for real. A lion and a tiger together? That's a good idea?
I have no idea what the heck we're even talking about. What's the topic?
Are you looking on the screen? I'm just saying. Were you here earlier?
Yeah, why did John put this up?
I'm not sure, but whatever he throw out, I'm ready for it. That's where I'm at.
Anyway, we hear from Rashi.
Yeah,
and I'm concerned for Imperius. This is the quietest I've ever heard him.
I know. Hey, Rashi.
Okay? Do we got to do a welfare check on Imperius?
And hey, Rashi, you know what I'm talking to you about. and it's Bitcoin since that's your thing, right? And I'm starting to come around to your point of view about this Bitcoin. But do you want to like give a little spiel of what you think about Bitcoin?
I mean, ask me a question, sir.
I've been very skeptical about the stable coin, all that kind of stuff, right? And I've done a few streams about the all of the fraud related to Bitcoin. I don't know if you've seen my streams or not, but I see that Trump is going to be speaking at the Bitcoin conference. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. And he's talking about Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset. Have you heard about this?
Yeah.
And so I may be skeptical of Bitcoin, but Get Crack has talked about the milkshake theory. And as I put it all together, I'm starting to think that Bitcoin may make sense, that the United States will use it as almost like a weapon like the dollar. What do you think?
So what is his theory of the milkshake?
The milkshake theory is basically that the United States dollar is like all the currencies are mixed up together. And the United States has a long straw that sucks it all out at the end of the day. So they toss up all the currencies, make a milkshake, and the US dollar comes along and just basically sucks it out of a long straw. I can pull it up for you if you're interested. But what do you think?
Well, I don't disagree with that, but Bitcoin has nothing to do with that. And you guys keep trying to merge Bitcoin with stable coins and with cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is not cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is Bitcoin, right? It's on its own separate ledger. Cryptocurrency is built off of Ethereum. Ethereum is what all the thousands of platforms are built off of. Now, you have platforms within Ethereum which are trying to build off of like you got platforms like XRP, which XRP's whole goal was to create a national ledger for the United States banking system to be able to transact within a few seconds versus to a couple days. Like right now, when people swipe their cards, you'll have like a couple day delay on your transaction history, right? So XRP would try to speed that process up, right? And then you have other products like Chainlink. Chainlink was trying to go out here and target like airports and things like that, where you can go into an airport instead of having to show them your identification, you can just scan a code and you can just go ahead and board a plane. You know what I mean? Or not board a plane, but go through TSA and all this other shit. But it's just trying to simplify the process. So you have certain companies out there that actually have real world workability, real world products that they're offering to the world versus to certain scams like BitConnect or like Hex or like Tron, certain coins like that, where it's just like there's no utility. You're not doing anything. You're not adding any value. So how is the product going to build? It's just like a stock. If Nvidia wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't building any value, if it didn't have any market share, right? So it's the same thing in the crypto. You have these coins that, yes, people hype up, and they are definitely, it's the Wild Wild West. They're definitely scams, but Bitcoin has nothing to do with that. Bitcoin is its own separate thing. That is a whole peer-to-peer technology, and that's why you have people now endorsing it. But they didn't want to endorse it from the beginning because it was so cheap. They were buying it behind scenes, and that's what I'm trying to tell you guys, is that you thinking it's a scam. They tell you got people like what's that guy in the market that every time he makes a prediction, people's like the market. If he says the market's going to go up, people will say market's going to go down. What's that guy in the market? You know what I'm talking about?
Kramer.
Mainstream guy. Kramer.
Kramer?
Yeah, Kramer. Exactly. That's the guy I'm talking
So,
about.
so Rush, you to cut to the quick. Are you a Bitcoin investor or trader?
No, investor. No. People who understand Bitcoin, they're not in it for the money, bro. I'm not in it for the money.
So what are you in it for?
I'm in it for the investment, because if the United States dollar goes upside down, like if they start backing the dollar off of,
It's a hedge
it's a
against
hedge.
the dollar.
Exactly. It's a hedge against the dollar. Exactly.
Let me ask you this question, Rush. Let me ask you this question. Do you own any Bitcoin?
Yeah.
And how do you own it?
Oh,
What do you mean? How do I own it?
How do you own Bitcoin? Like, what is the stable? Like, explain the process for the people that want to buy Bitcoin. How they will go about buying Bitcoin.
All right, so one of the main ways that I buy it conveniently is on Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
And I take Cash App and I send it to my personal wallet, right? So from there, I lose it in a boating accident, and yeah, I own Bitcoin, right? But what I'm saying is that, so
Wait a minute. So you buy it on Cash App, correct?
that's one of the ways, yeah.
What is the other way that you buy it?
So I mean, other apps, bro.
Okay, so when you buy,
it's a peer-to-peer technology, right?
so when you buy Bitcoin on, let's say, Cash App, are you getting like a stable coin? Like, how does a stable coin come into effect for you?
No, a stable coin will only come into effect when I want to transact to like a government body.
And what is the stable coin typically that you buy? Or because you have to buy a stable coin to buy Bitcoin, right? Like when you send your money to coin,
You don't have to buy a stable. You don't have to transact in a stable coin. You can use whatever coin you can transact in.
A lot of exchanges used to require you to deal in stablecoin in order as an intermedium, though.
Right. So
when you're dealing with the government, when you're not dealing with the government, it's about the median that the person that you're trying to deal with is trying to transact in.
let me share something with you. Are you familiar with like USDT?
So, John, you acquired a car from a dead person who was in your property, right?
Right.
You didn't register it.
Nah.
So the very same way that we could transact in that way, right? This is the same way that you can transact in this way. This is what I'm trying to say. So it's only the median of transaction. If I need to deal with, like, if I need to pay a bill where there's taxes involved, etc., then I would probably need to go to a stable coin, right?
Right. So if you look here where it says, you familiar with Tether, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so you see Tether has a 74% market share in 2024. And so which means that most of the people that are buying Bitcoin by way of USDT, well, I guess Bitcoin in general, are using Tether. I guess the other people are using USDC. Is that the other one? Is that the other
I'm
one?
only familiar with
Oh,
USDT.
so what you're seeing right now is just the fact that BlackRock and Vanguard and places like this are buying into USDT, into US. They made USDT and they made Tether. Well, not Tether. Tether adopted into the SEC's protocols, but they are onboarding themselves into the digital platform. You got to understand that the market was already big off of Binance, right? If you look into CZ's net worth is like $57 billion or some crazy shit.
Now, what are they pegged to? What they're pegged to the dollar?
What?
Like CZ Binance.
No, Binance was just an exchange, and the exchange was growing off of Bitcoin and then Ethereum. Ethereum is what made, because Bitcoin only has 21 million coins locked up, period, right? And every 4 years the coins go down by half. So it gets more rare and rare up until like 2050, right? So it's a depreciating asset.
Like look at this. Like look at this, Rashid. You see what it says here? USDC, which is one of the main stable coins, I guess it has about 15-20%, is back 1-to-1 with the dollar. And then if you look here, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. This is kind of what I don't understand, what I want you to explain to the people.
Did you see that Larry Fink Bitcoin thing?
I'll look it up in 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hold on, I'll get you.
And if you look here, Russia, look at this. Tether tokens are pegged to a fiat currency, US dollar, at a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning that in theory, one token equals 1 unit of that currency. A user can exchange fiat currency for Tether tokens by depositing the desired amount into Tether's reserve and receiving the equivalent in Tether USDT. So basically, if you send Tether $100, they will convert that to 100 USDT tethers. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that part is what I really don't understand. Like, why can't they just buy Bitcoin directly with your dollars? Why do they need to convert it to something
that's
stable?
exactly what they're doing. And that's what they're doing with the ETF, right? Because they're convincing you that, hey, Bitcoin is risky, so we're going to buy it instead, and you can buy the ETF. But no, you should own the Bitcoin because the Bitcoin is yours. You can take it off the exchange and put it in your own personal wallet offline, and it's yours, right? Or you can put it on chain, and you can lock it and you can earn interest off of it, which you were talking about the other day as far as staking, right? So I mean, you are your own banker to a degree, so you have to be vigilant. But if you're not trying to learn what's going on here, then you know.
Rashi, we gotta have to let you do a stream on Bitcoin, like to get people up to speed on it, because I would imagine that a lot of people are still kind of confused about it. We have Cube in the audience. He says, respectfully, I wanted to hear from you, and I guess he wanted to hear from you about the Bitcoin as well. But I think, man, like it's going to take a lot longer for you to explain it to people.
Listen, Bitcoin is a technology. It is not the fact that the USD price correlates to it is just because that's what it's worth. That's what people are willing to pay for it right now. It's not the fact that it's an investment. It's a way of transacting peer to peer without having a middleman. And the price of it is just it's just a byproduct of it.
That's what we're gonna have to get you to do a check. Yeah, we have any questions about Bitcoin, about anything in general? We're about to get ready to get out of here. Well, we streamed quite a while. HB did his trucking show for what 10 hours or so. He really he crossed the country with us for real, coast to coast.
Hey John. I asked Brian to send you a video. Did he do that?
Brian Nichols?
Nah, Ryan.
Ryan. Let's see.
Yeah, I asked him to send you a video like a couple of days ago. So if
I'll
you
check
don't
my
know,
email and see if he got it.
But hey, just
So
shoot me your number in the back chat, bro.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you right now. Matter of fact, let me make sure I got your number because I may have yours, and that way I ain't gotta give everybody. Damn, my fucking phone died. Rashu, put your email in the back chat. I'll email you my phone number like that, so that way I ain't gotta send everyone my my phone number here because I don't know what I did with my other phone, so you'll be blowing up the only phone I have here. I mean, not you, but if I put my phone number in the back chat, anyone.
All right, I'll just throw it in there, bro.
Yeah, send me an email. You go to my channel. Hey, by the way, guys, we're gonna have a top corporate, what is it? Corporate real estate broker. That's correct. A black guy actually, and he's a friend of Master Kim's in the Atlanta area. Guy has his own plane. I think he's a former Marine or whatever. We're gonna have him on the show at some point. And then, Rashid, you're going to love this. We're going to have a cousin of Master Kim's, who at one point he was up 800,000 in Bitcoin. And he's down now to about 400,000, but still, that's a pretty big number. You're up 400,000 on the investment. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And at some point, we're going to do
the question is how much did he put into it?
Well, if he's up,
always, hey, listen. The thing is with Bitcoin, people always put money into it, and they be like, "Yo, that shit was up, 5,000, 10,000." You know what I mean? And then you go back and be like, "Well, how much did you put into it?" "Oh, I put $500 into it, or I put $1,000 into it."
But do the math. But do the math. If he put $1,000 in Bitcoin when Bitcoin was $1,000, right? Like that would be what $70,000 today. So times that by 400,000, you might have your answer.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Simple numbers. He might have put $5,000 investment, and it might turn into 400,000.
No, but what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right, and I agree with you, right? But you got certain people who are used to like the S&P, and they can't see a 30% move in a year and be comfortable with it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people will sell, right? But had you just held, you'll see more than a 30% gain on it over time if you just span it out. Like if people go back on the chart year to date, 9 times out of 10, you are gonna be making money. At least more than gold. And that's been proven. I got the chart.
I was about to tell you guys something before we get out of here. One thing I wanted to tell you was while we were streaming, I uploaded a video. It's a little long, it's 29 minutes, but the best part of it is probably about first 15 minutes. If you weren't on the stream, I think this was your stream with the tequila lady. If anyone saw that stream, Rashu, were you on this stream? The black Korean,
he wasn't.
The black beauty store owner.
He was not on that stream.
Yeah, Master Kim and I, we critiqued the store. We actually had her call in, and we critiqued the store. I'm gonna have some more edits, clips of that. That was a very good segment. But then someone asked me about the vaccine, and so I put this segment up here. My response to the vaccine, right? The idiocracy of it all. I think Denizen, you were there, right? You were
I
there.
put that on my watch later. What was that about? What was that about?
Well, so when I was in DC in New York, you guys that are familiar with my stream, you know what my opinion is about the the whole COVID thing, blah blah blah. And so
I know you would call me one of them house negro. What would you call me? What?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the mosquito bite, Rashu? Rashu, you got the mosquito bite?
Rashu might have been wearing the mask too.
and by the way, what your girl look like though?
Look at this nigga right here. He always worry about
You said what my girl look like? She's a Cuban, bro. She fucking
Yo, Gary got that. Oh no, Garen dropped off. He got that Chinese and Nigerian mix. What you got?
Cuban and black chick.
Yeah, you see, they always getting them mixed joints. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got the mosquito bite, Rashu?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, how many?
One.
The J&J joint.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for being truthful. Appreciate it.
So in that stream, in this stream, you guys should really go watch it. It's not very long. Watch it about the first 15 minutes or so. I don't have the staff.
Look at these hood niggas right here.
I don't have the staff. And again, I don't ask for cash up, so I could go hire some people, but we may get around to that at some point. But the video is a little long, but the first 15 minutes or so, when I show you that ticket in particular, for the people that haven't seen that ticket, you gotta see that ticket the DC government wrote me on the day that 21 niggas got laid down. And so here I am right here. Well, I was watching the throws, no one knew. All right, so here I am in a bar in Brooklyn, and in that stream, I showed you exactly where the bar is. I put the bars, whatever YouTube channel, whatever else. And so I'm in this. This is the owner of the bar. You look at this is during the height of C-19, and he's wearing a mask, and I'm in no mask. Right? You can see that there. The video gives you a little bit more detail to that. And let me see if I can. Oh, yeah. And so you can see another photo here. And this is DC right here. This is right by Howard University. It's a police officer, as you can see right there, police. And this is again in the Whole Foods. This nigga was working in the Whole Foods, and he had a gas mask on. So I walk in the store, no mask. He's supposed to enforce it on me, but he couldn't enforce it looking like a clown with this shit on. So I made that nigga take a picture.
And you just out
I made that
out
nigga
here
take a
taking
picture.
pictures with these niggas
I,
laughing at them.
I made this nigga take a picture with me. Look how stupid. You think I'd take a picture, even if I was that stupid, to wear a mask. You think I'd take a picture with old black ass nigga like myself? If I was a nice nigga with a mask on. Hell no, I'm taking the mask off. Like they don't understand the way of the world. And I got a photo I really, I'm itching to show you, and I think I'm going to show you that one to close the show off. Let me see if I can.
Hey John, you funny as shit.
Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga. Look when you look at this nigga, this simple ass nigga.
You look a little overweight.
Nigga, DC police out nigga probably make $100,000 a year. Doing nothing, sitting on his ass on the chair, right? Working at Whole Foods. That's how it works in DC. He's sitting on his ass doing nothing. But there's a picture that I really wanted to show you guys. Let me see if I can show. Oh
Hey
man,
Denzel, you got the mosquito bite, Denzel?
Mosquito bite?
The booster, the vax.
Oh hell no! No, I'm a pureblood. I've never had any vaccine ever.
Wait, time out. You talking about that specific vaccine or like measles, mumps?
No, never. None of them. Never.
Really? Your parents never got you that?
Yeah, my mother claimed religious exemption, and back in the 80s, it was a lot easier to get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that religious exemption probably still
I
would
was
work
mad as
for
shit.
public
I was
schools.
mad as shit when I heard Imperius claimed religious exemption in 2020 or whenever
Well,
the fuck
Pierce is
that shit
still on.
was.
Pierce is on apparently. Either that or you fell asleep.
I was like, dude, you can still claim that shit. I would have claimed that shit. I'd have lied and said I was a fucking Catholic.
no one had
All
to
right.
take that shit. No one.
Rashi, like to be honest, if you actually look at literally look up the government wordage
Shit.
on religious exemption.
Oh shit! I just found it. Hey, hold on, niggas. When I used to live in Brooklyn, damn, I wish Kim Make Cakes was on here. I was just going through my phone. I'm looking for something else, and look what I found. I'd be damn. Look at this shit. Look at. I'd be there every day. Look at this shit. Whoops. Do I? Damn. I probably need to get this off here, right? Let me stop sharing this with you guys. I need to go share. Whoops. But anyway, oh man. But I actually have another photo I want to share with you guys.
What the hell was all that?
Anybody see that? You can go back and rewind if you want to.
We just people laid out. What was it?
They were sleeping.
Where?
Well, I used to live in Brooklyn. I used to live on St. Mark's, and that was at the intersection of St. Mark's and right by St. Mark's and not Buffalo, not Rev. Utica Avenue. Anyone familiar with New York, you would know Utica Avenue. But I'm trying to show you one more picture during that period of time that people love to talk about.
Hey, Rashi, while John's pulling it up, just Google religious exemption. It's like as broad as anything could be broad, bro. Like there literally is.
I believe you, dude.
Hey, John, I'm signing off, brother.
Yeah, super, super broad. Oh, and Pierce could probably tell you more about it.
I'm not a religious person who would ever think about religious.
No. But see, you're missing the point. If you Google it,
yeah, my mother was an atheist.
If you will see that it's 1000%, like as broad as your imagination can go, that's what a religious exemption is. It means it can be anything.
Yeah, that is
absolutely anything is religion, bro.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm conceding to your point, bro. I'm just saying.
No, I got you.
I'm not about to look it up at this second because I agree with your. I
Yeah,
can
you
see
good.
what you told me.
Yeah. So that's literally the magic words of I have a religious exemption. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right about that, Cube. Anyway, I can't find this photo. We'll find it another day. You know, I have so much to share, so no need to try to stuff all in in one day. Anything else? Let me go through the comments. You guys get your formulate your last thoughts here while I'm going through the comments here. Q, your last thoughts?
Appreciate it as always, John. For anyone listening out there, definitely tune into your business hours. I think those are good. Give a lot of feedback, and you know I'm on here to expose frauds. So if you come up here with some bullshit, lying, cheating, beating around the bush, I'm gonna call you out. You know, and that's it. Peace out, everybody, and I'll see you guys next time.
I think
Hey,
Q got.
peace out,
I
bro.
think Q. I think Q got a little
Peace.
trouble. What's up, Rushy? Your last words?
Yeah, man. I'm always listening to you off and on, bro. Not all not all the time. I'll be ducking back and forth between these YouTube streets, but yeah, I rock with you, John. But we do need to talk. I think
Whenever you want
we
to do that
keep
YouTube channel, man.
missing each other.
Whenever you want to do that
You said
YouTube,
what, brother?
man, like I get on there and I'll talk about it as much as I know, and I'll let you educate me on the rest of it. How about that?
I mean, let's just have a conversation. I mean, I'm not trying to convince anybody, right?
Now I'm trying to
I
learn
think
Russian.
you come to your own conclusions, right? I just want to give you accurate information versus to uh, uh, propaganda, right?
Yeah. Now I'm with that, Rushy. Uh, let's talk offline, and we're gonna figure out a time to do the show. I try my best to get up to speed on some of this stuff you're talking about, so I can at least speak knowledgeably.
Yeah, I would like that, and I would I could follow the conversation a lot better because I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I cannot follow the conversation when you guys just go off the rails because it's just like y'all don't have the history behind it.
Yeah.
But we can have that conversation. But Denizen,
Oh,
you my
shoot.
boy. We talk all the time. So I'll holler at you guys later.
All
Peace.
right. All right. All right. Denizen. Yo, we
Yes,
got to
sir.
get together, man. I think we'd have some interesting thoughts to go back and forth. Your audience probably be fairly receptive. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was a good conversation when Witchy and Lily came up. Good back and forth.
Yeah, you and I together, we probably could keep it a little bit tighter, a little bit more concise in the argument. So
Yeah.
the real. What do you think would be a good topic, both of us, to cover there?
I mean, I think really you and I are kind of eclectic, no? There's a lot we could cover. A wide variety of topics.
What do you think would be? What do you think would be like the most like? What would you want to talk about? What do you think would be very good?
I'd like to talk about how to get into real estate when you're just in the money phase, because you're experienced. So
Mm,
I'm looking to buy for my first time here in the next 18 to 36 months, 18 to 24 preferably. Depends where the markets are going and how I can get my money right and what I got to work with at the time.
Buy to do what though?
I would like to have some sustainable off-grid living and also some investment properties. Just diversify my income sources.
What kind of investment property? Like commercial, residential, timber, farmland?
I'm thinking I would start off small, and that since I'm inexperienced, residential would be the place to start. Maybe a property that I myself would live in, and then I could cultivate moving out and replacing it with a renter.
Yeah, the first property I bought. What is it? Someone just said, John. What did he say? If a BD just popped up, do you have fluconose? What the hell is it? I don't know what fluconose are. I don't know what that is. The first property I bought outside of my hometown, my rent is going to let's just say I think it was $965. I never forget it. And I'm from Alabama. I said, damn, I've never paid that kind of money to live somewhere. What? And so I bought this house, and I was like, at worst case, I lose my job, I can always rent a room out or something. And that has been probably the best advice or the best thought that I ever had. Otherwise, I would have bought a condo or something. I could have afforded it at the time, but I've been up and down with jobs, just working along most of my life. Never been necessarily beholden to a job. And
Say
so
that again. What was the best choice you made?
Finding a house where I knew I could rent it to other people, rent rooms in the house to other people. That made all the difference in the world, man. It really freed me up to pursue things that I might not pursue if I had like money problems. Does that make sense?
So start with rooms before even doing whole houses is what you're saying?
In the new America, man, you can't rent a whole house. In most places, certain parts of the world, you can. In the country, you can. But even where the laws are good, I think that the economics just weigh against renting an entire house today.
Here's what I was thinking: renting out rooms, but not living there. So, say like a 4-bedroom house, a 6-bedroom house.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, like, what people don't understand is, if you rent a whole house, right? You can't just walk in that house when you get ready. Effectively, it's their house. But if you rent a room to Joe, or rent a room to Charlie, and rent a room to Sally, you can walk in whenever you get ready. Anyone can walk in theory. So it mitigates some of your risks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If one person doesn't pay you, well, you still might have 2 or 3 other people paying. But if the head of the household in a home doesn't pay you, well, no one, the children aren't going to pay you. So what are you going to do then?
Yeah.
You end up subsidizing the whole damn family's living. So I would never rent an entire house to anybody unless it was in a rich neighborhood. And then I'd have a hard time sleeping at night because rich people pull scams too. Everyone saw that scam that was pulled. What is that? In Santa Monica, where the lady just stopped paying. Did you hear about that?
No.
She just stopped paying, man. I mean, nice place. And she may have come there by way of Airbnb or whatever, but she just refused to stop paying. I mean, she just refused to pay. Let's see. Somebody says the raging. Have a good night. Is Raging Tomato on here?
Yeah, she was saying hi in the chat. I think you highlighted it. Yeah, there you go, right there.
Raging Tomato, why don't you come up here? I want to discuss a show with you, a show idea, and I sent you a Cash App, what is it, Super Chat, because I wanted to discuss a show with you. So if you're here, I would love for you to come on. I think you will find this show compelling. So if she's here or if she's not here, someone reach out to her and get her back up. You know, I've mentioned it before. I want to get some woman, Denizen. Tell me what you think about this. To like help me give my room some sex appeal. Do you think Raging Tomato would be the person for that?
Well, you say the person, I don't know, but she definitely has sex appeal.
Hmm.
She's an attractive lady, and it definitely, I agree with you. Having a woman on the panel will attract more people, more eyes to the panel for sure.
Well, it's going to be a new show. It's going to be, you know, I'm thinking HB to provide some levity from the man standpoint, and then we need a woman, and I'll be kind of in the middle moderating. And so we'll be talking about how to design a room, more or less to help HB get the woman out of her pants or panties. What would the woman want? What would the man want? And I'm going to put some of my rooms up on the screen, and we're going to do it before, talk about it. They're going to give me some suggestions. A week or two later, whenever I do the work, then we show the rooms. And if everything works out and I don't be too embarrassed, we'll show the reviews. What do you think about that, Dennis?
I'm not sure I understand. I'm following you here. You're gonna have a woman on panel.
So it'll be say HB and a woman.
Yeah, that already sounds like it might not be the greatest of ideas for a YouTube platform, but go on.
So, you know, someone with a little comical levity. HB is a little comical.
Oh, yeah, he's funny as hell.
Right. So he's funny. And then we have a woman on there, Raging Tomato, sexy, talking about what would turn her on, what would make her feel at ease if she came into a room. How would she want it decorated? And so we'll talk that through, and then we'll have a before and after once I renovate the room and make it look sexy based on guys in the chat. What do you think about that? You think that'd be a hot show?
Yeah, I defer to the chat on this one.
You're not much of a fan of it. You know, there's been so many of those renovate my house type shows. This would be a renovate my room, basically. You're not a fan of that, huh, Dennis? You're too straightforward. You want to trade socks, huh?
Yeah, I'm very hyper focused on my money right now and planning for, which is essentially my retirement. You know, I'm essentially retired at this point.
How old are you, Dennison, by the way?
I'm in my early 40s.
How long have you been retired?
I've been making a majority of my income through trading without any form of employment since 2019.
That's pretty impressive, Dennison. And how have you ever talked to Get Crack about trading?
A little bit. I want to talk to him way more because I can already tell we share a lot of the same mindset. I'm looking forward to having a more one-on-one, a less, you know, when Crack and I are on the panel, it's usually like 6 to 8 people.
Would you like to do a show with Crack, you and Crack?
I'd love to. Yeah. I can already tell I have a lot to learn from him, and that we share some similar mindsets when it comes to money and trading.
Did you see the profit and loss statement from Crack?
Yes, I did.
What did you think about that? I don't have any thoughts about it. What did you think?
Yes, the way to do it. It's you know, I have a similar mentality.
Cam the King, man, I can't wait till your voice gets better, man. We're gonna have to get you back up on the show, man. You know, it's an interesting thought, man. You know, I'm always coming up with ideas, man. I would love to have you and Crack get up. Maybe you even compare like trades or something like that. That shit might be interesting. What do you think?
I think it would be interesting.
So anyway, I'll talk to Crack about that. Talk to me offline. Send me an email. I'll respond back to you. I'll send you my phone number. You can just call me. You know, forget about the email because I'll be slow to respond. Just call me. and I think we could put together a great show. It might be what they call niche market, but the people that Angry Snowman, are you familiar with Angry Snowman at all?
Yeah.
All right, let's get him up here. See what he got to say. I think I watched it. I'm pretty sure I watched his stream before. Angry Snowman, we just dropped the stream for you. If you want to come up, just drop the link. But yeah, I think it would be a great show, Dennison, man. Like, I want to like center this show, HB show, we like really get into like, having fun. It's a truck driver show. But I do want to do like some business channels, and you and Get Crack talking about stocks and shit. Probably be over my head, but I'll be willing to listen. And I think a lot of other people would be very interested into it as well. John one on something is better than the crowd. He should do more of this format. What do you think about that, Dennison?
What?
Just comment right here.
John 101 is better than the crowd. He should do more of this format. One guest or two max at a time. Absolutely, yeah. You don't really want to go past 4. You can rotate, so it's not always the same 2 or 3 people. But it's there's also people who just don't know how to panel. Like, no offense to Stanley, he doesn't know how to panel. It doesn't work. Now, I get that there's some people who find that entertaining. I'm not one of those people, and I would argue, as much as it seems popular, it's really not. Like, for a smaller channel, you might get 50 people to come in and watch a shit show, but Joe Rogan's not arguing and bickering like a 12-year-old girl on his show.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And a lot of times, I just have to try to manage the crowd, give the people a little bit of what they want, while trying to make sure that the conversation is still productive, and that's very difficult, man. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Difficult, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I said, I've done probably damn near 70 shows. You probably done many more than I have, and it's still a work in progress. I think about it, talk about it all the time. I probably spend 10% of my time thinking about how to monetize it, and the other 90% of my time thinking about how best to put forth a show where I can get everyone focused on the topic, not shouting over each other. It's very difficult, very difficult.
You can't, in my opinion, my experience. Well, first of all, let me say one thing I'm not going to do is tell people to do their panels anymore. I learned the hard way. This really is John's house. When I go over to someone else, when I go to CT's, it's CT's house. Sometimes I lose my patience. But I do mean to follow everybody's rules, whatever way they do it. If I don't like it, I don't have to be here.
Well, you know what?
That being said, though, I don't think you can really do open panels. I think you need to arrange this stuff beforehand. Most of this, it'd be even better if the interviews were just streamed live for the audience and weren't even live taking place, in my opinion. That's how much control and moderation I think there should be. And I think Witchy has a good point, actually. Like, Stanley, if he were to talk about something that was well within his wheelhouse, that he had actual hands-on experience and knowledge and education on, and he were talking by himself with a host whose only job wasn't to interact with him, but was just to encourage him to talk as much as he could, it would actually be an interesting stream. Like 40 minutes of just Stanley by himself. But can he talk with 3 other people on the panel when the conversation is going away he doesn't want? No. And so, like, me personally, I don't even let those people up if I'm doing a stream. And if people start bickering, they go right backstage. I don't even wait. I give no chances. And I'll be likely to kick somebody. Like, if somebody makes a personal insult on my panel, I'm probably going to kick them and ban them from my chat.
Hey, you want to let's get I think I've watched a little bit of Angry Snowman. Snowman, correct me if I'm wrong, because there may be another guy that has a channel similar to your name. Am I wrong about that, Snowman?
Not that I know of.
You don't have a StreamYard, is that correct?
No, I have StreamYard.
I mean, you don't let people come up on your shows.
No, I let anybody come up. Generally I don't let women up.
Are you the one with like the nice little LED background behind you?
Do what?
I'm thinking Angry Man and Snowman. It's like two of you guys similar names.
Oh, you're probably thinking of Angry Man. Angry Man's got the purple LED background.
Right. So what's up, Snowman? What do you want to talk about today?
Not much, dude. I just saw you were streaming, thought I'd come up, chop it up. I was down outside the RNC today, though.
Say that one more time.
I said I was in Milwaukee, perusing down outside the RNC today.
You got any good footage you want to share?
No, not shit happened, dude. It was fucking like brutally fucking boring. Seriously, like, dude, I couldn't even find anybody with any opposing thought to have a discussion with. Like, seriously, it's weird. The energy there is like, the best way I could describe it is it's like there's like this indifferent energy there.
What do you think that's about?
I mean, a lot of people are trying to attribute it to, what happened in Pennsylvania, but even at the same time, if you go by the way the liberals reacted to what happened in Pennsylvania on social media and all these cries for someone to attempt a second attempt on him, you would think you would see a bunch of counter protests and stuff down there speaking their mind about it. I mean, even the delegates, I got footage on my channel where I was sitting there, right by where the delegates were coming in, lining up to go into the actual event itself, man. And they really didn't say anything. I mean, they were, it was boring. I mean, like, I even said, you know what? You crackers need to fucking entertain us. You guys are boring.
What's your channel, Angry Snowman? I'm gonna pull you up on
dude, it's Angry Snowman Roman numeral 2, so capital I.
I'm pulling you up right here in case someone wants to see some of this footage. Oh shit. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling you up right now.
Yes, I did say I generally don't let women up.
What's that about?
I like to have discussions with men. If I want to have a discussion with a woman, I'll have a discussion with my wife.
Hey, Angry Snowman, what is it again? Angry Snowman
Roman numeral 2. So capital I.
Capital I. Gotcha. Oh, you have 872 subscribers. Let me share your is everyone familiar with Angry Snowman, by the way? If you are, put it in the chat you're familiar with Angry Snowman. Angry Snowman.
Yeah.
I know I'm a little bit off the topic here. How familiar are you with YouTube analytics?
A little bit. I mean, I'm not I'm not an expert level or a savant at it. I mean, I'm starting to understand how it works. I know that you want certain numbers to be high because it actually helps with organic growth.
I did a stream on YouTube analytics, and you're a smaller streamer like myself. You have many more subscribers than I do. You guys subscribe to Angry Snowman, by the way. Angry Snowman, you have a Cash App, by the way?
Yeah, I got a Cash App.
I'm happy that you came up on the channel. It's all good. It's good that we all support each other, these smaller YouTube streamers. So I'm gonna put your Cash App up on the banner if you don't mind. Give me 1 second. At Angry Snowman. What's your Cash App? Give me one. Damn.
Oh shit! It's $sign Angry Snowman 1.
Hold on. Give me 1 second, because I want to have a little bit of back and forth with you about your channel. But while I'm doing this, give me what's your channel? What's your Cash App?
$sign Angry Snowman 1, as in the number 1.
Angry Snowman 1. It's very important that we all support each other. Smaller YouTubers, so we can keep our content. Yeah, check that Angry Snowman. Make sure that's right. Is that right?
Yeah,
Shit, it
that's
doesn't
right.
look pretty good though. I should have. It doesn't matter if the letter's capital S or not, right? It doesn't matter.
No, as long as it says Angry Snowman 1 with the $sign, I mean, it goes
I'm
right
gonna-
to it. If I was at home on my computer, I actually have a QR code that I put on my OBS now that people can just scan with their phone.
I think I'm gonna update it and just so it looks professional here.
But
Angry Snowman, so tell me, what's your stream about here?
what are my streams about?
Yeah. What's your thing?
To be honest with you, I just talk about what's ailing people, try and figure out why people can't seem to get along. What's with this sudden big push for everybody to try and find a reason to play who's the biggest victim? Why is that?
And what do you think?
I think people are fucking retarded, and there's been too much inbreeding allowed to happen at this point.
That's very interesting. English, man.
Well,
So
look at it, John. Think about this for a second. Look at all these, kids that are raised by single moms that don't know who their dad is, black or white, that are all across America.
Yeah. Hey.
And they all reside in the same communities. And I guarantee you, some of these kids that don't know who their dad are, that have different moms, are related. And nobody says anything to them.
I talked about that with Terrell Owens. Have you ever heard his story?
No, I haven't.
Well, he wanted to date some woman, and he realized his family members finally told him, like, hey, that's your sister. And, he's not far. He didn't grow up far from where I grew up. But so I can go along with what you're saying here. So go ahead.
No, I think too many people are with that, and on top of it, too many people are too easily they're too easily what's the word I'm looking for? They believe shit that other people say, and a lot of it has to come through
impressionable.
Yes, thank you. They're impressionable and easily led. And a lot of people that they listen to people just because and believe what they say is gospel, just because they have some kind of title, some qualification, or
appeal to authority.
Right. It's weird to me, that people are so easily complacent and compliant.
It's because they're dumb,
and they don't question things.
It's because they're dumb. That's normal for them.
The fact that like today I was up there and I did see a couple like small skirmishes that really didn't amount to anything, but like I asked the question, why to this liberal white woman, why does it seem like you guys are always saying how one person's doing this, one person's doing that, one person's doing this, we need to find a way to come together, have some solidarity, this, that, and the third. But why can't you have a conversation? Why is it so hard for you to sit down as an adult at the table and actually have an adult conversation? Why is it that every time someone that has a dissenting opinion than yours, that you have to get so emotionally charged that you look like a toddler flipping out? How
do you think? Go ahead.
There's a lot of trauma in that answer to that question too.
Well, I'm just saying, how is anybody supposed to even take you serious and even want to have an adult discussion with you?
Do you think there are any solutions to what you see here?
No, honestly, to be perfectly honest with you, John, I don't think that there's any way to fix America. I honestly believe that the American culture and society in America has literally been pulled in so many different directions now that there's no way for it to bounce back. It's been stretched too far.
So what drives you to make these YouTube videos every day?
Because I don't do it every day, but
I mean, you know what I mean.
Right, but we frequent a lot of the same places, and I do get my opinion out there, and it's because I think that there still needs to be, a counter. There should be counter ideals. Everything should have pushback to it. If we're not having pushback and we're just complying with what the people think are the authority figure, then what are we really living for?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever, Dennis, and you may have heard me ask this question before. Do you feel like you've lost your birthright in America, English no more?
I wouldn't so much say I've lost my birthright because I don't know necessarily if anybody has a birthright to anything. To be quite honest with you.
Well, let me rephrase the question then. When you were growing up, you were a young man. You probably thought you could be anything you wanted to be, correct? Within your mental and physical capacity. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. To be perfectly frank with you, I think that even now I still have the ability to do anything that I want to do that I put my mind to.
Do you think like the way that America has changed has diminished your ability to live the American dream?
I wouldn't so much say diminished it, but it seems as though at the pace and the direction that we're going, that there is someone, I don't know who it is or who they are, specifically, but there is something that is trying to make it more and more difficult to, acquire the quote unquote proverbial American dream.
Does that make you angry?
It's frustrating. I don't know necessarily angry.
When you see the migrants coming here to America and they getting all kind of shit, does it make you angry at all?
Well, you got to define what kind of migrants we're talking about. Are we talking about migrants that come through and do things legally to, to assimilate and conform and actually become American citizens? Or are we talking about people that are being brought over here to rape and pillage our resources and our wealth and take it back to their own nation?
Which one do you think I'm talking about?
I'm not going to assume. That's why I asked you you needed to define what you were talking about.
Well, which ones do you think of when you think of like, damn, this? When you think of migrants, which one do you think of?
Well, when you say migrant, I think of legal migrants because that's
really?
what a migrant is, someone who comes here legally.
So when I say migrants, you think of legal migrants?
Yeah, what people that come here illegally. So a migrant that does it legally, I don't have a problem with. I have a problem with people that come over here illegally and do it for nefarious reasons, as everyone should, because they aren't coming here for the betterment of the American nation or the people in this nation. They're coming here to subjugate you, your resources, your wealth, and your children's futures.
Do you think it is being done deliberately?
Absolutely.
For what means?
Because they're trying to destabilize this country, in my opinion. They're trying to destroy it from the top down, and the only way to truly destroy America is to turn it into a third world country again. I believe that they're the reason why so many third world illegal immigrants are coming here is because they're still going to need a working class, even in this third world country, that is okay with it and will comply. Because honestly, John, I think the only way the American people will break out of their complacency and actually step up and act against this is if everything they have is taken from them. They're going to wait until they're at their doorstep, basically.
Have you ever read Camp of the Saints?
No.
You ever heard of it?
No, I haven't, sir.
Back during when Trump was in office, I heard of it, and let me see if I can pull it up. Denzel, you probably heard of it if you've been on my channel enough. You ever heard of it, Denzel?
Hold on, because I want to. Cam the King said you're one of the only one who think legal before illegal with our current situation. Well,
he got you there.
no, he didn't get me there because you said migrant.
Yeah, so a migrant to me is someone who just goes wherever the hell they want without going through the immigration process. If you're an immigrant, then you get processed through the country.
Well, I see migrant and immigrant as the same thing, basically. It's just a term. I I think there's a reason why they have literally dropped illegal alien or illegal immigrant and the illegal part from that title. And it's specifically to confuse people of what the definition of an immigrant or migrant is.
Angry Snowman, this is a Wikipedia kind of first paragraph description of the Camp of the Saints. It's a book again that was made popular when Steve Bannon, I think he was walking into the White House and he had this book in his hand. You want to take a look at that and then tell me what you think about that?
I'm on my phone, so I'm having a hard time reading it, honestly.
All right, no problem. I'll read it to you. The Camp of the Saints is a French book called Le Camp des Saints. It's a 1973 French dystopian fiction novel by author and explorer Jean Raspel. It's a speculative fictional account. It depicts the destruction of Western civilization through third world mass immigration to France and the Western world.
Wow.
Camp of the Saints.
Wow, dude. Dude, I've never even read that book, and I just came to that theory just by looking at what I see.
I have the book somewhere around here. Yeah.
Well, look, what's interesting to me, John, is, like 3 years ago when there was this big push for sanctuary cities, right? To house all these illegal immigrants that were coming. And you had all these liberals and lefties that were coming at, people that are, termed or label themselves conservative or Republican, or centrist for that matter, because I consider myself independent. I don't have no party allegiance to either side. But people like myself, and I was out there 3 years ago trying to tell a lot of these liberals, and specifically, the black liberals, because obviously I predominantly, roam around black YouTube spaces, that all of these immigrants or illegal immigrants were going to be sent to the very communities that they live in that already have issues, that the jobs that they want in their communities or that they're trying to get are going to be now inundated by all these illegal immigrants, that they're literally trying to replace the black vote with an illegal immigrant vote, was my thoughts. And everybody told me that I was a misogynist, that I was what's that other one?
Racist.
Racist, that I was fucking xenophobic, because of that. And a lot of these lefties were literally fucking singing the praises of sanctuary cities, because God forbid, my lettuce go up, an extra 20 cents, which I think they're being a little hyperbolic about the whole, produce industry to a certain degree, but now they're literally sitting and saying all the things that I was saying to them 3 years ago. But 3 years ago, I was a racist and a bigot and a misogynist for trying to warn them about this shit while they were sitting in, spearheading it with the rest of the fucking Democratic Party.
I want to show you something. You don't live in the inner city, I would imagine, right?
I live right outside of Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Okay. Let me show you something that what I think is going on in America. Let me see if I can show you. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see that shit around Fort Wayne, dude. Still to this day.
But when I'm going to tell you something a little bit more sinister than that. You see that?
Yeah, from the back seat, someone taking a picture of someone with a mask.
What do you think that is right there? What's that?
That's a COVID mask.
But what if I told you that was 8 days ago?
Yeah, I saw the shit today.
What do you think is going on? Why do you think these people don't want all these masks?
Because they're trying to get people used to seeing it and it to be a social norm.
I don't think that's the case.
I absolutely do.
You know what I think it is? And I did a stream on this a while back. I got in the Uber with a guy. He didn't even know where the hell he lived. He had never even heard of Uber Lyft, Uber Share. You know what Uber? Anyone know what Uber Share is? We're going to talk. I want to talk to you about Uber Analytics, YouTube Analytics, before we get off here. But
I don't know what Uber Share is. I've never heard of that.
So you can back before COVID, you could catch a ride
share
with
Ubers with people,
right? And so the algorithm made it where they could kind of route two people in the same direction,
right?
And the Uber driver can make double the fare. Does that make sense?
Right.
So I caught an Uber the other day, and the Uber driver wasn't even familiar with shared Uber. He just gotten here.
Wow.
And I asked him, I said, man, where do you live? He said, I don't know. I put an address in my phone and it takes me home. And he said he had been driving like 24 hours. And
he'd been driving for 24 hours?
Because they can drive for Uber for, they say, 12 hours and then drive Lyft for 12 hours.
Wow. That's crazy.
Those people, but see, these people are slaves. That's what goes without saying. He was in a brand new car. He had just gotten here from Afghanistan. How the hell did he get a brand new car? Ask yourself these questions, right? These people, there are many people in these inner cities that are working under slave conditions. He was one of them. He didn't even know where he lived. The only way he knew how to get home was to enter an address into his phone, and it would take him back home. But if when I asked him, I said, "Where do you live in DC?" He said, "I don't know." I had to put it in my phone, and he wasn't lying. He was here from Afghanistan. After the Joe Biden evacuation thing, blah blah blah. Anyway, so that's why I think a lot of the Uber drivers are masked, because they're not really who is on the picture. Does that make sense?
They're not really what?
They're not really the person that shows up on the picture. When you summons an Uber, they send you a picture of who the driver would be.
Right.
So these people are putting masks on, so you can't say, "Well, that's not him. That's not her."
Well,
they got a
look,
mask on.
look, I would say that maybe that might be, one of the side effects of it. But me personally, I think that because it isn't just Uber drivers that are doing that, sir. It isn't just Lyft drivers.
That's true.
There's a lot of people that still believe that, they need to be worried and about COVID, and that it's a threat to their survival. There's still people going out and get booster shots, for crying out loud.
Did you get vaccinated?
Amazing.
Did you get vaxxed, by the way?
No, I have nobody in my household has had anything injected in them. And to be quite honest with you, I used to be a plasma donator, and I stopped even donating plasma because of that shit.
Were you threatened with your job or anything like that?
No, neither was my wife.
How were you not threatened with your job?
Because I am a stay-at-home father. My job is never ending.
Oh, you don't work a regular job? You're like a job in the mainstream.
What do you mean I don't work, sir?
Let me rephrase it. You don't go out into corporate America, government America, and punch a.
Do I punch a clock? No, I do not.
Okay.
I make money however I see fit to make money.
How do you make money? I'm curious to know, how do you make money?
I'm kind of like one of those online pickers. I flip a lot of shit from Facebook Marketplace.
Really?
I'll find like old power tools and stuff like that are broken, and rebuild them and sell them, resell them and shit like that. I'll take mowers and stuff that weren't running and rebuild the motors on them and sell them at cheap cost for like $30-$40. You know what I'm saying?
How did you learn how to do that?
Trial and error.
I mean, did you figure out on YouTube or something?
Some of the stuff, that's gotten a little more technical as I've gotten older. It's just easier to look up on YouTube. But a lot of the stuff I learned how to fix early on as a kid just by tinkering with things.
Yeah.
I was always one of those guys that was always out in the garage tinkering with shit, tearing shit apart and putting it back together.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Let's see we got some comments here, man. We got to get you back, man. We've been going for a while,
dude. I'm tired of motherfuckers saying people are sensitive about shit. I'm not sensitive, dude. But what I'm also going to say is I think that there's
hold on. What are they saying you're sensitive about? Because I'm missing something.
How you said I don't have a job.
Oh, okay.
I was just poking back at you a little bit. Me and you've had chatted quite a bit, dude. You know that I ain't being any way about shit. Come on.
We have? You talking about me and you, or him, you and the other guy?
Yeah, me and you.
Oh really, man? I talk to somebody.
Dude, me and you talk on SKC streams all the time.
Oh shit, yeah. I remember SKC.
We talked on Chaotic streams all the time.
Yeah. That's right. I saw you on Chaotic just the other day. I didn't see.
Hell, it was just 4 days ago on SKC. He was like, "Man, Angry Snowman, I want to get you on my channel and have a talk with."
That's right. That's right. That's right. I did say that. That's right. Yeah, here you are. Let's see what I got here. Joe Cool. I said the same shit. I want to. He makes them pissed off of his wife. Okay, Cameron Cool. Non-woke celebrities are doing this in Mexico. This is Tyler Luke's interview with the owner. Probably sucks with tags. Staying home sounds care as fuck, especially when kids go. Hey, what do you think about this, Snowman?
I personally don't give a shit what anybody's opinion of me is. They ain't the one to live my life. I don't live their life, so whatever.
I know that's right, man.
The truth of the matter is everybody's got something to say when they ain't got to show their face. Or whether everybody's got something to say when they ain't standing directly in front of someone.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Truth of the matter is my wife did what a woman should do. I herniated 2 discs in my back. I've been going through rehabilitation on it for 7 years now to try and get it back. My wife saw me constantly in and out of the hospital and having a hard time being able to keep a job because of my back. So rather than having her husband end up in a wheelchair, she said, "Why don't you let me take the reins and you sit at home with the kids and raise them and do your art and your music?" Okay, sounds good to me. Whatever.
So
what's crazy is my wife makes more money than I ever did now.
What does your wife do?
She's in corporate retail.
Does that make your relationship with your wife kind of upside down? She makes so much more money than you've ever made?
No. No. We don't, because look, the thing is we've never based value on our relationship on how much money one or the other makes. Our relationship's always been based on whether or not we're willing to try and create something together, regardless what the challenge was and what task it took to create it. Are we willing to do this together like we said we were? Or are we going to sit and fight with each other and sit and point fingers at what one's doing and what one isn't doing?
It sounds almost unbelievable. I see so many problems, with my tenants when the woman tends to make much more money than the man, and it just creates like a dynamic that is like upside down, if that makes sense. Hey guys, we were talking about ending this stream probably 2 hours ago. Someone says she's definitely not a black woman.
She absolutely is not.
You believe in interracial? Hey, do you believe in interracial dating?
The only thing untraditional about our relationship is the fact that she is the breadwinner and I am a stay-at-home father. And I'll be honest with you, I had more issues with it when I first did it than anyone else. Because I always worked my whole life, dude. I've been.
Do you believe in interracial dating?
I believe that people should be able to date and marry and have a life with whoever they fall in love with. Honestly, who am I to sit and tell someone who they should, who they should be allowed to date? What, I'm not the one living their life. I'm not the one that's in their shoes. I'm not the one around the people they're around.
Do you agree with it for yourself? That's really what I'm asking.
Dude, I've been with black women. I've been with a couple Latinos. I've dated people from other races.
I'm telling you, white guys have been probably with more black women than I've been with black women. Every white guy on the panel been with a black woman. Dennis, have you ever been with a black woman before?
No.
Have you ever wanted to? Is it because you couldn't, or you just didn't want to?
It's neither. Not that I couldn't. It's just I never met one in person that I wanted. There's plenty of beautiful black women, but
all right, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Not that many in my circles, I would presume.
Hey guys, I'm gonna let you guys finish up. Give me what you got to finish the show up. Dennis, I'll let you go first.
Another epic stream down. Cam the King, if you've got Discord, hit me up. The best way to follow me is Discord. Do I have a wrench here?
You want a wrench, Dennis?
Do you give a? Yeah.
Let me see if I can go over and give you a wrench. Let me see, where am I streaming here?
I'm still waiting for Joe Cool to reinstall his Discord app.
So why do you prefer Discord so much, Dennis?
It does everything all the other apps do.
Like what?
Well, for example, in this case, I can't send you messages over YouTube, but I can send you messages over Discord. We could also do this panel and stream this straight from Discord as well.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'm learning all these things. The Raging Tomato. You have to send me an email, Raging Tomato. I really want to. I'm looking through the chat. Dennis, put a message in so I can give you a wrench. Put it in the chat here, so I have to continue looking for you. And while you're doing that, Angry Snowman, give me something you want to talk about in the future or right now. I would love to cover anything. If you have some interesting topics you think should be covered, go ahead. I'll give you
to be honest with you, man. I caught the tail end of your stream. I saw you was up, man, and I saw the topic about Trump's vice president pick. So I was just curious to see what your guys' thoughts were on that. That's why I hopped up.
What did you think about my thoughts about J.D. Vance?
I don't know what your thoughts were on because I don't know where you really lean politically. I mean, I'm assuming that you're more conservative, but I don't know what your thoughts are as far as like the Israel Palestine thing and geopolitics and such. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're one of them people that you focus on world news and what's going on across the world more than America, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I know that we as America, look, I'll be honest with you. I don't know why all these presidents keep going over and kissing the fucking wall and then handing billions of dollars to Israel. It don't make no sense to me. And that makes me apprehensive of Trump.
Same.
Have you ever heard of what happens when Congress members come into Congress? Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard multiple different things that Congress members have to do when they come into Congress. Which one are you talking about?
What have you heard?
Well, I've heard about, a lot of people don't know what paying dues is, what your party dues is. A lot of people have a misunderstanding of that. Really what a Congress person's paying party dues is actually going out lobbying lobbyists.
Nah, that's not what I'm talking about.
You
Let
know,
me see
so
if I can.
I'm assuming you're talking about swear their allegiance to fucking Israel.
I try my best not to say those words on here.
Oh my
But
bad.
I will one of
You
these
asked
days.
the question though, man. So I
Yeah. So look, I'm going to tell you by giving you an example. I'm trying to pull up a news article um, while I pull this up. Let me share with you what I'm searching for. Can you see what I'm searching for?
Who, me?
Can you guys see? So what I'm searching for is you can see it, right?
Yeah. Well, technically, according to wasn't there an act that was passed a while, back in the 50s that technically it should be illegal for people like Ilhan Omar to even be in America, let alone in Congress.
Yeah, those things happen.
I mean, because isn't Islam like technically antithetical to what a republic is?
Yeah, well, there is that too. Let me see if I can show you this article. If not, I'll find it for the next show. So I'm not going to dig too deep into it, but basically, what happens here in DC is that every time a new Congress member comes in, you think about it, he's not from here. He doesn't know who to hire to be his LD or LA. Well, he may know LA, but his LD or LA, the legislative assistant. Every Congress member has a legislative assistant, legislative director.
Yeah,
Chief of
they
staff.
basically have their own cabinet like the president does.
That's correct. And so when they come to DC, if they're a newly elected Congress member, who do you hire? No one ever thought about this, right?
I haven't ever thought about that. That's an interesting
Man,
concept.
I'm not going to end this stream until I find it. Let me see if I can find it. And I'm going to bring my buddy Philippe up here one day because he worked in the Congress for John Lewis. And he can tell you about it explicitly. But I'm going to see if I can find an article about it. If not, I'll just tell you about it. So when a new Congress member takes office, right? He has to staff his office. He needs LAs, LDs.
So obviously he's going to need references from already established Congress people, right?
Well, Congress members don't really have anyone to offer them. They're new here too.
No, what I'm saying is if you're a newly elected congressperson, logically you would through reasoning and deduction go to already established Congress people and ask them, hey, where did you find these people that you can staff as your aides and help?
Right. And so in reality, here's what happens. And again, I'm going to bring my friend Philippe up, and he'll tell you exactly because he worked on Capitol Hill, and he can tell you nuts and bolts. There's certain groups of people that will go around to new Congress members.
Well, I knew about the dual citizenship already.
Right. But there's certain groups of people that will go around to new Congress members. And they'll say, hey, these are the people that you should hire on your staff. You're new to Congress, and these people are coming around. They're very influential. And you may get a shove in the back by Nancy Pelosi and everyone else telling you to go along and hire these people. And we don't have to talk about who these people are. You know who they are. And that is how many Congress members' staff are filled out. It's no lie. I'm going to find
you
an
know
article.
What? Now that you mentioned that, John, it kind of makes sense to me why Trump's only half-staffed cabinet was staffed with a lot of them.
That's the way it works. I'm giving you inside baseball here. Like, if you're not in DC, you'll never know like how the things work. But this is truly how it works. Effective lobbying groups staff the Congress members. Do you think you think AOC staffed her office? Hell, let's look and see who her office staff is. AOC staff, who worked at Madison Square.
I don't think AOC could staff a Saturday night shift at a local pub.
Well, who did it for her? That's the next question. This is her staff.
Obviously, somebody that wants to make sure that she's got the right people on her team to push the agendas that they want to push is the ones that did it for her.
And that's my point, right? That is the point. I think it's a good ending point there, is that when you look behind the curtain, you see who's staffing these people, who's funding these people. I've shown you that with JD Vance, how Peter Thiel has bought the guy.
Dude, that shit of him having that weird looking Shylock up on stage singing that crap before, that was such a weird look.
Well, what are you talking about there?
At the RNC when Trump announced him as his running mate.
Hey, don't know, Tyrone. I didn't even watch it, man. I tell you, I'm very apolitical. A lot of this stuff I don't even watch, to be honest with you. I've been living here so long. It's just one big party, man.
Exactly.
Two wings of the same bird.
It's a uniparty, dude, and they try and convince everybody that they're two separate things.
Yeah. I mean, it's like good cop, bad cop. When you go to jail, one cop comes in, give you some cookies and some juice, and the other cop comes in and hammer your ass. But they all both on the same team,
Again, there's a reason why it's called political theater, sir.
Yeah. All right, man. Guys, this has been great. We've done another 6 hour stream. Probably, did we do damn near like 20 hours today between HB Trucker Show and this stream right here? Anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure. Donate to Angry Snowman on your way out the door. You see his Cash App down there. Make sure that's right. Angry Snowman. It's Angry Snowman 1.
Yes, sir.
Right. And subscribe to the stream. You've seen Angry Snowman. I can put it up again, but you've seen the stream. Subscribe to him. Subscribe to Denizen. And come back tomorrow. We have good content. All of us, we have good content for you. So support your local YouTube streamers. All right, guys. Thank you.
Peace.